nearly 23 countries. 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises.
Traits of Australia.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the honour of addressing today's South China Sea International Conference. I want to begin Excellencies and distinguished delegates, thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the honour of addressing today's South China Sea International Conference. I want to begin by expressing Australia's heartfelt condolences for the loss of life and destruction caused by the recent typhoons and flooding across Vietnam, including in Da Nang, where you meet today. It's great to be speaking to an audience in Vietnam again, so soon after my visit to Hanoi to sign the UN Convention Against Cybercrime last month. Vietnam's leadership on that convention and in hosting today's conference show the impact strong regional voices have, and that we all have an important role to play in upholding the rules and norms that support stability and prosperity. The theme of this year's conference is and the need to stand together in reiterating our commitment to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as a comprehensive legal framework for the ocean and the seas. When it comes to supporting the rules and institutions that underpin peace and prosperity, Australia is a partner that the region can count on. It's why Australia was pleased to support Southeast Asia's Pacific Dialogue alongside today's conference. We hope this dialogue helped build a bridge between the two regions. Australia is deeply committed to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific, a region in which international law is respected and adhered to, and waterways are open for trade. The peace and prosperity of our region is underpinned by the agreed rules and norms that bind large and small states alike. But today, those norms are under increasing strain. We are deeply concerned by recent incidents in the South China Sea. These include unsafe interactions between aircraft, the use of water cannons against vessels, and collisions at sea. These incidents have led to injury and damage. Such actions are not isolated. They form part of a pattern of dangerous and coercive conduct which undermines regional stability. It is crucial for our collective peace and the prosperity that all states comply with UNCLOS and refrain from activities that will complicate or escalate disputes and affect peace and security. As the Constitution of the Oceans, UNCLOS enshrines long-established rights and freedoms, including freedom of navigation and overflight. It also promotes peace and prosperity, obliging all state parties to resolve disputes peacefully in accordance with international law. This is critically important to all countries in our region, including Australia. As Foreign Minister Wong said in Kuala Lumpur in July, respect for the law of the sea has never been more important to our shared economic security and our prosperity. And even as the world order is fundamentally changing, and because it is changing, Australia stands for rules and institutions. We believe they are fundamental to the character of our region. Australia reaffirms our strong support for the unanimous 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Tribunal Award, which is the final and binding decision of the parties, and it must be respected. We are taking action to foster peace and security in our region. We're investing $64 million over 4 years to expand our Southeast Asian Maritime Partnership to enhance maritime domain awareness, combat illegal fishing, and protect the marine environment. We also launched our new Southeast Asian Maritime Institute in Malaysia in December 2024 to enhance maritime law and foreign policy expertise for the region. And our naval exercises with partners underscore our commitment to strengthen cooperation to support regional stability and security. We'll continue to support regional partners in promoting peace and stability. We'll keep on speaking up against dangerous and coercive activities and unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea. And we will continue to increase our practical cooperation. We all have a role in building support for international law and the norms that have underpinned our shared peace and stability and prosperity, and raising concerns directly or publicly when international law is disregarded. Because ultimately, the responsibility for maintaining these rules and institutions falls on all of us. We must speak up clearly in their defence and against actions that seek to undermine them, because our peace and our prosperity of our people depend on it.
Peace through shared responsibilities. And we are very honored to have Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn, the President of Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to be the moderator. Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we move from a day of uncertainty to a day of unity, the sun is finally out and the sky is finally blue. I hope you are as hopeful as I am. To get our discussion kick-started, I am very honored to be invited on the stage the ambassadors in the room. I have the honor to invite Ambassador Phạm Quang Vinh, former Vice Minister of Vietnam, and also former Vietnam Ambassador to the United States, to the stage. I'd like to invite Excellency Ambassador Julian Gurria, Ambassador of the EU delegation to Vietnam. I'd like to invite the Ambassador of Canada to Vietnam, His Excellency Jim Nicol. I'd like to invite Excellency Ambassador Helga Margrethe Bøth, Ambassador of Germany to Vietnam. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Ambassador of Japan to Vietnam, Excellency Ito Naoki. Please take a seat. Well, good morning, ambassadors. This is the first time we have created this Ambassadors Lounge, which is meant to be a place for the ambassadors who frequently participate and make great contributions to our conferences, to have discussions among the ambassadors themselves and also with the audience. So this morning, Well, I'm going to ask you to join the Ambassador's Lounge. First, with a brief remark, maybe 5 minutes each of you, on whatever issues that you thought matters or pertains to the South China Sea or to broader peace and stability of the region and the regions. And then will be followed by a free-flowing discussion among ourselves and with the audience. Does that sound good? That's wonderful. So, Ambassador, maybe as a host, Ambassador Wing, can I give you the floor first and share with us your 5 minutes of opening remarks?
So, thank you very much, Dr. Hun Sen, and thank you for everything. Yesterday, we have a full, good day of discussions and exchange of views. And I think there are some key points that I may draw. Number one, we talk about the South China Sea, still a lot of uncertainties, I must say. So that's why we have to gather here to find a way out in order to enhance unity. Very much hope that the beautiful weather will help us also. Point number two is that we talked about geopolitics, tech politics, and many other things. But to me, one of the key points here is that when we talked yesterday, is about gray zone tactics. And in a volatile situation of the South China Sea, gray zone activities have been creating both incidents and enhancing further the trust deficits. This is where we have to talk about. Yesterday, Dr. Do Thanh Hai, I think, has raised the issues at the level of alerting for us now is between 3 and 4, so that we have to come to a stage of crisis management. And for the gray zone, there have been a number of observations yesterday also, and I'm very much impressed by the observations that gray zone tactics have incrementally changed the status quo. And certainly, if we can observe throughout the years, gray zone tactics has been a kind of using or masculine strength over the others. So this is where we think that we have to discuss more on how we can build further confidence, taking further CBMs, confidence building measures. There's also a role for ASEAN and ASEAN China in their talks on how to enhance cooperation, enhance trust, and enhance mechanisms for building confidence measures. And I think we should encourage that. But the current efforts of all of us here, including within the context of ASEAN and ASEAN China framework, we have not done enough up to the mark yet. So this is where I think the conference here should find ways to recommend to the channels of ASEAN and ASEAN China dialogue. Also a question of the role of quote-unquote extra-region countries. To me, the world is interested and have a stake in the South China Sea because not only of its of the importance of its transport or commerce, but also the strategic importance of this area is related to all. And the implication, the implementation of international law in the universal sense will also be very much important to the world itself. So come back to the question of gray zone tactics and confidence building. I think the DOC, and now we are discussing the COC, have a provision in it that is not to do anything to complicate the situation. That is, restraint will be very much important. And if we can do a list of don'ts, then we can find a way to enhance confidence and trust. So I will be stopping here, but a lot of things ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wing. So gray zones is raising the risk in the region, and therefore regional groupings like ASEAN needs to do more to clarify and transparentize the environment and also to build confidence in the region. And also this is not to be done alone. This this should and could be done with the engagements of extra-regional countries in order to build the kind of cooperation, in order to strengthen the rules and support and also to enforce the rules, existing rules and norms. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now I'd like to invite Ambassador Julian Gurrier, Ambassador of the EU. Please.
Thank you. Well, let me start to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and you, Dr. Sun, for having organized these interesting talks and this conference, which has now a global importance. The issues that we touch upon in this conference are at the right of global governance, and that's why the European Union is so engaged on these issues, because our shared securities is at stake. You may wonder why there are so many Europeans those 2 days at this conference. The first reason is that our economic health is at stake. Around a third of our imports and a quarter of our exports sail through the South China Sea. Every day, 2,000 ships are sailing across the South China Sea to Europe or the other way around. So disrupting freedom of navigation affects global supply chains, trade routes, and access to key markets more broadly, including for us in the EU. It affects the energy supply, access to resources. It affects, in short, the global entire economy. Secondly, why we are so interested here, it's because stability, security, and the international law are at stake. This is about the health of our global governance system, which is being challenged nowadays across the globe. We live in an age where we cannot stand by while these mechanisms are discredited and undermined. We see the results in Ukraine, in Gaza, and if, for instance, we are to tackle the planetary crisis, pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss, we must have a functional and trusted global governance system. So for us, it's a question of principle, and it is crystal clear that international law with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, are at the heart of this system and must govern maritime areas. As a global community, we can and we must work together to ensure that international law and the international legal order gives us the support that we need, because might does not make right. And it's only by coming together with ASEAN countries, with EU countries and others, supported by strong and healthy regional and international structures, that we can take on those challenges. Now you mentioned, Excellency, the incidents that are taking place in the South China Sea lately. We see a growing number of incidents, dangerous actions like land reclamation, the use of maritime militias, provocative maneuvers in close proximity to other actors' assets. They do not only endanger maritime security, but they also disrupt vital commercial traffic. And that's why in our EU Indo-Pacific strategy and in our strategic compass for our security and defense policy, we have clearly identified those increased geopolitical challenges and competition intensifying in the Indo-Pacific as a source of instability and a risk for the EU's security as such. Increasing tensions here can have a direct impact on our prosperity, on our security, and the military deployments that we see harm the open maritime security environment in the South China Sea. So that's why we in the EU promote an open and rules-based regional security architecture, and we are working to promote capacity building, to work together on coordinate EU member states' naval presence in the Indo-Pacific. You will have noted that ships from member states of the EU, notably Germany, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, have sailed more regularly lately in the region. Just next week in Da Nang, we expect a French frigate to call port. And as tensions escalate, we want to ensure that by our presence and by the support to UNCLOS, we can have de-escalation of tensions and we can work together to reach mutually acceptable resolutions to these disputes in a peaceful manner. I think Vietnam has been showing the way with the agreement with Indonesia recently on the limits of your respective EEZs. We hope that this can be ratified soon and that this will also inspire similar cooperation between ASEAN claimant countries in the region. We are also very encouraged to see the increased cooperation between Vietnam and the Philippines. And we think that in this area we can also contribute with the EU project on critical maritime routes in the Indo-Pacific, CRIMARIO, and such instruments like our Maritime Domain Awareness Platform, URIS, which can be used by many partners in the region, including ASEAN members, like it is used already by the Philippines. URIS can help Vietnam also to improve interagency coordination and to better fight against illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, detect dark targets, deter drug trafficking, prevent piracy and armed robberies, and many other challenges at sea. We are also encouraging ASEAN to work towards a substantive and effective code of conduct. We are committed to working with ASEAN as an organization in the interest of peace and security in Southeast Asia and support, as you know, ASEAN centralities principle. For us, ASEAN has been successful also because it has been the source of international norms and it has respected international norms in its dispute resolution mechanism. So the most recent example was the border dispute between Thailand and Cambodia, where we're happy to see that the recent agreement is an important milestone for peace, as underlined by Vice President Kallas of the EU, and that we, the EU, stand ready to support its implementation. We are also ready to support Coast Guard's capabilities strengthening in ASEAN countries and deepening our engagement with ASEAN through maritime dialogues with the ASEAN as an organization and with individual member states. So, in brief, our message is that the EU and ASEAN and their member states are supporting international law. We are fully behind the multilateral system. We share in this part of our DNA, and we want to work together to stand for peace, prosperity, overcome historical rivalries through cooperation and dialogue. Let me say perhaps a last word on how we can also cooperate on critical maritime infrastructure. Undersea cables represent the backbone of global communication. They carry 95% of international data. They are strategic infrastructure, and we see how vulnerable they are in the South China Sea, but also closer to home in the Baltic Sea, which is another reason why it's so important for us to work together. These illegal activities are often deliberately designed to obstruct or disguise of obstructing attribution and accountability. So we are developing a toolbox to be better able to qualify, prove, coordinate attribution of such activities and impose sanctions, and we're happy to share our experience with you in this region. Other areas of cooperation include substandard vessels, ILO Maritime Labour Convention, and UNCLOS forbid and require every state to effectively exercise their jurisdiction and fight against shadow fleets. You know how active we have been lately on this subject, and we are cooperating with Vietnam and other countries in the region. And finally, the blue economy, to finish on a positive note, can be a source of economic growth for the region as a whole. We are ready to work with you on sustainable fisheries, sustainable blue economy, and exploitation of resources of the sea. regulating climate, sustaining biodiversity, supporting livelihoods, and addressing plastic pollution in the region. This is something that, beyond the mutual interest it represents, can also be a way of diffusing tensions and learning to work together with all border countries and interested parties on this sea in a peaceful and coordinated manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for highlighting to us again how interconnected the European Union is to ASEAN and to Southeast Asia. And I hope that if you go by the seashore, you can see some of those 2,000 ships that pass by the South China Sea per day as well. So economic security, international law, critical infrastructure, just to name a few. And the tools for connections and for extending cooperation is strategic compass, Crimerio, IRIS, just to name a few. Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to Ambassador of Canada, and please let us know how interconnected Southeast Asia or the Indo-Pacific to North America and to your country in particular.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Son. And it's an honor to participate in the 17th edition of the South China Sea International Conference, and of course to participate on this, this panel with colleagues titled Peace Through Shared Responsibility. I'd also like to thank and congratulate the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for organizing this important forum that enhances constructive dialogue and cooperation and contributes to strengthening the consensus that international law is the only way to address shared issues of concern in the South China Sea. We, of course, are facing significant geopolitical shifts and growing security challenges that demand our collective responsibility, attention, and action. And it's also clear that the world's oceans and seas are central to our shared prosperity and security. As has been mentioned, some 1/3 of global shipping passes through the South China Sea. 10% of global fish catch takes place in the South China Sea, which is an anchor for food security and the livelihoods of millions of people. And as was discussed yesterday, nearly all internet traffic travels through undersea cables, including, of course, through the South China Sea. So we can see the global strategic importance of the South China Sea, hence Canada's interest as well. But of course, as has also been discussed yesterday and today, the risks remain. The South China Sea remains a flashpoint with repercussions beyond this region, in fact, global repercussions. Canada therefore consistently condemns actions that jeopardize peace, stability, and prosperity in the South China Sea. We oppose militarization of disputed features, and we oppose the use of naval, Coast Guard, maritime militia to intimidate and threaten states. In this complex security environment, countries must collaborate to uphold international rules, those international rules that ensure safe, open, and peaceful maritime domain. It's also essential that states commit to full and effective implementation of international law, and in particular, UNCLOS. In doing so, this provides us all with a framework to peacefully resolve disputes and maintain regional security. So these are the ideals that we strive for and are embedded in Canada's efforts to deepen trade and security partnerships in the Indo-Pacific region and with ASEAN in particular. Canada has made significant strides in advancing our regional bilateral partnerships. On the economic side, in 2023, we concluded a new strategic partnership with ASEAN as a whole. This year, in 2025, we concluded a free trade agreement with Indonesia, a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Indonesia. We, of course, are free trade partners with Vietnam in the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we're negotiating a free trade agreement with the Philippines. On the security side, Canada has strengthened its defense presence in this region through Royal Canadian Navy deployments that give us a near permanent naval presence in the region. I'd also like to point out on the security side that Canada enjoys two defense cooperation arrangements with Vietnam, and we conduct regional high-level defense policy dialogues with Vietnam. We also have similar arrangements with the Philippines. Partnering with the regional, another area I'd like to highlight for our engagement to increase security and stability in the region is that Canada partners with a couple of regional states here using our dark vessel detection program, which utilizes space-based technology to improve maritime domain awareness in the South China Sea. And of course, we continue to use diplomatic platforms that are available to us. This year, Canada hosted the G7. As the G7 in the G7 presidency, we were able to conclude a joint declaration on maritime security and prosperity with a certain focus on the South China Sea. We also, of course, participate actively in the ASEAN Regional Forum and our observership in the ASEAN Defense Ministers meetings, where, together with our ASEAN partners, we foster dialogue on the importance of international law and UNCLOS in particular. We too, like the European Union, support ASEAN efforts to reach an effective South China Sea code of conduct with China. And at the United Nations, we bring these issues to the highest level. I would point out this September on the margins of the UN General Assembly that we participated with other foreign ministers in a dialogue on maritime cooperation for a secure and stable Indo-Pacific with, again, a certain focus on the South China Sea. So security in the South China Sea is a matter of global importance. Canada will continue to work with partners to uphold international law, most notably UNCLOS, and support the peaceful resolution of disputes. For the sake of our common security and prosperity, countries must work together to protect the high seas and the rules that govern them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Again, very broad-based interest to engage the region, and throughout the years, Canada as a dialogue partner of ASEAN as a region, and also extensive network of bilateral relationship with Southeast Asian countries have established Canada as a resident partner of ASEAN in the Indo-Pacific. So thank you very much. Now let me turn to Ambassador Margaret Berth, Ambassador of Germany to Vietnam. Please highlight for us the importance of the Indo-Pacific and particularly Southeast Asia and South China Sea to Germany. Please, Excellency.
Can you hear me all right? Yes. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sun and everyone involved at the DAV in preparing this excellent conference. The last day was really inspiring, and it's a great honor for me to be on this, for the first time, to be on this ambassadors panel, and I hope you're not going to be disappointed. The German Foreign Minister, Johann Wadepohl, has announced 3 guiding principles for German foreign policy: security, freedom, and prosperity. So I do think most of us can subscribe to these 3 principles. This means that Germany, for us, it means that Germany will invest in the capability to defend ourselves. We will invest in the multilateral world order, and we will invest in our competitiveness. I come back to Minister Wadepohl. He would actually have traveled to Beijing last weekend, but called the trip off because he would have met only with his direct counterpart, Wang Yi, and no one else. And rather than calling it a diplomatic flu, he said that he would not travel at this time, and some reasons were given. it transpired that apparently there had been some conditions for a fuller program, and that would have been apparently also for the foreign minister to recant on a couple of things he'd said on his trip to Japan and in Indonesia concerning the South China Sea and Taiwan, and he didn't want to do that. And it has all become very public in Germany, and there is a debate on that I think I do welcome, and many others at the Foreign Ministry also are welcoming that debate. What he said was that China's, I'm quoting, China's growing military assertiveness in the South China Sea not only threatens Asia's security, but also undermines the international rules-based order as a whole. And with essential trade routes running right through this area, it also constitutes an economic risk. The same goes for the Taiwan Strait. Any escalation would have serious consequences for global security and prosperity, and directly affect German and European interests too. So I couldn't have found any better formulation for the same content. So what matters in this region matters to us very, very much. Julien Gurier has spoken about that with facts and figures, so I won't repeat that. But just as Vietnam and many countries in this region are concerned about the erosion of international rules and norms in and around the South China Sea, so are we regarding violations of international law in Europe. We're facing an ever more aggressive Russia that is not only waging an illegal war of aggression in Ukraine since more than 3 years, it has also recently violated the airspace of EU countries, Poland, Estonia, for example. And let me underline the security of Poland, Estonia, other member states of NATO and the EU. This is also our security, and we stand by the side of our Central European neighbors, as you have seen with the deployment of German warplanes. The quick reaction of NATO to these airspace violations has shown that we act decisively against any threats to NATO's territory. And secondly, as we are a major trading nation and we are manufacturers, also very similar to Vietnam, we have been hit very hard by Chinese export restrictions of rare earths that perhaps are now, the problem has now been solved for a year, hopefully. And we're also concerned about restrictions to free trade, and will continue to advocate for free trade with all our partners. And we've heard that also yesterday, that we're still grappling with a new world. I wouldn't say it's a new world order, because it's not quite clear. But Germany, also within the European Union, is very mindful that we are nothing but a middle power. So for us, these rules and regulations, international rules and regulations, they really do matter, and we will stand up against the big ones, whether they are on the other side of the Atlantic, or they are just a Pacific power. That let others know that they are the only rule setters. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Ambassador, for highlighting to us how connected the South China Sea security is to that of Germany and to that of the European Union, not only because of the economic risk that it's going to pose should there be an incidence or instability in the South China Sea, but also the kind of eroding rules and norms that it eats into the international structure that we so much depend upon. But also you highlighted another important fact, that in terms of trade, in terms of supply chains, the global economy is so intertwined, interdependent, and if a bit of that supply chain is certainly stopped somewhere, that is going to have a consequential impact to the rest of us. Thank you very much. And last but not least, another resident middle power in the region, Japan. Can you highlight to us, well, maybe needless to say, how important the South China Sea and how connected the South China Sea to the East China Sea? But nevertheless, we would like to hear from you, Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Sorry, me again. So, good morning. As you may know, the new Prime Minister was elected in Japan. The first female Prime Minister, Takaichi Sanae Takaichi. So soon after she was elected as Prime Minister Takaichi made a diplomatic debut, attended a series of diplomatic events last week, starting from her attendance to ASEAN leaders meeting hosted by Malaysian government. We have a colleague Dato there. And then she attended the APEC meeting in Korea. And in between, Prime Minister Takaichi had to entertain President Trump in Tokyo. So let me explain to you what Madam Takaichi wanted to achieve through the series of diplomatic events she had to deal with soon after she was elected. So when she attended the ASEAN-related meeting, one of the things she wanted to achieve was to promote again this policy vision of Japan of peace, stability, and prosperity in the region, namely free, open Indo-Pacific. This policy vision has been advocated by Japanese leaders since 2016, and the cardinal principle is the rule of law, this international order which is open and free. So I think this is a really important policy vision, and Prime Minister maintained that this will continue to be the pillar of Japanese diplomacy in pursuing peace, prosperity, security in Indo-Pacific region. And in the ASEAN meeting, she stressed the importance of seeing the synergy, cooperation with this AOIP, ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. So actually, Japanese leaders and ASEAN leaders came up with joint statement to promote further collaboration, cooperation between FOIP and AOIP. And in the meeting with ASEAN leaders, Japan-ASEAN leaders meeting, in the context of the theme that we are discussing yesterday and today, Takaichi stressed the importance that we should not tolerate any attempt to change the status quo unilaterally by force or coercion, regardless of the location. And she took the example of East China Sea, South China Sea, as well as the Taiwan Straits. And for East China Sea, she said that there has been activities which infringe Japanese sovereignty and provocative military activities going on and being strengthened. And South China Sea, she shared very deep concern that coercive activities are maintained and even militarization are being strengthened. And she also said that Japan supports continuously that rule of law in the ocean. And those claims or oceanic activities which are not based on UNCLOS should not be accepted. And she stressed the importance of resolving a dispute through on the basis of international law. And also, when she met with Xi Jinping, President of China, in Seoul during the APEC meeting, she raised those issues. She said that she wanted to convey her concern on those escalation activities by China in East China Sea surrounding the water of Senkaku Island, including maritime scientific research, as well as the intensification of activities of Chinese Navy. And also, Takaichi expressed her concern regarding the situation in South China Sea in person to President of China, Xi Jinping. So coming back to FOIP, when she met with Donald Trump, they agreed to promote further towards the realization of FOIP. And also when she met with Prime Minister Carney of Canada, she did the same thing. Before concluding, I want to stress that the peace is indivisible. So that is why even Prime Minister talked about the situation in Ukraine during the meeting with ASEAN countries. So Japanese Prime Minister continues to say that today's Ukraine and maybe tomorrow's East Asia. So important thing is that we all should be united to abide by this international law, as well as to promote rule-based international order. I think I should stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Well, Prime Minister Takaichi, in her first week, she attended one of the most important multilateral settings in the region. She met with President Xi Jinping, and she hosted President Trump's coming to visit Japan. All that within a week of her inception. That's amazing. It's an amazing debate. Well, so good luck with the new Prime Minister of Japan. The region and the world needs more Japan, and I hope that Prime Minister Takaichi will deliver. Thank you very much. So we've heard the initial remarks of all the ambassadors. I think there's a common theme that connects them all, that they all see the very important of the Indo-Pacific, the South China Sea. They are all connected with this region in many ways. Many of them are connected comprehensively to the region, and they all share a common interest of preserving the rules, preserving an open architecture in the region, one that is based on international law. And so I think there's a lot of commonalities and unity in the remarks, initial remarks. So let me start with the first question. Yesterday we talked about uncertainties, and the talks, if you recall, focused a lot on the major powers. There are even a lot of debates around the G2, and if the G2 is a new phenomenon that we should talk about. So naturally, I guess you want it or not, if you like it or not, the uncertainties that is around today is driven by and large by the ways that major powers interact with one another, the ways that major powers pursue their national interest, and hence the impact to us all. You, as the representations of the middle powers in the room, can we count on the middle powers to give us hope on unity and reducing and managing the uncertainties? And how? Okay, Ambassador Julian.
Thank you. You're talking about middle powers, but as you heard, there's a lot of unity, shared values and principles and interests that you underlined, and added together, I'm not sure this is such a middle power. Let me take an example of what we could do. We've heard about free trade agreements being negotiated between the countries of this region and between ourselves. If you take the EU plus the CPTPP, that represents a very, very large share, I wouldn't say middle power, of global trade. And you see today increased cooperation and willingness to cooperate more in the future between the EU and the CPTPP. So the message is we can work together. Together we are strong, stronger than the strongest. We can salvage the world order, and we have instruments to do that, trade being one example.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please, Ambassador of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Since Julian talked about the importance of CPTPP, I would like to echo what he said. So Vietnam will be in the chair presidency of CPTPP next year. So I think that this will present us a wonderful opportunity of cooperation, collaboration to promote trade. This is a plurilateral framework of free trade, and as you will know that Vietnam played a very, very important role when we came up with this new agreement some years back. So hopefully through the general review of CPTPP agreement, we'll be able to enhance the level of cooperation, collaboration, involve those parties as well as those aspirants to become a new member of CPTPP. So, and also this is a small Japan's effort to bring about unity and decrease uncertainty. So as our own effort, we are providing support to those countries in the region so that they can enhance their defense capabilities. Through the new scheme called OSA, Official Security Assistance. This is grant aid to military section of the recipient countries. So on top of ODA, Japan started this new framework of cooperation, and already Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Fiji, those countries are receiving this assistance. And I hope that we'll be able to provide assistance to Vietnam so that Vietnam's capability for maritime security will be enhanced. This is another effort to lessen uncertainty in the region, also to promote our policy vision of free, open Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Ambassador Wing and then Ambassador of Canada.
Thank you very much. I just want to highlight what we have been observing, the role of ASEAN as a smaller and medium states. ASEAN in the region here has been a connecting actor for all the efforts that are going throughout the region. Number one on trade, on issues like trade, security, and cooperation on the challenges, non-traditional security issues. Number two is that ASEAN can be in the focal point of connecting the dialogue partners, including countries in the region, but also including countries outside the region, on how we can work together on common issues and common prosperity and peace here in the region. But at the same time, ASEAN can be in collaboration not only with other partners, but also with the two big major powers like China and the US. So I think there's a role for ASEAN, and that has been recognized by all other partners. Now, in the context of great power rivalry, what ASEAN has been confirming is that it will not be trapped into choosing sides. That ASEAN throughout the years, recent years, have been doing as such, and it can be able to do. And I think ASEAN will continue to have agencies in navigating the rivalry and competition between the major powers, in steering the common cooperation on issues of shared interests of all countries in the region and outside the region. Now, come back to the concept of G2. Whether you will recognize it or not, but this is very much a concept that we need to discuss more. Because if you talk about G2, then those two countries will have a role to set the rules and set the platforms for cooperation in the region. I still prefer a way that we will be basing ourselves on international law. Bigger countries will have bigger responsibilities, but we have to go beyond the binary choice, not because we have other countries, include big and small, and countries like ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. So we also need to strengthen regional groupings and use them as a bridge to engage the major powers. Is that what you are advising us to do? Ambassador Nico and then Ambassador Margaret. Both.
Thank you very much. I would like to double down on the comments that have just been made about the opportunity for middle powers to partner with ASEAN in particular to advance our shared interests in peace, stability, and support for the rule of law. The opportunities that are coming up, of course, with the Philippines hosting ASEAN in 2026, that's a great opportunity through the ASEAN Regional Forum to address for middle powers outside of the region to partner with ASEAN on regional security issues, the South China Sea focus in particular, and to support, as many of us had mentioned earlier, ASEAN's effort to conclude a South China Sea Code of Conduct with China that would be substantive and effective. Other opportunities that are on the horizon, of course, on the economic domain, as Julien has rightfully noted, Vietnam will be hosting, will be the president, the chair of the CPTPP beginning in January 2026. So that again is an opportunity to push those international trade rules and perhaps find some of those bridges to the European Union, perhaps, as Julien has suggested. And then going out further, Vietnam has another opportunity to bring middle powers together in support of rules-based order, rules-based trade, and that would be the hosting of APEC in 2027 in Vietnam as well. So these are opportunities on the horizon for middle powers to unite in this joint effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Margaret.
Well, the middle power again. Germany is not shy about our legal position. We have made it public in various international fora, especially in the E3 format in 2025, and we do think that's really important. Another instrument is deployments of the German Navy, but other than Japan, Canada, Vietnam, of course, and France, we are not a Pacific power, so our ships have to travel really far to get to the South China Sea. This is the reason why they're not here every 6 months or so, but this is quite clearly the plan also for the future deployments in the South China Sea and passages through the Taiwan Straits. And the third instrument is enhancing defense capabilities with partners in the region, training, cooperation. We would actually like to do much more with Vietnam, and are really striving for that. It's not that easy, so perhaps there will be more possibilities for cooperation in the future. And then, of course, we're working with ASEAN on UNCLES. There are a couple of projects that are being supported by Germany. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So we've heard a few highlights on how to enhance unity among the middle powers. One that is trade. A second thing is building capacity to especially to enforce the security environment and increase the capability to enforce the rules and norms. Third is to work on multilateralism and engage in mutually supporting existing multilateral architecture. And then fourth is to engage the major powers, the so-called elephants in the room, in order to clarify the context and their interest and how they would like to pursue the interest. What about governance? What about the international law itself? What do you think can be done in order to continue to enforce international law, continue to encourage the kind of universal interpretation and application of international law in the way that we used to? And also in the way that we are not used to, because there are new emerging issues like AI. Then what do you think about what can be done with regard to the international rules-based architecture? Anyone would like to? That's why we needed you. You just speak to it. I think the people are in the back is going to.
So out of blue, Mr. Song asked a very, very difficult question. So we are taken aback. But firstly, I really would like to commend the efforts done by Vietnamese government. Only 1 week ago, the Vietnamese government organized the signing ceremony of a new multilateral convention, the Cyber Crime Treaty, Hanoi Convention. More than 100 countries gathered in Hanoi, 72 countries signed. Unfortunately, Japan has yet to sign this agreement, but this is a really wonderful concerted effort of international community to abide by and promote the framework of multilateralism. So when you talk about uncertainties surrounding multilateralism, so that is coming not necessarily from the rivalry of bigger powers, but the lack of, say, respect to international law. So lack of, sort of a stance taking vis-a-vis rule-based international order. So that is why this free trade area is very, very important. How we can promote the free trade, that is to bolster multilateralism and to increase the awareness on the importance of abiding by international law. And also in the context of this conference, of course, we should talk about UNCLOS, how UNCLOS should be respected. So again, concerted effort is also very important among those stakeholders. Also, you know, as the Filipino friend mentioned yesterday very passionately, transparency efforts should be encouraged among those stakeholders. I think those concerted effort, group effort should continue to be done. So I think that is how I see about what we could do to promote the importance of international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And Ambassador Nicol, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I guess another aspect of this would be the importance of states to continually call out violations of international law rather than remaining silent. And that can be done in multilateral settings, through regional organizations, and of course in our bilateral diplomatic engagements. When there are violations of international law, for example, we've been speaking here in this conference quite a bit about coercive tactics used in the South China Sea to intimidate or threaten other states. That needs to be called out. That cannot be ignored. So that has to be done in multilateral settings, in regional settings, and in our bilateral interactions, diplomatic interactions with violators of international law. So I would emphasize that importance, and I think it aligns in part with the discussion yesterday about assertive transparency. Where there are actors, non-state actors, who are providing information about what's going on in the South China Sea. That kind of transparency is important to be able to uphold international law and international rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Julian and then Ambassador Ving.
Thank you. Indeed, the UN Convention Against Cybercrime is a good example to show that there is still hope in multilateral rules making. But when multilateral rules making doesn't work, we see in trade that plurilateral rules making can take its place and at least build up a critical mass of countries that join, for instance, an alternative dispute settlement mechanism like the MIA, and we very much welcome that Vietnam has joined this mechanism. When I was talking about cooperation between the EU and the CPTPP, it's in particular for future rulemaking, because that would, as such, represent a critical mass of countries developing rules together. And as you were mentioning artificial intelligence, well, we took the initiative in the EU to regulate on ethical artificial intelligence, and we're happy to see that Vietnam is taking the lead in this region with the development of its own legislation that was largely inspired by EU rules and that will be adopted by the National Assembly in the current plenary session, which is very encouraging, and that's by setting those good examples that we can have more people joining and sharing the same values and principles. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Ambassador Wing?
I just want to say that I'm in agreement with the comments made by all the ambassadors here, Ambassador of Japan, Canada, and the EU. There are a lot of areas we cannot just sit still, and we have to act. And one of the ways that we have to act is through promoting international cooperation and through multilateralism at both regional and global level. So I think that Vietnam will be the chair of APEC in 2027, together with Singapore, 2027 chairman of ASEAN. So trade facilitation and free trade will be very much important topics here. Another example, Vietnam is also planning to host the ASEAN Future Forum next year. And that will be very much an initiative to further promote regional cooperation and multilateralism in order to enhance international and regional cooperation, even though it is within the context of ASEAN. So I agree with all that we can still take initiatives to promote multilateralism and cooperation. Thank you.
And plurilateralism as well, right? Okay. Ambassador Margaret Beth?
I shall be very brief. Only 3 points. Transparency is not aggressive, but important. Attributing acts of aggression is important. My own government has not always been so keen and quick in attributing acts of aggression. I'm very happy to say that this has really changed. And also, we need to transcend our own immediate concerns in our own neighborhood. So the rules-based order is not just something we are interested in if violations take place close to our shores, but we should call them out wherever they happen. That's not easy politically, but it really should be done whenever possible.
Thank you very much. Transparency, attributions, and be able to speak out against violations of the rules-based international order, regardless of where it happens, right? Thank you very much. And if I may, I'd like to suggest one more important measure, and that is you continue to support the South China Sea Conference series and come to this conference. Thank you very much. Now, let us open up for the Q&A, and I see a lot of hands. So I'll go from left to right. So Jay first, and then someone down there, yes, the gentleman, and then the lady, Ngọc Hân. Jay, please. I think you have a mic on your table, so just press and use the mic.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to the excellencies who supported the transparency efforts of the Philippine government. Over the past 2 years, since we launched the transparency initiative of the Philippine government with regard to the South China Sea, we realized that the reputational damage is not something that would compel the People's Republic of China to adhere to the international law. My question is to His Excellency from Canada, Germany, and Japan, being members of G7 countries. How can we come up with collective, tangible actions that would really hold China accountable, or for them to recognize and be compelled to adhere to the international law? Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I'll collect a few more questions and then I'll return to our ambassadors. Please.
Yeah,
Can you briefly introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Jan Asmussen, German Center of Excellence at Thammasat University in Bangkok. Ambassador Guerrier pointed out how strong the group is that you are representing, that it's not a middle power. Now, my question is, each of you expressed your wish to enhance security in the region. But the question is, how coordinated are actually your efforts? As an example, if we look at enhancing military capabilities, The problem is that we are not acting united, we are acting competitive. And the same question back to the ASEAN example. How united is ASEAN actually when it comes to security architecture in the region? Because each nation has a very different approach. So I would like to sound you out at how we can get closer to cooperation and coordination, as you already hinted at. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the question of this whole conference, unity. Thanks. Hun, Ngọc Hun, please. Can you pass on the mic to your neighbor? Just right. Okay, thank you. Just speak to it. It's going to speak up. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Han Lei from the DAV. I would like to ask a question to His Excellency Ambassador Julien Guerrier. 2 questions, please. My first question is that we recognize EU's engagement effort to strengthen peace in our region. But I would like to know what challenge does the EU have in this effort? Maybe there must be more than what I can imagine, but we cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore EU's challenges related to its internal affairs, like budgetary constraints, some other security challenges, internal solidarity, etc. So how can EU ensure this engagement lasting and substantial instead of being a kind of symbol? Thank you. It's my second question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rex May, and then anyone here? Okay, I see a lot of hands from my right-hand side. So Rex May, and then I'll move on. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. I have 2 questions. First one to Ambassador Winch. In your view, what are the prospects of U.S.-China relation? In particular, how persistent they are in trying to contest the current and the future world order we live in. Yesterday's discussion centered on the theme that for ASEAN, particularly U.S.-China confronting each other too much is bad, but cozying up too much also not so good. So can they meet halfway and try to promote the theme of this panel, peace through shared responsibility, but not solely on strength, you know? So I would like to hear your view on that. My second question is referred to Ambassador Naiyaki. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your interesting insight on the new Prime Minister priority, very clear. But I would like to ask a few questions. Under her leadership, what Japan potential top priority in engaging ASEAN, particularly security, cooperation, and economic security? Do we expect to see any major policy changes from Japan toward ASEAN under Prime Minister Takaichi? Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to choose sides. So for the first round of question, I'm going to choose the left-hand side of the hall, and then on the second round, I'll go to this hall. So please wait, be patient. I'll come to you. Now let me return to the ambassadors. And if you found the questions on the screen from the online audience, you may try to answer any of them as well, if you are interested in those questions. Please.
Yes, on the question regarding the G7 and how the G7 might usefully help address a course of activity in the South China Sea. Well, as I had mentioned earlier, that discussion did take place this year amongst G7 partners and with other like-mindeds who were invited to those sessions for discussions on maritime security and prosperity. I think the important point, though, however, coming out of those meetings is that the G7, with again like-minded partners, act in unison, act with unity, act collectively. One, to make the positions of G7 countries absolutely clear to aggressors or violators of international law, so there's no uncertainty about the position that those countries take on these issues. That can perhaps contribute to a deterrence in some cases. But I guess more materially would be for G7 countries to coordinate and provide material support to the victims of coercion to help strengthen their resilience in the face of such coercive tactics.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Julian, would you like to take up the questions of how to engage, to continue the EU engagements with region, given that it has a lot of business to do at home?
Yes, there were indeed several questions. One about the coordination between us. Indeed, we are all present here in the South China Sea. You heard our common interest. I wouldn't say we are here in competition, not at all. In terms of coordination within the EU, we are trying to ensure coordinated maritime presence and have joint programs, but there is certainly more scope to develop cooperation with other partners here on the panel. Now, yes, it is true that we may be far away, the EU, and have military means that are now very much focused on building up our capacity to resist to challenges closer to home with a very aggressive Russia at our borders. Nevertheless, as I underlined, and as the question here on the screen underlines, everything is linked and our security depends on the security of this region as well. The question talks about one theater concept. We see the presence of North Korean troops in Ukraine. We see that without the support of Asian powers, the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine would have stopped long ago. So certainly we are investing more and more. You see more and more naval presence here. And there are a lot of things that we can do beyond capacity building, but also cooperating and exchanging experience on maritime security, security of strategic assets, fight against terrorism in the region. And I believe that this is something that through programs like ESIWA, Enhancing Security in and with Asia, which contributes to this conference, Crimerio on critical maritime routes that I mentioned earlier, and more generally bilateral twinning projects, we can increasingly contribute to the security of the region and vice versa.
Thank you. Ambassador of Japan, would you like to elaborate on what you think the policy changes would be under the new Prime Minister's ship? Just speak to the mic. It will turn on by itself. No?
Yeah, it's coming. Thank you for asking question. I'm so pleased that audience having some high expectation on this new government of Japan. It may be a bit unusual these days. But so far, we have not seen much of the sign of a clear change of policy. So in terms of foreign policy, very much the continuation of the previous Prime Minister's government under LDP. So free open Indo-Pacific is a good example of the continuation of policy. But I think important phenomena back in Japan is that approval rate for Takaichi is so high, 70%, 80% domestic opinion is supporting the administration. So highest in 25 years. When Koizumi Junichiro became Prime Minister, approval rate was that high, 70%, 80%. So this means that there will be a room for maneuverability She would like to see more of what is taking place outside Japan. Of course, it's very important to deal with the economic situation domestically, but at the same time, with the backing of the Japanese people, I think she may be tempted to exert more leadership on the affairs of the world. So of course, cornerstone of Japanese security of Indo-Pacific, Japan-US alliance, and this was reconfirmed when Takaichi hosted Mr. Trump there. And also, inevitably, economic security is the area any of those leaders in the region or in the world need to focus on. So there was agreement between Madam Takaichi and Mr. Trump on critical mineral rare earth arrangement. So supply chain resilience is also an issue. So those issues which are required for any leader, and in particular Japanese leader, to do, I'm sure that she can make an effort so that some sort of tangible efforts can be done. And a good sign was that she started her diplomatic engagement with ASEAN countries. So unity with ASEAN was very much high on the agenda for Prime Minister Takaichi. I'm sure she will continue to do so, and hopefully she'll be able to come to this part of the region, if not this year, early part of next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Naoki. Ambassador Wing, please.
Hello. I will touch upon two questions, one related to US-China and implications for the region. The second one is about coordination among middle powers. So for different countries, we will see differently on how US and China relationships are taking place right now. But one general comment is that they are in competition, in fierce competition. And they will have more competitions than cooperation, but I call it this stage of their relationship as managed rivalry and competition. It is managed. No one from China or no one from the US will wish to have this relationship coming to a collision or conflict. So they try to compete to be more prominent, but at the same time, they try to manage it. That's why. The second point is that the fluctuations and instability in the relationship of these two biggest countries and economies certainly will impact on all regions of the world. And we have seen, for example, in Southeast Asia, our supply chains are very much dependent on China and on the US. So when the tariffs come, and when the competition and rivalry between the two are coming, though we, the smaller countries in Southeast Asia, are facing the disruption of trade and economic flows. So that's very much important that on how we can influence back and try to keep some sort of level of stability. Tariffs should not be good, especially reciprocal tariffs should not be good, but we try to manage at a level that we can survive. We can survive, but at the same time, we have the agencies to build further and to strengthen further. For example, internal ASEAN integration, like strengthening or upgrading the Antigua, the ASEAN framework agreement on trade in goods, for example. We are attempting the digital economy through the framework DEFA, for example, and we're also upgrading ASEAN-China FTA 3.0 now. But I still think that we need both US and China, and in a way that we are living in a world of headwinds and difficulties, but we should try to manage. One of the facts that we cannot avoid is that they are competing, and so we will face the headwinds, but at the same time, we can still manage to mitigate the headwinds and try to be in a way that we can survive. That's the way I think it is. Now, on the question of coordination among middle powers, very often we have two different ways of coordinating. One is through the mechanism of like-minded countries on issues like this or like that. And the other one is that we have common regional frameworks like ASEAN or EU to coordinate. And we have been coordinating, but the question here is not about coordination, we cannot be united. I might guess that one. So I will argue like this. Even with less coordination, it is still better than no coordination, that's one thing. But here in the region of Southeast Asia, we need to understand the nuances of our coordination and relationship vis-a-vis the major powers. One general picture is that no one in this region of Southeast Asia will be 100% with China against the US, and no one will be 100% with the US against China. We are trying to manage at different level in a way that we can be in a position to have relations and cooperation with both the US and China. That's very critical for us here. So sometimes we can agree, sometimes we cannot agree, but the general feeling of the House in ASEAN is something like that. Point number two is that we will not trap ourselves into the binary choice. That is, we need both the US and China, but at the same time, we are exploring opportunities to enhance our relations with other countries, including the EU, Canada, Japan, Germany, and others. Here in the region, we have Japan, Korea, Australia, India, and many of us trying to do it that way. Many of us do it that way. I've been doing in ASEAN for quite a time in the past, and sometimes ASEAN is criticized for 1% of disagreement, but nobody recognizes 99% in agreement. For example, climate change or sea and maritime cooperation in general. But anything that ASEAN is in disagreement is a critically important question, and we will be reviewing back and forth on that question, including on the question of South China Sea. If, let's see, imagine there's no ASEAN, there will be no talks about South China Sea. There will be no linking point for coordination and dialogue between ASEAN and China, between ASEAN and the other dialogue partner on this one. We are still far away to achieving a satisfactory mechanism of managing the South China Sea, but we are on the way to do that, and I think it's better than nothing. Thank you very much, then.
Thank you. Okay, shall we go for another round? All right, there are a lot of hands, so I'm going to go to my friend Simon, and then to the young leaders. DAV, you have to wait, sorry. So Simon first, and then the young leaders. And then to Jane, because you are new in the conference room, and then Lê Hồng Hiệp, and then to Siêu Mun. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Song from Taiwan. I have one question and one comment, very short. One question is about the South China Sea COC negotiation. As we know, the South China Sea, by definition, is not an enclosed sea in the international law. So we think, in my opinion, the fate of the COC negotiation, and among other issues, should not be decided solely by ASEAN and China, especially given the asymmetric power between ASEAN and China. So I think its importance of the South China Sea extends way beyond to this region, impact Canada, impact EU and Germany, and particularly in Japan. So how should we, this so-called extra regional country, have more say in the future of this negotiation? That's my question. My comment is just want to respond to our scholar from Beijing yesterday. He made a comment about the South China Sea claim. PRC inherited those claims from ROC, the Republic of China. I want to thank him for recognizing my country. But at the same time, I need to politely point out the difference. Taiwan's approach to the South China Sea issue is very different from China. In short, Taiwan is peace-loving, Taiwan fully respects international law, and Taiwan insists on the peaceful resolution of disputes. And especially, we don't use water cannon, and we don't ram into other vessels, and we don't employ the military militia. But we do ask to have a say on the table to decide the future of the South China Sea issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, young leaders. Next, maybe the lady next to you.
Yes, my name is Hang, and I'm from Fulbright University. First, I would like to thank the ambassadors for their valuable insight. I think my question would be directed towards His Excellency Julian and Her Excellency Helga. So there is a very strong emphasis on Europe's interest and commitment to hold economic security in the South China Sea in accordance with the principles of international law. However, many ASEAN member states are also deeply engaged with China, who is a vital economic and trade partner for Southeast Asia. My question is, how might Europe's pursuit of economic security in the South China Sea come into tension with ASEAN's regional political economy, particularly given the bloc's deep economic interdependence with China? Thank you.
Okay, one more question from the young leader, maybe on the other row, the row behind. Okay, the gentleman, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for the insight. So before I start, I would like to introduce myself as my name is Nguyễn Hữu Thịnh. That's my full name. I am from Duy Tân University, and I'm also the participant in the Young Leaders programs. So for my question is that we're having an insight about peace through shared responsibilities, but the point is the whole world, let alone the ASEAN region, wish to unite together to get into world peace. But the problem is there are many international rules in the whole world, but many people, they consider it as something, it is like a trade-off, because for the followers, they likely to get into disadvantages, but for the one who violate them, they think it's a trade-off. It's like they buy something and then like they receive something that makes their items less valuable, so they call it as a trade-off. However...
Can you go to the question, please? We
yes,
don't have much time.
Yes. So I would like to ask, like, will there be stricter rules that like can make us go into the world peace more than ever? And also, what really is the climate change? As I think the only things that is changing frequently is the weather, because climate is always stable for billions of years. And that is my opinions, and that's my questions. Thank you very much. And I would like Mr. Vinh to answer for my questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Jane, please.
Thank you very much, Sun. Jane Chan from the Rajaratnam School, Singapore. Ambassador Vinh spoke about the need to engage for ASEAN to engage China more. So if I may direct a question to the other panelists, it was clear in your remarks that what you and your country stood in opposition to, but perhaps you can comment on any positive trajectory in engaging with China. So we heard about the CPTPP, but any other examples, please? Thank you.
Wonderful. Lê Hồng Hiệp, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. Good morning, ambassadors. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. I'm Lê Hồng Hiệp from the Asia Institute in Singapore. I have two questions. The first question goes to Ambassador Jim Nichol. So just 2 days ago, Canada and the Philippines signed an important agreement, the Status of Visiting Forces Agreement. I believe this is the first agreement, such agreement that Canada has signed with a regional country. My question is, Is there any plan for Canada to sign similar agreements with any other countries in the region? And in that connection, I would like to ask a related question, if possible. So, to my understanding, there is an indication of, the fact that recent tensions between Canada and the U.S. that do not seem to generate any problems for military cooperation between the two countries. I would like to seek your comments whether that is the case or whether there are indeed challenges for U.S.-Canada military cooperation due to the recent tensions between the two countries. My second question goes to Ambassador Ito Naoki. So thank you very much for sharing your insights on the new policies of Prime Minister Takaichi on regional issue. But I would like to elaborate a bit further on the South China Sea issue. Specifically, Prime Minister Takaichi has pledged to increase Japan's military spending to around 2% of Japan's GDP. So in that context, can we expect Japan to continue or to increase maritime capacity building assistance for regional countries, including Vietnam? And I would like to seek your insights or comments on the prospects of Japan exporting arms and military equipment to the region. Are there any opportunities and challenges for that prospect going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Hong Hiep Simun, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Excellencies. I will seek indulgence to ask a rather naughty question, if I may. For the past 1.5 days, we have been hearing a lot of discussion on one particular black sheep in the South China Sea, and understandably so, it's about China. If I may bring our discussion to a larger context to perhaps bring the other black sheep into the discussion. I'm talking specifically in terms of the United States, who under the Trump administration has done a lot to undermine international order, either in the World Trade Organization, UN agencies, and so on, and definitely free trade. So in that context, I would like to seek to position my question, that a question that is often asked to us about ASEAN, on the question of choosing sides, whether we choose US or China. So I wanted to turn that question to our non-ASEAN ambassador on the panel. Do you face similar pressure of having to choose sides in your respective countries? And if you do have to choose a side, which side would you choose between the black sheep that is China and then the other black sheep that is the United States? Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you very much. I believe that there are still a lot more questions in the room, but I'm afraid I have to cut it off here because some ambassadors have to rush to the airport right after this. So can I turn to the ambassadors and please choose the question that you would like to respond to in a very brief manner. Ambassador Margaret Berth, please.
Hello. I'd like to respond to the sheep question. Black sheep, the black sheep question. The problem for middle and even smaller powers is that the black sheep are just there. The superpowers, they are a reality, and if they were not superpowers, if we weren't dependent on them in one way or the other. So for us Europeans, we're dependent on US engagement in Europe. This is especially true for nuclear deterrence. So I just can't envision European security completely without the US. And every time some troop movement emerges, some ideas about troop movement in out of Europe emerges in the media, we are kind of, okay, what is this? Is this the great withdrawal? So this is a reality we have to deal with. And the other reality is that we in Europe are very dependent on China as manufacturers, manufacturing in China under increasingly difficult conditions, and as traders who are dependent on the Chinese market. But we need China also for, as I mentioned, the delivery or just having a market of rare earths where we can we can purchase them. If China, so to speak, closes the pipeline, we are really in dire straits. So I'm a political, a diplomatic practitioner, and not someone working at a think tank. But that's what you just asked us is the $1 million question. So reducing our dependencies is, I think, very important, and there is a lot of hard thinking. I mean, we were dependent on Russia for gas deliveries, and quite amazing, especially Europe, especially Germany, and quite amazingly we managed that. I mean, we had politicians speaking out about a very cold winter because there were no gas deliveries, and we didn't have any reserves because we had become overly dependent. We had trust for Russia. We had so much, we really trusted in this interdependence, and that was a huge mistake, and we've corrected that. I think that's something that is going to keep us all busy in the next couple of years, how to put our eggs in many more baskets, reduce dependencies, and not to be as dependent as we are now from two very big powers.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Maybe a 1-minute response to a very small question.
Yes, I will be very short. I fully agree with the comments that the South China Sea should not be only dealt with by ASEAN and China. Indeed, if there is one message you heard from this panel is how strongly we are all interested from other regions in the world in the South China Sea. We are seeking a deeper integration and participation in regional fora, ARF, ADMM+, so ASEAN has the possibility to include us and increase cooperation. One word, countries seeing not respecting international rules as a trade-off or an interest for themselves, well, it is up to us to make it more interesting for everybody to follow the rules rather than to violate them. We have sanctions that we have applied against Russia, for instance, but including in the trade rules, it is up to us, Vietnam, ASEAN countries, the EU, to make sure that we treat our FTA trading partners better than we treat the trade bullies that do not respect and final comment to build on what the German ambassador just said. We have learned the hard way what over-dependence means on Russian gas, on US security, on Chinese market. So if there is one message to your question, how do we cooperate in the context of many countries being deeply integrated with China here? Well, the message is make sure that you don't make the same mistakes as we made earlier on, and that you fight for your strategic autonomy, your economic independence. We have learned lessons. We are ready to share them with you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador of Canada.
Yeah. Good. Thanks very much. I think I've got 3 questions to answer here. In terms of positive trajectory in Canada's relations with the People's Republic of China, yes, we have some. It's the short answer. Fairly recent, too. I'll go in reverse order. So just recently, of course, Prime Minister Carney, our new Prime Minister, met with President Xi Jinping in South Korea on the margins of the APEC meeting. So that was the first meeting of leaders between those two countries in 8 years. So that's a step forward. If I back up from that, we could go to the beginning of the new Canadian government under Prime Minister Carney, starting in July, where we began with China to have political security dialogues at senior levels of our foreign ministry. We've had our foreign minister travel to Beijing to have meetings with Wang Yi. We've had our agricultural minister, because our largest export product to to the People's Republic of China is agriculture and agri-food products. So our agricultural minister was there. Our environment minister was also just recently, in the last couple of months, I guess it was September, August perhaps, was there for dialogues on a plurilateral arrangement that we have with China that Canada began back in 1993, where Canada, through our international development assistance, invested heavily in raising China's capabilities to address environmental issues. That's been going since 1993, and our environment minister there co-chaired that plurilateral meeting with a number of other states with the Chinese environmental minister. I'm expecting we'll have resumption of some of the bilateral consultative mechanisms that we have with China. I believe on the books we have about 23 of those, from finance, economics, environment, agriculture, pick a topic. There's a bilateral consultative mechanism that we have with China. All of those have been dormant for since December 2018, but they will be resurrected now. So I would call all of that positive trajectory in the relationship with the People's Republic of China. I might just say, though, just on the point of dependence, sort of trade dependency or vulnerabilities, Canada is, I guess, compared to our ASEAN friends, maybe in a little bit better position. Actually, China only accounts for about 4% of Canada's exports globally. 4%. So it's important. But that represents about 25 days of Canadian exports to the United States. So that's just to put that in context. So when we think about vulnerability, dependence, that sort of thing. There was another question about whether there's a reference to the Station of Forces agreement between Canada and the Philippines, and whether Canada might be looked to do similar things with other partners in the region. I would say that we'd absolutely be open to that. Of course, there's lots of negotiations that need to take place, and levels of trust, etc., would have to be in place. We do, of course, have other arrangements short of a Stationing of Forces agreement. I mentioned earlier in the piece that, for example, with Vietnam, we have 2 defense and security arrangements, which focus on capabilities and collaboration on training and other sorts of aspects, search and rescue, humanitarian assistance, other factors like that in the military range. But we also have high-level defense and security dialogues with ASEAN partners. So that would be something of that sort. I think part of the question as well was whether, if I understood this correctly, there was a question about the status of Canada-U.S. defense cooperation, if that's what the question was. Well, I think, as everyone perhaps may know in the room, Canada has a long-standing defense and security relationship with the United States. We have a shared command of continental security, so the North America Air Defense is, the command of that is shared between Canada and the United States. We have really deep interoperability with U.S. forces. We exercise together, we train together. We're, of course, both members of NATO. And we have a very close military-industrial connection as well. The Canadian defense industry is completely integrated with the U.S. defense industry. Just an interesting little anecdote on this is about 50% of the aluminum that goes into U.S. defense products comes from Canada. Now, curiously enough, under Section 201, President Trump has put a 50% tariff on that aluminum that we provide to the U.S. military industry. So I'm not quite sure what the rationale was behind that, but it seems like a self-inflicted wound. Choosing between black sheep and black sheep, I guess it was. Those were the 2 options. I guess the Canadian approach to this then is, we can get along with the black sheep as well. We'll point out their defaults, absolutely. But our approach will be to, the important things that our new government is doing is, one, strengthening our domestic economy so that we are better placed to play internationally. And two, to seek out more reliable trade and security partners in ASEAN, in the Indo-Pacific, and in Europe. So I think those are the two approaches that we'll take to dealing with the black sheep.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, I know you have to rush to the airport. If there's any last thing that you'd like to...
Since there was a question about Takaichi's policy on defense spending, because she's accelerating the pace of increase of defense spending, so that will reach soon to the 2% GDP level. Whether this could be the sign that Japan's engagement in the defense sphere with countries in the region is also going to be enhanced, that's not yet certain. But hopefully even the budget allocated to the framework of cooperation like OSA, this official security assistance will be increased. Although this is the budget to be allocated to the foreign ministry, not the defense ministry, but also this line of budget will be positively impacted by the policy line of Takaichi. Takaichi clearly instructed to consider whether Japan should and could lift restrictions on the export of defense-related equipment. So far we have a restriction that only non-lethal defense equipment can be exported overseas. But the Defense Minister Koizumi initiated the consultations whether to lift this restriction in the future. This may take a little while, so you may not be able to see the early result, but clearly that's a sort of direction this new administration is looking at. So this could change the future cooperation, collaboration between Japan and the countries in the region. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ambassadors, for the excellent exchange for the first time at the Ambassadors Lounge. I believe that we benefited a lot, and the audience also benefited a lot, and we come out reassured that the world continues to be very important players out there, and there's still plenty of opportunities to unify the world and to strengthen ourselves vis-a-vis the uncertainties that we are both and we are all facing. So thank you very much, and thank you for the audience. And I'm sorry, ambassadors, for dragging you over time, but that shows how interested the audience are on you and your respective countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn and our distinguished ambassadors for this rich and candid discussion. Please enjoy your short coffee break before session 4 begins at 11 a.m. Online participants, thank you for your support so far, and we will be back shortly in 10 minutes. Thank you.
The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth. Only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm? Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability? Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. the South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm? Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability? Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Welcome to Session 4, ASEAN at the Helm. Our discussion today focuses on ASEAN's evolving role in navigating the increasingly complex regional environment, from maritime stability and economic integration to major power competition. As well as we know, ASEAN's strength lies in its centrality. But sustaining that centrality requires leadership, flexibility, and unity. In these sessions, our panelists will help us unpack how ASEAN can steer regional cooperation and manage emerging challenges while maintaining its central role in shaping the regional order. We are privileged to have with us today distinguished panelists from government-linked think tanks, academia, who will bring both analytical depth and policy experience to these discussions. Shall we start with our first speaker, Executive Director, Mr. Raksmehim. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. An honor to be in a panel chaired by you, Ambassador. And thank you and congratulations on Malaysia for the successful chairmanship of ASEAN this year. At the outset, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the kind invitation extended to me to speak at the 17th South China Sea Conference. Thank you, the DAV team, for the kind hospitality and the opportunity to visit the beautiful city of Da Nang, a city filled with natural and historical linkages and one of Vietnam's most important commercial and education center. Entering its 17th year, the SCS conference remained a premier policy-oriented and scholarly forum on the South China Sea, rule-based ocean governance and related regional affairs, including regional security. I would like to sincerely congratulate to DAV for its important leading effort in organizing this prominent flagship conference. As much as been ably said regarding the declining state of the rule-based international order, evolving changes and concern of the regional and international landscape, such as the security dilemma, as well as inherent challenges and limitations faced by ASEAN in addressing regional affairs, including the ongoing disputes in the South China Sea, Cambodia-Thailand border conflict, and the Myanmar crisis, I do not wish to dwell much on this important aspect. Instead, I would like to contribute to this important session by exploring ways that ASEAN as a regional bloc can harness its unity to forge an effective regional leadership in managing regional affairs, particularly enhancing the implementation of its own peaceful dispute settlement mechanisms. Particularly, I will discuss three aspects, namely the genesis of the ASEAN peaceful dispute settlement mechanisms, ASEAN key instrument for Pacific settlement of dispute, including ASEAN Charter and the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, TAC, and way that ASEAN can forge unity to promote a more effective leadership to enhance its own mechanism to manage and address dispute peacefully in the region. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the pursuit of peaceful dispute settlement mechanism was an element of ASEAN establishment back in 1967. At that time, the 5 founding members had emerged as nation-states following the colonial era. They were adjusting to the post-World War II global order, navigating the complex environment of the Cold War politics, and maneuvering intra-regional dispute and tensions. ASEAN formation followed several failed attempts to create a workable regional framework involving 2 or more Southeast Asian states, including Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, Seattle in 1954, the Southeast Asia Friendship and Economic Treaty, CFET in 1959, championed by Malaysia, the Association of Southeast Asia, ASA, in 1961, and Mafilindo in 1963. In its early stages, ASEAN survival hinged on its member states recognizing the need for an acceptable regional code of conduct that would manage and foster intra and extra-regional relations and promote cooperation on mutual interests and concerns. Peaceful dispute settlement mechanisms were central to such code. Achieving this required time to nurture trust and confidence among ASEAN members. Since the beginning, consultation and consensus have been part of ASEAN modus operandi to ensure the comfort level of all its members was met. Following the victory in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos in 1975, there was heightened urgency for ASEAN to have a legally binding regional treaty to govern interstate relations, as well as those between ASEAN and non-ASEAN states. In February 1976, ASEAN adopted the Treaty of Amity Cooperation in Southeast Asia, TAC, at its first summit, originally intended as an attempt to foster constructive relations among the AMS and also between them and non-ASEAN states. The TAC stood the test of time from the height of the Cold War to the post-Cold War environment. The TAC continued to be a fundamental regional instrument for ASEAN intra and extra-regional relations. As of July 2025, 57 high contracting parties have acceded to TAC. At the same summit in 1976, ASEAN also adopted the Declaration of ASEAN Concord that called for the study of a new constitutional framework for ASEAN. This was the basis of the ASEAN Charter, which came into force in 2008. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, due to the legally binding nature, the TAC and ASEAN Charter serve as ASEAN primary reference document defining regional dispute settlement. The TAC has two broad themes, including dispute prevention through efforts such as friendly negotiation among disputed parties, and settlement through regional process like forming a high council. I'm sure many of the people in the room here are experts, so I don't dwell too much on the high council process, but if you have questions, I welcome in the Q&A. Meanwhile, the ASEAN Charter, while integrated the TAC ASEAN, has its own provision on dispute settlement mechanism. The four broad approaches include dispute prevention through dialogue, consultation, and negotiation. Second, ASEAN member states which are disputing party may request the ASEAN chair or Secretary General of ASEAN to provide good offices, conciliation, or mediation. Third, disputes which do not concern the interpretation or application of any ASEAN instrument shall be resolved peacefully in accordance with the TAC and its rule of procedure. And lastly, when a dispute remains unresolved, it shall be referred to ASEAN Summit for decision. Both TAC and ASEAN Charter, I would like to emphasize, do not exclusively restrict the high contracting party and ASEAN member state from pursuing the Pacific settlement of dispute as enshrined in Article 33 of the United Nations. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of ASEAN dispute settlement mechanism, like that of any other regional and international intergovernmental organization, face difficult challenges, particularly in implementation and compliance. ASEAN past and present records of managing disputes show room for improvement, especially in forging consensus among its now 11 diverse members. As ASEAN has provision for peaceful dispute settlement in TAC and ASEAN Charter, which are legally binding, the most important task is for the regional bloc to make this mechanism work. This task is not easy because fundamentally the effectiveness of ASEAN dispute settlement mechanism depends on the comfort level of each member state vis-a-vis one another and ASEAN as a regional organization. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the utility of ASEAN dispute settlement mechanism has come under scrutiny amid growing security challenges. Now, while there is no doubt that the external circumstances and pressure present challenges to ASEAN, forging unity within ASEAN itself is equally challenging. In my view, if ASEAN intends to exhibit an effective leadership in enhancing peaceful dispute settlements on pressing regional challenges, solicit an internal cohesion within ASEAN is the most important task given the reality that national interests defined by each member state do not necessarily always go hand in hand with the collective regional interests. Forging, in my view, regional unity through defending and enhancing regional interests should not be viewed by ASEAN member states as sacrificing their national interests. Rather, it should be viewed as reinforcing their national interests. Given challenges to the regional peace and security are profound and increasingly boundary, soliciting regional boundary unity requires that all member states incorporate regional interests as the key part of national interest. Doing so, we require a lot of discussion, and I will trail into detail and suggestion when we have time during Q&A. On that note, I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raksmi. I think you are correct to bring us back to the origin of ASEAN. I think it's a very good start. I think we will definitely have more discussion after this. Next, our speakers, Dr. Nguyen Thi Tui Chang. Dr. Chang is the head of the Department of International Development Studies at the Faculty of International Studies, VNU University of Social Science and Humanities. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. Ambassador, good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I would like to say congratulate to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and the organizing committee for this very successful and excellent conference. And it is my honor to join you here today. In the last 1.5 days, we have listened to speakers discussing the different uncertainties from geopolitical to geoeconomic and technological. And now I'd like to speak about the unity and another uncertainty, climate security. When we talk about ASEAN unity, it is important to remember that this unity has always been existed under the conditions of uncertainty. And the question is, how do we respond to that kind of condition of uncertainty? Do uncertainties divide us, or can they drive us toward greater cooperation? Actually, there are two trajectories. First, uncertainty can lead to disunity. Some general examples include great power rivalry that pull member states in different directions, a political crisis in Myanmar, where ASEAN struggle to act collectively, or the widening economic gaps that create uneven interests and priority. But there's another trajectory, uncertainties that can actually produce unity. When the threats are transboundary and shared, for example, natural disaster or climate change, ASEAN tends to come together. So can ASEAN transform the uncertainty of climate risk into a new source of unity and leadership, particularly in the South? The questions I want to look into. About climate security, it is a securitization of climate issues. It refers to the way that climate change directly and indirectly affects peace and stability. It's not just an environmental issue, it's a security challenge. We can see that rising temperatures, sea level rise, and extreme weather act as threat multiplier. They make existing vulnerabilities worse, for example, by reducing fisheries, displacing coastal communities, or heightening competitions over resources in the South China Sea. In other words, climate threat can intensify tensions where grievance already exists. But this is also where ASEAN has a unique opportunity. Unlike traditional security threats, climate threats are transboundary and non-zero-sum and common security challenge. No single state, large or small, claimant or non-claimant, can handle them alone. So climate is an uncertainty for all. They require cooperation, coordination, and information sharing, precisely the kinds of things that ASEAN was built to do. So my main argument is why ASEAN leadership on traditional security issues is constrained by division and great power rivalry. Climate cooperation offers a niche arena for ASEAN to demonstrate unity, agencies, and leadership in the South China Sea. So how exactly is climate security connected to the South China Sea? It's not an abstract risk, it is very direct and visible in 3 dimensions. About the physical threats, we can see that sea level rise already threatening coastal zone and island infrastructure, including those occupied or claimed by the member state of ASEAN. Intensifying typhoon, saltwater intrusion, and coral bleaching are degrading the marine ecosystem that millions of people depend on. These are not distant risks, they are happening now, and they affect everyone regardless sovereignty lies. Second, human security impact. When fishery collapse, coastal livelihood collapse too, and that quickly feed into maritime dispute over access to fish and resources. Displaced coastal communities create migration pressures which can trigger new forms of instability within and across borders. Finally, there is a strategic outcome. All this shared vulnerability creates a shared incentive to cooperate. If ASEAN and its partners can establish common climate monitoring or adaptation programs in the South China Sea, those can function as confidence-building measures among claimants. But there is also a deeper question here. Why would this time make any difference? Because ASEAN has talked about environmental cooperation for several decades, but why could climate security actually transform unity and certainty now, and centrality now? I propose 4 reasons for this. First is the strategic shift, reframing climate change as a security challenge, not a side issue, will elevate climate policy into the center of ASEAN's agenda, not just under environment minister, but as a cross-pillar priority. Second, there is a growing demand for ASEAN leadership here. Major powers, the United States, Japan, the EU, Australia, all of them now include climate security in their Indo-Pacific strategy. So this opens a space for ASEAN to play a bridging role, connecting this competing initiative into a kind of cooperation instead of competition. And third, the ASEAN is not starting from zero. We already have institutions like AHA Center, AMME, the Working Group on Climate Change, and very new ASEAN Center for Climate Change that has currently been established in the 47th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur. All those already provide an operational base for ASEAN. So what is missing is not structure, but a strategic integration, turning those scattered projects into coordinate regional framework. And finally, and I think the most important point, is that climate security can shape the mindset of the next generation of ASEAN leaders. By engaging with a cooperative, transboundary agenda, younger policymakers and diplomats will develop a sense of shared responsibility, a habit of cooperation, and a confidence to lead collectively. While climate security can link ASEAN's unity and centrality, we also need to recognize that ASEAN's central role is not guaranteed, but it is expected or even demanded by others. External actors increasingly see ASEAN as a necessary convener rather than a decisive leader. For example, the United States and its allies promote a rules-based Indo-Pacific, but still rely on ASEAN forums to keep dialogue open with China. Meanwhile, China prefers ASEAN leadership precisely because it's limited. It offers a familiar non-confrontation format where Beijing can participate. So ASEAN centrality here reflects functional convenience, not fully political trust. But this external demand also puts pressure on ASEAN to deliver something concrete. Major partners increasingly look for climate cooperation that produce measurable outcomes, for example, data sharing, resilience funding, or emissions tracking. If ASEAN continue to only convene meetings without visible outcome, its credibility will decline. Therefore, climate security is a double-edged opportunity for ASEAN. It gives ASEAN a chance to remain relevant, but it also exposes its weaknesses, slow coordination, consensus paralysis, and fragmented institutions. External powers will engage only as long as ASEAN translates dialogue into cooperation. So the expectation here is very clear. ASEAN does not need to lead through power, but through performance. If it can turn climate security into a field of practitioner cooperation, centrality will be earned, not assumed. But turning this idea into reality requires institutional integration and policy innovation. This step tangible outcomes, moving ASEAN from dialogue to delivery, and aligning this effort with UNCLOS and the Paris Treaty would give it both legal grounding and international legitimacy. That's why I chose a quite ambitious title for my speech, to argue that climate security should become the fourth pillar for peace of ASEAN. If ASEAN can institutionalize climate security within its peace architecture, it will not only address today's environmental issue, but also prove that real leadership lies in collective action under shared vulnerabilities and in uncertainties. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. It reminds me ASEAN unity exists under uncertainty exactly 2 years after Vietnam joined ASEAN in 1997. ASEAN faced Asian economic crisis, so it is still, your topic is very relevant. Thank you very much. Next, our speaker is from Laos, Mr. Asoka Rasapon, who is the had a very vast experience in diplomatic world. And he has been with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now he is in a research, strategic research institute. The floor is yours, Mr. Rapapon.
Thank you. Distinguished moderator, Excellency Dato Tang Yang Thai, Ambassador of Malaysia, and esteemed panelists, colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, first of all, I'd like to join my Cambodian colleagues to express our sincere congratulations for Malaysians over the year of the successful chairmanship of ASEAN. And also, let me also to congratulate and also express my sincere appreciations to DAV for extending your invitations for me to participate in these very important gatherings. And I think it's a very timely organizations, and we try to talk more about the South China Sea and the roles of what is the ASEAN should do. And my remarks, of course, will focus on how ASEAN's role could be further strengthened, and in particular in managing the South China Sea. And of course, we know that the South China Sea has long stood as one of the most vital maritime space in the regions, and a sea that nourish economy, sustain communities, and connects our nations. Its significance extends beyond geography. It is the lifeline of Southeast Asia growth, carrying a third of global maritime trades and supporting the livelihoods of millions. ASEAN collective leadership has served as a stabilizing force, demonstrating that even amidst diverse national interests, the regions can come together in pursuit of the shared peace and prosperities. So the declarations of the conduct of the party in South China Sea, or the DOC, adopted in 2002, was actually a milestone in this particular journey. It reflects the shared aspirations of ASEAN and China to manage the disputes peacefully, uphold international law, and to foster this mutual trust. And over these past 2 decades, the DOC has provided an essential platforms for the dialogue, restraints, and cooperations. Through the mechanisms such as the senior officials meetings on the implementations of DOC, or we call it the SOM DOC, and the joint working groups, or JWG DOC, ASEAN and China have institutionalized regular exchanges that have helped to prevent conflicts, escalations, and to promote confidence buildings. The collaborative efforts in maritime scientific research, environmental protections, and navigations safety have further reinforced these spirits of cooperations. Ladies and gentlemen, why these achievements should not be understated, we must also acknowledge the limitations that have constrained the DOC's effectiveness. Its non-binding nature, lack of enforcement mechanism, and the persistence of unilateral activities have tested the framework's credibilities. Moreover, the evolving geopolitical environments with intensifying major power competitions and emerging security challenges has posed new tests to the ASEAN unity and centralities. Against these backdrops, the transitions from the DOC to a binding and effective Code of Conduct, COC, represents not only a logical next steps, but also a necessary one. The COC process is an opportunity for ASEAN and China to transform the principles into the practice and to move from words to actions that can sustain peace and ensure the rule-based maritime order. So from my perspective, this process must be guided by 3 key principles. Number 1, first, the COC should be anchored in international law, particularly the 1982 conventions, the UNCLOS, which provide the legal frameworks for the rights and obligations of the states in maritime affairs. Second, the COC must be practical, inclusive, and implementable, focusing on achievable commitments such as a communication hotline, joint training, risk reduction measures, and transparency mechanism. Third, and most importantly, the COC must reflect ASEAN centralities and unity, ensuring that our regions, not external power, remains the main architects of this maritime future. So ASEAN's strength has always been its abilities to build consensus, to transform the differences into dialogue, and maintain peace through cooperations rather than confrontations. The South China Sea issues, therefore, should not be viewed solely as a source of divisions, but as a test of ASEAN collective resilience and diplomatic innovations. Excellencies, as we look ahead, ASEAN leaderships in the South China Sea will depend on our abilities to act proactively and cohesively. The entails several complementary approach, strengthening regional mechanism, enhance the mandates and the responsiveness of existing body, the SOM DOC, and the working groups DOC to improve the monitoring, early warnings, and the crisis managements. Secondly, promoting joint development and sustainabilities. Encourage cooperative ventures in the fisheries, maritime scientific research, energy explorations that benefit all while safeguarding the maritime environments. 3, to enhancing capacity buildings and information sharing, supporting technical cooperations among the ASEAN member states to improve our maritime law enforcement, domain awareness, and legal expertise. 4, fostering the people-to-people and academic exchange, building the shared understandings of maritime heritage and collective sense of ownership of the South China Sea is a sea of peace, friendship, and cooperations. Ladies and gentlemen, as a landlocked country, Laos, we may not be a direct claimant state in the South China Sea, but we deeply understand the significance of maritime peace and stability to our shared prosperities. And for Laos, ASEAN unity and centrality are not abstract concepts. They are essential conditions for regional stabilities and developments. The Laos, or Lao PDRs, therefore, reaffirms its unwavering supports for the ASEAN process, including the early conclusions of an effective, substantive, and binding code of conduct that is consistent with international law and reflective of mutual respect and trust. In conclusions, let us remember that South China Sea is not only a space of contestations, but also must be an area of cooperations. The DOC has laid a strong foundations. It is now up upon us to build upon it with the COC that is forward-looking, action-oriented, and truly reflects ASEAN collective wills. As we strive towards this goal, so let us be guided by the visions of transforming the South China Sea into a sea of peace, friendships, and cooperations, where dialogue prevails over discords, and where ASEAN leadership continues to inspire confidence and trust in the broader international community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asoka Raspon. I think we are going into this topic of South China Sea. It is very important, and I hope we will be able to dwell more into it during the question and answer questions now. Right, next we have Miss Jane Chan. She is the Senior Fellow and Coordinator of the Maritime Security Program at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for the introduction. A very good morning, one and all. A quick word of thanks to DAV for the very kind invitation and generous hospitality. A shout out to President Nguyen Hong San for the privilege to join this gathering once again. I think this series of South China Sea Conference, has gone from strength to strength, so a big congratulations to DAV as well. So when I read the write-up for this panel, I must admit that, some of the keywords, right, are increasingly foreign and not synonymous to the ASEAN that we know. Leadership, unity, addresses crisis, effective tools, just to pick a few. But I also started asking myself, are we expecting too much of ASEAN? Or are we simply using ASEAN as a scapegoat for what? For the challenges or our inability to address some of the tasks at hand. So my friends in the room know that I'm ASEAN critic, which is much easier to do these days than to try to address and to speak to this panel, which is seeking for positive, and constructive ideas. But I'm very lucky to be seated next to my mentor in grad school, the very professor who taught me about institutions and ASEAN, so do direct all the questions to him later, yeah. So now back to the task at hand. To answer some of the questions of this panel, I'm speaking to three broad points, right? First, I will share with you, my assessment of the current state of play in maritime Southeast Asia, and then I'll tease out a couple of value propositions, right, of the ASEAN model of cooperation if there is such a thing. And number 3, to tackle the reality of keeping ASEAN at the driver's seat. So first, on the current state of affairs. We all know that the tension in the South China Sea is no longer about the complex competing territorial and maritime disputes between the claimants. Today, the core contention arising in the South China Sea, in my mind, is about the broader question of universality of laws, rules, and regulation, and the competing vision on the maritime order is what worries me the most. I was not here yesterday, I'm so sorry, but was told that the previous sessions did, draw out some of these competing visions. Having said that, I still do believe that most countries share an interest and are committed to the importance of maintaining freedom of navigation, the free flow of maritime trade, access to global commons in a manner consistent with international law. Many understood the importance of an inclusive maritime order founded upon international rules and norms, which is continued to be crucial for regions' continued growth and prosperity. However, I think it was all clear to us that in Southeast Asia, many views development in the region rather differently, and the assessment of where the future for cooperation lies and what are the risks may differ rather significantly. And if we are critical about things, right, there are very few issues in my mind that can mobilize a whole of ASEAN action. At a certain dimension, the territorial and maritime disputes in the South China Sea are a priority for claimant states. The illegal migration in the Andaman Sea and the sea robbery problems in the Straits of Malacca and Singapore are being managed mainly by the relevant littorals. So those of you following the latest ADMM meeting last week, you would have seen in the KL declaration mentioning of the South China Sea. But to me, more encouragingly, is the adoption of a list of concept papers, right? Amongst others, those dealing with emerging challenges such as critical underwater infrastructure and cyber defense. I believe the ADMM also approved a conference on maritime cyber conference that is part of the AOIP initiatives. So to me, these are small and positive steps within the ASEAN machinery that we should look towards, right? So moving on to the ASEAN model of cooperation, or what I call a model of cooperation. Sure, we are very familiar with, all the critics' assessment of ASEAN and its processes, but if you would, allow me some space to step out of my usual inclination, right, to try to make a pitch on the value proposition of an ASEAN model of cooperation, if I can loosely refer to that, because in my mind, the ASEAN model is not fully exploited and it still has its potential, right? And this model bears two important features. First, it is flexible and inclusive, and number two, has info sharing as a recurring theme. So one advantage, or a key advantage built into the ASEAN and ASEAN-led regional architecture is that it's not only open and inclusive, it's trying to ensure that no single state's influence is exclusive, so to speak. Not China, not the US. Of course, depending on what's priority and constraints, right, the way a state chooses to participate and contribute will differ rather significantly, right? A good illustration is the recurring debate on how certain initiatives within Southeast Asia ought to be region-wide or whether a sub-regional approach can be more practical and effective, right? We have heard about discussion on ASEAN-X approaches. We have the Malacca Straits Patrol and the trilateral cooperative mechanisms. And of course, the ASEAN Maritime Outlook document, right, gave us a list of ASEAN Plus models too. So, there's some value to the AMO beyond the fancy pictures, yeah? But since I'm talking about the AMO is a living document to be updated every 3 years. The process itself creates a huge opportunity in my mind for more in-depth engagements, exchange of views, while we are still thinking about safety, security, and stability in regional waters. If done properly, I think it can catalyze a series of dialogue to engage not just amongst the ASEAN member states, but also dialogue with partners and beyond to show that ASEAN can have a credible maritime agenda. So on the info sharing pit, right, while the need to know principle unfortunately still remains dominant in this part of the world, I think that's a commendable effort, right? A commendable effort in trying to infuse info sharing into as a core component in many of the ASEAN mechanisms. So while technology and the platform that we use to do it is one aspect of the discussion, I think what may be more important, it's relationships that are built to allow for trust and confidence to set in. But even without that trust right now, even without it, we already saw a collective willingness, right, to act, born out of the need for a common maritime picture and a common threat perception. So the Information Fusion Center in Singapore is a very good example of that. So third, on the reality of keeping ASEAN in the driver's seat, right? Sure, power matters, and the fundamental realities of and vulnerabilities of small states have not changed. And small states like Singapore, we can do very little to influence big power, yeah? But Southeast Asian observers, have long argued that the local responses to power can play and have played very significant role, right, in constructive regional order and arguably have enjoyed a marked degree of influence in shaping regional agenda. So Southeast Asian states, I would argue, should continue to look to ASEAN to strengthen their influence as a group, right, and to advance a collective position on issues of common interest. Does it always go as planned? The answer, and the very short answer is no, but we can have a different conference series on that. But unfortunately, as we have seen it recently, right, major power interests or the lack of, right, more aptly, the lack of will threaten ASEAN's credibility as a regional convener, so to speak. I think that word came out earlier on. Small states will, unfortunately, need the goodwill and support of major power to thrive. So as US reviews its role as a global security provider, a key takeaway, for me at least, that some of the choices that the US have made recently hints that, whatever goodwill and support we in Southeast Asia are enjoying right now should not be taken for granted. Having said that, even as US chooses a narrower path than before, prioritizing its self-interest, I would like to believe that no one in Washington will disagree that a peaceful and stable Asia-Pacific is in US own self-interest, right? And frankly, in my mind, the standing of the US, that US enjoy in this part of the world will remain unrivaled for a little while longer. And this is simply based on the fact that of China's proximity to Southeast Asia and the correlating social and political baggages that are not often spoke about, and of course the unresolved disputes and disagreement China has with its Southeast Asian neighbors. So in a way, we could say that, there's still no good fences to make us good neighbors. But this doesn't mean that China can't mend those fences or that the US won't squander its credibility in the region. So to conclude, essentially I'm saying that besides the territorial and maritime disputes in the South China Sea, there are other maritime issues that warrant our attention, that makes for good vehicles for ASEAN to engage regional partners. The question is how regional countries manages these competing interests, and how can we persuade ASEAN member states that the plight of single state is strongly tied to the region's ability to develop integrated and resilient mechanisms. But to answer that, I think we need to listen to the professor. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Chan, for bringing us to the current ASEAN reality. Next, we have Professor Ralph Amos, of course. Professor is from SOAS and used to be working in Singapore, and I'm sure he is expert in Indo-Pacific, and we couldn't wait to hear his insight. And it's good also to have a perspective other than ASEAN. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to start by thanking the DAV for their very kind invitation. I've often had the pleasure of attending this conference, and it's always wonderful to be back in Vietnam. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the British diplomatic mission in Hanoi for my presence here. So I will focus my remarks on the code of conduct. It is very common to hear best wishes on the rapid completion of the COC by ASEAN states, China, and non-regional actors. In fact, most ambassadors who spoke on this podium have done so. And it is a line which is included in all official documents and statements. So I will try to give you some sense of focus of why it has been so difficult to reach and conclude an effective and binding COC, but at the same time repeat the point that it is important to do so in the coming years. Perhaps the best place to start is to ask ourselves, why do we need a COC? And I would argue that the COC is essentially meant to promote a rule-based order system in the semi-enclosed sea of the South China Sea. But perhaps more importantly, it is meant to operate as a crisis management framework when tensions escalate. And we are clearly in need at the moment of such a de-escalation framework. So, as I am the last speaker, I'll be able to be reasonably succinct in some points which have already been highlighted by my co-panelists. ASEAN's conflict management system essentially consists of two parts. One is very familiar to all of you. It's the UN system. It's the principles you can find in the Charter. And ASEAN very effectively applies those concepts in the context of Southeast Asia. National sovereignty, non-interference, non-use of force. But the ASEAN model of conflict management has a second component which is specific to the region. The ASEAN way based on informality, quiet diplomacy, dialogue, self-restraint, consensus building, and so on. As well, of course, as the role of the ASEAN chair and the Secretary General. So when you're looking at ASEAN and Southeast Asia, there is basically one concept you must remember, which is one of neutrality. ASEAN can only operate in the context of the South China Sea dispute if it is viewed as an impartial intergovernmental organization. Any infringement to that impartiality would immediately disqualify ASEAN as a credible and respected actor in trying to address the South China Sea disputes. So this immediately suggests that ASEAN cannot take a stand on sovereignty and the overlapping claims. It can, however, very much endorse the principle of international law and UNCLOS, as well as focus on the negotiation of a code of conduct, and that's what I will now focus on. Sorry for the small print, but essentially, I think it's important to put the code of conduct negotiation in its real historical context. It started in the early 1990s, and it actually led to a first attempt at a code of conduct, which was an informal document signed in 1992 that also included Vietnam at the time when Vietnam was not yet a member of ASEAN. So 1992 is the year when President Clinton won the election in the United States. It's also the year that I graduated from high school. So it was a long, long time ago. And that's an indication, perhaps, of the complexity of reaching a code of conduct, but it's also an indication of the commitment of the association to reach one. So we had complex negotiations throughout the 1990s that led to an interim accord. I think it's important to remember that the 2002 declaration on the Code of Conduct was partly a success, but also an indication of failure. ASEAN at that time was not able to reach a Code of Conduct and decided to approve an interim accord instead, with the hope that it would be a springboard towards a rapid conclusion of a COC. We have had, in the meantime, various steps in that direction. So what are the three areas that have traditionally made it complicated to sign and complete the negotiation? The three areas are, the first is the nature of the agreement itself. Sorry, that would be the second one, but I'll come back to the moment to the first one. What kind of document are we actually negotiating? Is it going to be a legally binding document? Is it going to be a political statement? A second area is what is actually disputed. What are the features to be included? What are the features to be excluded from the negotiation? And finally, what are the areas that should be included into the agreement to try to reduce tensions and the risk of military conflict? Those essentially have been the major stumbling blocks for the completion of a COC since the negotiation officially started in 2014. So why do they remain so problematic? And here I think it's important to remember that not all ASEAN plus one countries agree on the nature of the agreement that they would like to sign. Perhaps important also to remember that there is no immediate consensus among the ASEAN 10, ASEAN 11, I should say now, and congratulations to Timor-Leste for joining the association. Partly because, again, you're dealing with claimant countries, you're dealing with non-claimant countries, you're dealing with claimant countries that may not have similar strategic outlooks on China. We should also be honest to admit that delay tactics are being used for diplomatic purposes. So the limitations are exacerbated partly due to changing geopolitical realities. Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea, great power rivalry certainly does not simplify the completion of a COC. So let me conclude by giving you different scenarios, and I frame them based on questions. The first one, which goes against all the best wishes of diplomats, is that the code of conduct remains an inspirational approach. That actually the point is not to complete it, the point is to have the process of negotiation, because it brings Chinese and Southeast Asian diplomats, it brings them to the same room on a regular basis and provides a conflict management zone for them to discuss areas. Not something that we wish for, but I think it's something that we should leave on the table, that it might actually not be concluded anytime soon, but even if it is not, it could remain relevant as a diplomatic instrument. An instrument that we, for instance, don't have in the East China Sea and other parts of the world. A second question is really the nature of the document. Should we aim for a DOC 2.0 or should we really go for a binding document? I would argue that really after so many years, we should probably aim for a strong document as possible. Third point is ultimately the COC negotiation is linked to ASEAN centrality and conflict management. There is an reputational cost involved in this case, especially as far as ASEAN is concerned. ASEAN's ability to preserve its centrality is partly linked to the completion of how is it phrased, of an effective code of conduct. Finally, I would argue there are no obvious alternatives to a COC negotiation. Joint development of resources have often been mentioned. We have seen very little progress in this area. The minilaterals that we've seen emerge in recent years do not in any way or form provide such instruments. Bilateral negotiations are tricky due to the asymmetry of power involved, and so it is probably less effective for the ASEAN countries, the ASEAN claimant countries, to adopt that approach. And finally, the external powers all seem committed to seeing the successful completion of the COC. So for all those reasons, it looks like we have to see this process through and hopefully in the next couple of years see the completion of an effective document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I think the time is of essence. I would like to invite audiences for questions. Before doing that, I just also wanted to share something that maybe do you know that we are actually very near to a very old ancient trading port, Hoi An. Hoi An has been existed more than 500 years or maybe even more. And it has been receiving lots of traders from all over the world. Mainly from, if you go to Hoi An today, you can see a Chinese quarter, a Japanese quarter, Japanese bridge. And it is a kind of reflection of what trading ports used to be. In Malaysia too, we have such a port in Malacca. So we have been in this situation before, 500 years ago. So now we are finding ourselves again in the same situation. Of course, different actors, different contexts. Okay, I would like to open the floor. I will start from the left. Yes, gentleman over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tuk from the Institute for Defense International Relations, Ministry of Defense of Vietnam. So I have a question for Mr. Rasmay Him. So in your presentation, you mentioned a lot about the rule-based regional order, peaceful mechanism, consultation and consensus, and role of ASEAN chair. But in case of Thailand and Cambodia tensions, so the role of the external power such as China or the US is undeniable. So do you think that this will be the model for dealing with the tension in the future? And do you think that ASEAN it's time for ASEAN to build a code of conduct to deal with tension in the future? And if yes, so how it look like? I also refer this question for Professor Rap Emmer as a regional expert, so you will have some useful idea for us. Thank you.
Can we have a few more questions? Gentleman over the second row, yes.
This is also for Professor Emmers. I'm Ray Powell. You may recall I said yesterday that I'm a code of conduct pessimist, so I'm looking for somebody to help me with my optimism. First, I guess the question that I asked yesterday, in a binding code of conduct, the question that I still have is who binds it? What is the actual body? What is the entity that acts as the binder of the binding code of conduct? And what organization or consortium or group could everyone agree on, including, of course, China? Second, do you worry that a code of conduct, especially if it comes out as something that's fairly weak, could actually be used, particularly by China, to undermine the UNCLOS provisions, essentially to say, look, we've had enough of these external powers who try to bind us to this UNCLOS thing off in The Hague, so now we have this code of conduct that we all agree on that means that UNCLOS no longer really applies here. And then the third is, what gives you confidence that after all of these decades that we could be there within a year or two? Thank you.
Can we have a two? Ambassador?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. To my mind, it obviously the settlement of disputes in the South China Sea remain a critical test of ASEAN unity, centrality, and credibility. The talk on the code of conduct is underway, but the prolonged negotiations and the lack of agreed text may weaken the credibility of ASEAN. My question is, what are the most substantive obstacles to the eventual completion of the COC at the end of the day? My question goes to Ms. Jae Tan and Mr. Osaka from Laos. Thank you.
Yes, over there. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairs and distinguished speakers. My name is Satria from Indonesia. I'm one of the young leaders this year. My question goes to Mr. Raksmi Him and Professor Ralph Emmers. For Mr. Raksmi, thank you so much for your wonderful reiterations about the importance of not just celebrating, but also enforcing the normative implementation of Treaty of Amity and Cooperations. I wanted to have your opinion. How do you foresee the future implementation of TAC, especially with the instances of selective mutations in the case of Myanmar and probably also in Thai-Cambodia conflict as well? And how do TAC being relevant in the midst of institutional shift, from multilateralisms with East Asia Summit and ASEAN Regional Forum, now we are leading towards more a multilateralistic approach in regional security with ASEAN minus formula and to an extent ASEAN plus Troika. And for Professor Ralph Emmers, thank you so much for an outstanding proposal, I would say, about the implementations of, or your ideas about the DOC 2.0. As we know it, that while this idea is wonderful and brilliant and could be binding documents for ASEANs, but the problem with ASEAN-led mechanism is that it lacks of enforcement mechanism. And if we are to have DOC 2.0, what kind of enforcement mechanism would you think fits for Southeast Asia and external powers? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will stop it here and then we'll ask our panelists to address the questions. Starting with Professor Amos, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. Let me start perhaps with Ray. Well, taking your third question first, I never said I was an optimist. And my PhD supervisor told me 25 years ago, Ralph, always stick on the glass half empty side of the spectrum and you'll always be right. And so that was by Michael Liefert. And I think I'm not suggesting that it's going to be completed over the next 2 or 3 years. We have a very significant year in 2026 with Philippines taking the chairmanship, with Malaysia continuing to be the chair of the China-ASEAN dialogue. It's a window followed, of course, by Singapore the following year. So we do have opportunities there. But I would not bet my house on that being completed by 2026 or 2027. But I think the circumstances on the ground suggest that we do need urgently at least a crisis management mechanism in place. That brings me back to your first and your second question, which I can easily link. I would argue that the only institution that can bind such a document would be the United Nations. And I think it is a document that should be brought to the UN, partly because it would codify the centrality of international law, and it would codify the centrality of UNCLOS in such an endeavor. I see your point, and I believe that that's a particular negative scenario that should be prevented. A document that would suggest that the South China Sea should no longer be considered in a similar vein to other disputed maritime zones. It is important to make sure that it is included in this very global perspective, and hence the UNCLOS has to be at the core of such an agreement. If that were not to be the case, then I think it would be better to walk away, because signing a weak or bad agreement after nearly 35 years of negotiations would be really counterproductive. Very quickly, the question on my left, a code of conduct is perhaps even more required now because we're dealing with great power dynamics. But I think it's important to remember that we were trying to achieve such an agreement even in periods of greater accommodation between China and the US. I was referring to the 1990s. I was referring to the early 2000s, and I was also referring to the early 2010s. So I think it's important to de-link the two and to just argue that it would be beneficial for all the claimant states, but also for all the user states to have a binding agreement on a code of conduct. Finally, a DOC 2.0, it's not my preferred scenario. I believe it would be a bit of an opt-out solution. I don't think that's the ultimate goal of this negotiation. On the enforcement part, I think you're a little bit harsh on that note, because most international organizations do not have enforcement capabilities. They work mostly on shaming, they work very much on peer pressure. So yes, the fact that there might not be an immediate enforcement mechanism in place, it's not the ASEAN way of promoting cooperation, and in all fairness, it's not something which is commonly used in international organizations, with, of course, some major exceptions. Thank you.
Well, to address the ambassador's question of, what in my mind is the biggest challenge to the conclusion of the COC, I think Ralph earlier highlighted, the top three biggest problem, right? The application of international law, its characteristics, and the applicability of the COC itself. In my mind, the biggest challenge is the very wide gap between ASEAN and China on the application of international law. So the single draft negotiating text, which is confidential, so I can't confirm whether the ones that we see online is the actual one, but there seems to be reference to international law and UNCLOS. Having said that, then why is it that there are still sectors between the negotiating party calling for a negotiated regional rules, which is quite honestly not a universal application of international law? And to me, that position is one that most Southeast Asian countries cannot go along with. So that, to me, is the biggest problem. Thank you.
I think there was a questions about the ASEAN's credibilities, and I want to touch upon the history of ASEAN. As we all know, that ASEAN today is not like when it was created in the 60s or 70s, and we have new members joining us, Timor-Leste, just this month. So basically, ASEAN is expanding, and when we talk about the ASEAN centralities or ASEAN leaderships or ASEAN roles, I think that we are still have different views. Even I think between ourselves, amongst the ASEAN countries, we have different perspective on these ASEAN centralities or ASEAN role. What should ASEAN do in managing our regions, our regions? So when we mentioned about history of ASEAN, that when the ASEAN has been expanding, we have Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar joining ASEAN's in the mid-90s, and if compared with what actually the newly joined ASEAN, what we have gained from these particular groups, of course, I think Vietnam have done quite a good jobs being part of the regions, and you are really now, becoming an economics driven force of the regions. If you compare with, for instance, Myanmar, where we need still to have to resolve some problems on Myanmar, and concerning Laos, we are of course recipients of the great river like the Mekong River, which is actually it's a huge rivers, and we have so many partners joining Mekong. We have Lansang Mekong, we have United States Mekong, you have Japan, Korea, and we have Ganga Mekong corporations. So what I think is that I think that we are we still have a lot of diverse views on the ASEAN roles, or what we should focus right now. And of course, the South China Sea is still hot issues among us. So we look at one side that if the South China Sea issues can be managed, if the code of conduct is an effective code, you know, and then managing this conflict can be a good example for the other regions in the world. You know, ASEAN is so dynamic. I mean, economically, I have not seen any other regional groups as dynamic as ASEAN, and we see a bright futures of these regions. Of course, we have big economy like Indonesia's, and then we have now Vietnam, Thailand's. And I think we are getting together economically, we become stronger and stronger. And we have so many dialogue partners. Everybody are interested to join to work with ASEAN. We are like a big jets, big jumbo that is going to take over. So we involve everybody. We have Russia, we have India, we have United States, Canada. Everybody come to join us in building these blocks so that we can become economic strong. So on the South China Sea, I think these are the issues that we have released to work hard together, because this particular sea is actually it's very important for the whole world. I mean, you know, if we somebody mentions about what that could be the second. Ukraine's Russian, you know. I don't think that we are going to move towards that direction, you know. So that's why I think that these particular regions, on the ASEAN centrality, ASEAN role, ASEAN leaderships, or ASEAN at the help, we need to be, really to work on that and to eliminate our diverse views on different issues. Thank you.
Thank you for the many interesting and important questions addressed to me. The first one on Cambodia-Thailand border dispute, I think, like I mentioned, in the official and legally binding instrument of ASEAN, which are TAC and ASEAN Charter, it is very clear that ASEAN is structured itself to be open and inclusive regional order that support a very active engagement with external partners outside the region. So this is very important. So any positive involvement by any great power are very important and welcome, just like in the current Cambodia-Thailand border dispute recently show. May I also recognize the important role of ASEAN Chair this year, Malaysia, who has been so instrumental. Many people already forgot that actually Prime Minister Anwar called both leaders of Cambodia and Thailand, even the conflict erupted. I think we have to put that on record. ASEAN Chair has been playing a very important role. It's just that the role of the US is just fundamental and very instrumental in making all leaders of both sides agree to first ceasefire agreement, then eventually peace accord. Now the most important priority is to make sure that the peace accord is upheld and both countries can start normalized relation and develop again the close bond of friendship and deep tie between the two countries as a fellow ASEAN family member, and we welcome any positive effort within ASEAN and ASEAN partner to support this whole process. That's the first part of my answer. The second part is about the relevance of Trilateral Amity and Cooperation, TAC. My view is that TAC is a fundamental, regional, legally binding treaty that governs interstate and intrastate within ASEAN and ASEAN external partner. It is a good first step toward many of important aspects of governing relation within ASEAN and outside ASEAN. But should we continue to stay there? In my view, we have to take it as a first step, and ASEAN country particularly should consider very much in exploring possibility that we can broaden it constructively to include other elements that are very important for issue like peaceful dispute settlement. This is very important. And in line of this also, I would like to say that within ASEAN, it is very important that all ASEAN members have to define their national interests, their regional interests as the key part of their national interests. This is very important, and the process include, first of all, each ASEAN member have to broaden the comfort level with one another, have to inject more outward looking strategic outlook based on international law, and more willing to find common grounds on common security challenges, including particularly key security challenges in the region that not impact only one country but the whole part of the region. This is very fundamental, and to have all this definition of regional interest as the key part of national interest require that ASEAN is constantly and institutionally strengthened and innovated. ASEAN should not let the raison d'etre and the modus operandi of the past define its raison d'etre and modus operandi of the present and the future. ASEAN have to constantly adapt with time. I have more to say, but it should leave to more panelists. If there are more specific questions, I will answer. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Chung.
Yeah, I want to add a little more about the ASEAN unity and centrality, and regarding the questions about the conflict between Cambodia and Thailand. Actually, the comment of other panelists that there is internal divisions and different expectations of the members of ASEAN themselves about the ASEAN centrality or the central role of ASEAN. It depends on it is because of the different the gaps in or the difference in their interests and priority. So I think that is one of the most important thing is that the member state themselves should consider the importance or the significant role of ASEAN first before the involvement of the outsider or the other powers. So that's why I still keep with my ideas that ASEAN can focus on more on functional cooperation. Even the sovereignty issues still there, and it's very tough to settle sovereignty matters. But if we can focus or we can promote their cooperation on more functional issues, it could be easier or could play quite good starting point for ASEAN to emphasize our centrality and the leading role in the region. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe time is very limited. So I allow 2 more questions, and then after that we have to also answer questions from the from online. Sorry. Oh, ladies over there. Yes, yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for all the panelists for sharing your insights. I have a question. If you have a chance to make recommendations for the next ASEAN chair, Philippines, so what would you say to the next ASEAN chair? Thank you.
And next question. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Payne Tian. I'm one of the young leaders this year. My question is direct to Professor Emmers. I think I want to ask you, to what extent do you see the delayed code of conduct as a result of increasing securitizations of China's assertiveness or any maritime issues? Thank you.
Yeah, I will ask Mr. Raksmihim to answer, and then he also has the questions online.
Thank you very much. First, regarding the...
Sorry, the time is almost up. Can you please give 1 minute? Yeah.
All right, let me put this together. The future relevance of ASEAN hinge on the strong unity within members. It's very important on this one. That's why ASEAN as a regional, as a collective regional institution, need to be exceptional and extraordinary regional institution that can exhibit effective leadership role in managing and addressing peacefully regional affairs, including regional security challenges. Therefore, the unity and the collective wisdom of each and every ASEAN member is very important. So this is the message that I would like to convey to the conference. Thank you.
Professor Emmers, your last word.
Very quickly, if I understood the question correctly, is whether the securitization of the South China Sea is problematizing the conclusion of a COC. Is that roughly?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So perhaps coming back to the question that I was asked from that end of the room, certainly it doesn't help, but I think history tells us that we were not able to achieve it in the 1990s or the early 2000s, when the South China Sea was not viewed as a security flashpoint. So I think to put all the blame on great power competition and so on is not going to help us. I think we do need to go back to those three core issues of how do we approach international law and integrate it into the code, what features are being disputed, and how do we do conflict prevention more successfully. I think those would be the three things. On the question on advice to the next ASEAN chair, as an academic I have the luxury of being able to advise many things and not see the implementation of that, so that's great. My only advice would be walk away from a bad deal. Do not sign a COC simply because everybody is putting pressure on the conclusion of that negotiation. I think it's better to carry on for years to go if we are not. The worst possible outcome would be a watered down document that is not worth the paper it's printed on. That I think would significantly undermine the credibility of ASEAN. It would have an incredibly high cost to the reputation of the association. So it's better not to sign any agreement, even if that means finally the completion of a negotiation.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and our engaged audience. Today's discussion reminds us that ASEAN's leadership lies in its capacity to convene, to connect, and to cooperate. Staying at the helm, or ASEAN centrality, means not avoiding the wave, but steering through them together. On that note, I thank our speakers once again for their insights and all of you for your thoughtful participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our speakers and moderator, for those valuable perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served at Sheraton Hotel, and we will reconvene at 1:25 p.m. for the session 5 and close as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Our support team will be available to guide you to the venue. Online participants, don't forget that we have a live commentary hosted by Dr. Đỗ Thanh Hải from Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, with the lunch live review of the Ambassador Lounge and session 4 on ASEAN at the helm. Please bear in mind that you should put your devices on silent mode, and please respectfully engage in our conversation in the external periphery of the conference room. Thank you. have the honor to invite Dr. Lê Ngọc Hân from the Faculty of International Relations and Diplomacy to the stage for the moderator of live commentary.
The sea has always been a bridge. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations. But today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth. Only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm? Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability? Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose.
Trong phiên thảo luận vừa rồi với các diễn giả uy tín, họ về cơ bản đều thống nhất với nhau về họ tiếp tục khẳng định cái vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN tại khu vực, đồng thời là nhắc lại những cái thách thức đối với ASEAN trong thời gian vừa qua. ASEAN từ bao nhiêu lâu nay thì vẫn luôn đang và sẽ tiếp tục đóng cái vai trò quan trọng là một cái nền tảng thiết yếu đối với ngoại giao tại Đông Nam Á. ASEAN đã thể hiện cái vai trò rất là quan trọng trong việc thúc đẩy đối thoại, xây dựng lòng tin và thúc đẩy các cái biện pháp giải quyết các tranh chấp trong khu vực bằng biện pháp hòa bình. Tuy nhiên cùng với đó thì ASEAN hiện nay đang đối mặt với rất là nhiều thách thức. Và từ đó cái vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN đối với khu vực cũng bị thách thức theo những cái thách thức đối với ASEAN nó đến từ cái sự cạnh tranh giữa các cường quốc trong và ngoài khu vực, đến từ cái sự xuất hiện của những cái yếu tố mới như là công nghệ và cũng như là những cái vấn đề an ninh phi truyền thống khác. Trên cơ sở đó, ngày hôm nay chúng ta thảo luận về vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN trong việc trong cái vấn đề tranh chấp tại Biển Đông. Trên cơ sở là chúng ta sẽ thảo luận về các diễn giả đã thảo luận về cái khả năng, về cái tương lai triển vọng của ASEAN, triển vọng của cái vai trò trung tâm tại ASEAN. Thì cái phiên bình luận ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với những cái thảo luận đó. Xuất hiện trong cái phiên bình luận ngày hôm nay thì xin được trân trọng giới thiệu có tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục, có giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng và tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải. Câu hỏi đầu tiên dành cho các nhà bình luận của chúng ta đó là liệu cái vai trò trung tâm, những cái thách thức đối với vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN sẽ được nhìn nhận như thế nào? Liệu chúng ta có nên có một cái cách nhìn nhận mới về cái vai trò trung tâm này hay không? Lâu nay chúng ta mới tiếp cận vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN ở phương diện nó là một cái vai trò điều phối, thì liệu bây giờ có thể nên nhìn nhận về cái vai trò này như là sự dẫn dắt, sự chèo lái của ASEAN trong khu vực trong giải quyết các vấn đề bất ổn tại khu vực hay không ạ? Xin mời tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục trước ạ.
Vâng, chúng ta vừa trải qua cái phiên thứ tư với các cái diễn giả rất là nổi tiếng và cho chúng ta biết được cái vai trò, cái tầm quan trọng của các quốc gia trong việc tham gia giải quyết các cái bất đồng tranh chấp trên Biển Đông, đặc biệt là cái vai trò của ASEAN. Và người ta đánh giá rất cao về cái vai trò, cái vị trí, cái trách nhiệm của cộng đồng ASEAN trong thời gian vừa qua liên quan đến vấn đề bảo vệ các quyền và lợi ích hợp pháp của các nước trong khu vực ASEAN. Trong đó có một số nước xung quanh Biển Đông là những nước có liên quan trực tiếp nhất. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là ASEAN đã làm rất là tốt cái vai trò của họ trong thời gian vừa qua. Tất nhiên như chúng ta được nghe các phiên mà chúng ta trong cái cuộc hội thảo khoa học hôm nay đó, thì chúng ta thấy rằng là tình hình trên Biển Đông vẫn rất phức tạp. Các cái tranh chấp trên Biển Đông cũng diễn ra ngày càng quyết liệt. Mà trong đó chúng ta đặc biệt chú ý đến là những cái quan tâm, quan ngại của cộng đồng trong khu vực và quốc tế đối với vấn đề Biển Đông. Và người ta muốn có một cái cơ chế nào đó nó có hiệu lực hơn, có giá trị hơn để mà có thể tạo lập một cái khuôn khổ giải quyết cái tranh chấp đó nó được nhanh hơn, có hiệu quả hơn. Thì chính là người ta đề cập đến vai trò của ASEAN từ một cái vai trò của cái cơ quan điều phối, là cái trung tâm để mà có thể giải quyết điều phối tất cả các cái bên có liên quan, nên chăng sắp đến ấy, có một cái vai trò cao hơn, đấy là vai trò lãnh đạo, vai trò chỉ huy, để mà có thể giúp cho cái việc mà tạo cái hiệu quả trong cái cơ chế giải quyết các tranh chấp này. Tôi nghĩ có lẽ đấy là một cái kiến nghị, đấy là một cái xu hướng mà rất tất yếu. Và tôi cho rằng là cái vấn đề mà ASEAN với vai trò điều phối thì họ đã hoàn thành gần như là được cái sứ mệnh lịch sử của cái vai trò đó rồi. Bây giờ cái lúc không thể chỉ là nói những cái điều, những khẩu hiệu chung chung nữa, những cái điều, những cái câu nói mà còn mang tính chất hô hào nữa, mà phải đi vào thực chất. Và muốn đi vào thực chất thì chính ASEAN mới là cái chủ thể quan trọng nhất cần phải tham gia trực tiếp giải quyết trong một cái khuôn khổ pháp lý, trong một cái khuôn khổ mà giải quyết tranh chấp nó có hiệu quả nhất. Theo tôi là như vậy.
Có lẽ là giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng cũng có một vài cái bổ sung ạ. Xin mời giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng.
Tôi thấy cái cuộc thảo luận về vai trò của ASEAN rất là hay, mà tôi nghĩ là một trong những cái phiên hay nhất cho từ đầu đến giờ. Thì nó thể hiện một số ý tôi muốn bổ sung thêm là: thứ nhất là mình nhìn vào cái vai trò của ASEAN thì phải nhìn ở rộng hơn, tức là nó không chỉ trong câu chuyện Biển Đông, mà nó là câu chuyện của hòa bình, ổn định, hợp tác của khu vực Đông Nam Á. nó là của câu chuyện gọi là vị trí của các nước vừa và nhỏ và tập thể của các nước vừa nhỏ trong cạnh tranh nước lớn, và hơn nữa là nó trong những cái câu chuyện liên quan đến ủng hộ cái luật pháp quốc tế. Thì đấy là cái cảnh rộng hơn của thảo luận với ASEAN. Nó có cái điểm mới, tôi cũng đồng ý với cả tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục, là từ trước đến giờ thì mình vẫn chỉ bàn ASEAN là vai trò của người cầm lái, in the driving seat. Bây giờ mình thấy rằng là có thể phải thảo luận nó, cái vai trò của ASEAN hơn một tí, tức là leader, là trong cái vai trò lãnh đạo. Thì từ cái việc mình đặt vai trò lãnh đạo của ASEAN thì có thể nguồn từ cái việc là cái thành công của ASEAN trong giai đoạn trước. Thứ hai là cái vấn đề mà nó, cái gọi là vai trò chủ thể khu vực Đông Nam Á thì càng phải đặt ra là ASEAN phải có vai trò chủ thể lớn hơn. Và cái quan trọng hơn nữa là cái vấn đề Biển Đông trong thời gian tới sẽ còn phức tạp hơn nữa, bởi vì bản thân các cái tiến trình nó cũng chưa được dẫn đến kết quả như mong muốn. Thứ hai là cạnh tranh cả trên đến phức tạp, cho nên là tôi nghĩ rằng cái việc mà nói về vai trò lãnh đạo của ASEAN nó là cũng là đúng lúc. Tuy nhiên nó cũng mở ra những cái tranh luận là nó dễ hay nó khó, thì cái hội thảo này nó thể hiện đúng cái điểm đấy.
Vâng, có vẻ như là các nhà bình luận của chúng ta cũng như các diễn giả trong các cái phiên thảo luận trước đều khá nhất quán với nhau cái quan điểm rằng là ASEAN phải đóng góp một cái vai trò quan trọng hơn, đó là cái vai trò dẫn dắt, cái vai trò là người thiết kế và cái vai trò lãnh đạo phải thực chất hơn. Tuy nhiên là cái điều này có lẽ là những người trong cuộc, những người tham gia trong ASEAN, bản thân tổ chức ASEAN cũng muốn như thế, nhưng mà có lẽ là còn rất nhiều thách thức, rất nhiều khó khăn phải vượt qua. Nếu làm được thì chắc là đã có những cái bước đi để làm được rồi. Vậy thì bây giờ chúng ta phải nói về cái câu chuyện là liệu bằng cách nào để ASEAN có thể đạt được cái mục tiêu đó, phát huy được cái vai trò đó. Liệu ASEAN cần phải đổi mới, cần phải bổ sung hay điều chỉnh những cái công cụ và những cái phương thức hợp tác như thế nào để có thể hiện thực hóa được cái mục tiêu đó. Không biết là tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải, anh nghĩ gì về cái điều này ạ?
Vâng, cảm ơn chủ tọa. Thì tôi cũng chia sẻ ý kiến với cả tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục và giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vô Tùng về cái câu chuyện là ASEAN cần vai trò tích cực hơn. Bởi vì nó có mấy lý do. Một là cái hòa bình ổn định trên Biển Đông nó tác động trực tiếp đến an ninh của toàn bộ các nước Đông Nam Á. Thứ hai là tình hình đã phát triển rất là nhanh hơn. Vì vậy là ASEAN cần có sự chủ động tích cực hơn. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là một số cái cơ chế mà chúng ta phải tính thêm và thúc đẩy thêm. Tôi lấy ví dụ như là chúng ta có thể tính đến cái cơ chế chia sẻ thông tin giữa các nước Đông Nam Á về an ninh biển. Qua đó tập hợp tất cả những thông tin từ các nguồn khác nhau. Và chúng tôi nghĩ rằng là để có hành động chung thì chúng ta bắt nguồn từ hiểu biết chung. Và hiểu biết chung thì không có cái gì quan trọng hơn là chúng ta phải chia sẻ thông tin. Bởi vì giờ thông tin từ các nước khác nhau có thể không đến được các nước khác. Thì tôi nghĩ là cái chia sẻ là một chuyện. Câu chuyện thứ hai là để đối phó với những cái thách thức an ninh mới thì chúng ta cần phải có năng lực. Thì bây giờ cái câu chuyện là không phải là chúng ta không có những cái hỗ trợ trợ giúp từ các nơi khác. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì có một cái trung tâm nào đó mà chúng ta cách nào đó để chúng ta nghiên cứu được những cái năng lực mà các nước cần. Và qua đó là chúng ta điều phối và chia sẻ và hỗ trợ với nhau được. Có thể lập những cái trung tâm về năng lực xây dựng năng lực biển cho khu vực mà chúng ta có thể có các nước khác đến họ tham gia cùng. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là hai câu chuyện mà chia sẻ thông tin và nâng cao năng lực cho các quốc gia thành viên trong việc là quản lý các vùng biển của mình là câu chuyện hết sức cấp thiết. Và đấy là tôi nghĩ rằng là những cái việc mà ASEAN có thể làm.
Vâng, cảm ơn tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải. Hình như là tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục cũng muốn chia sẻ cái điều gì đấy về vấn đề này ạ.
Vâng, tôi nghĩ rằng là tôi rất tán thành. Tôi rất tán thành và chia sẻ ý kiến của hai vị vừa rồi đã nói đó. Thì tôi cho rằng là đã đến lúc chúng ta không chỉ là những cái hội nghị mà mang tính chất chính trị nữa, mà có lẽ phải bàn đến những vấn đề về hiệu lực cụ thể hơn. Bởi vì chúng ta đang đứng trước những thách thức truyền thống. Như chúng ta đã biết là vẫn có những cái cuộc đe dọa lẫn nhau rồi là gây căng thẳng như chúng ta đã trình bày ở cái phiên thứ nhất mà chúng ta đã biết. và đặc biệt là những cái thách thức phi truyền thống mà chúng ta biết rằng là do biến đổi khí hậu, do vùng sáng, rồi do những cái thay đổi về mặt kỹ thuật trong thời đại mới, và nó hiện hữu và nó đe dọa trực tiếp đấy đến cái sự an nguy, đến sự phát triển, đến sự đoàn kết và đến cái sự an ninh của cả khu vực. Không những thế, đến cả thế giới, không phải chỉ là trong khu vực thôi. Cho nên tôi nghĩ rằng có lẽ đến lúc phải tạo một cơ chế nào đó cho nó có hiệu quả hơn, và ASEAN phải là trung tâm, phải là cái vai trò lãnh đạo, bởi vì rõ ràng lợi ích, những cái đe dọa đó nó trực tiếp ảnh hưởng của các nước ASEAN. Chúng ta không thể là làm cái nhiệm vụ của cái người mà gọi là bố trí các cuộc họp để mà ngồi thảo luận nó một cách chung chung được nữa. Cho nên tôi nghĩ cái điều đó, và chúng ta cũng được biết trên thế giới đó có rất nhiều cái tổ chức theo cái loại hình là hiệp hội và các cái tổ chức này, và có những cái vấn đề mà chúng tôi nghĩ rằng là nó có những cái phán quyết mà nó không thực hiện được, là vì cái nguyên tắc của sự đồng thuận, mà cái đó nó ảnh hưởng đến cái vai trò của các cái tổ chức theo cái nghĩa hiệp hội, bởi vì tất cả đều phải có được đồng thuận, lấy đa số, đúng không? Lấy cái 100% thì tôi nghĩ cái đó cũng là một cái hạn chế rất lớn. Nó không phù hợp với quy luật phát triển của xã hội loài người trong cái thời đại hiện nay. Cho nên tôi nghĩ rằng là có lẽ phải thay đổi cái cơ chế đó. Không thể là 100% ở có kiến nó có hiệu lực, mà phải dùng bằng đa số, mà chúng trong thực tế đã có những cái cơ chế đó rồi. Hay là cái việc thi hành án, tức là cái cơ quan thi hành những cái quyết định chúng cần phải có thực hiện, chứ không thể một cái quyết định rồi một cái hô hào nào đó rồi để thế không ai thực hiện cả. Không ai buộc các cái nước mà có liên quan phải thực hiện, phải được hưởng hoặc là thực hiện cái nghĩa vụ của mình. Cho nên cái điều này là chúng ta cần phải lưu ý thêm.
Vâng, ở góc độ của tôi thì tôi thấy cái đề xuất về cái việc thay đổi cơ chế từ cơ chế đồng thuận sang cơ chế đa số, nó có thể nói là một cái ý tưởng mang tính đột phá và chắc chắn là cũng không dễ dàng. Như các nhà bình luận ở đây cũng như là ngày hôm nay chúng ta lắng nghe rất nhiều ý kiến từ các diễn giả về các cái vấn đề về hạn chế, về thách thức của ASEAN. Chúng ta đều đồng ý rằng là ASEAN cần phải có những cái điều chỉnh. ASEAN đang đối mặt với rất là nhiều thách thức và nó sẽ cản trở, nó sẽ ảnh hưởng và cản trở đến cái vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN. Có rất nhiều những cái thách thức, những khó khăn bên trong, bên ngoài, khách quan, chủ quan, và có rất nhiều các cái chia sẻ từ các diễn giả cũng như các nhà bình luận. Chẳng hạn như là những cái ý tưởng về chia sẻ thông tin này, phải tăng cường đoàn kết hơn, phải tận dụng các cái nguồn lực bên trong, bên ngoài, vân vân. Nhưng trong những cái vấn đề thách thức khó khăn đó thì tôi đặc biệt chú ý đến một cái khó khăn tôi cho rằng là rất là căn cốt, đó là cái vấn đề hợp tác nội khối. Thì hiện nay có rất nhiều các cái thách thức trở ngại đối với vấn đề đoàn kết và hợp tác nội khối, đó là cái câu chuyện về sự khác biệt về lợi ích bên trong giữa các thành viên, giữa các quốc gia ở bên trong ASEAN, rồi các cái tác động từ bên ngoài nó cũng ảnh hưởng đến cái đoàn kết nội khối. Cái lợi ích nó quá khác nhau, rồi các vấn đề nảy sinh trong quan hệ tự thân nội tại giữa các quốc gia ASEAN với nhau, ví dụ như là những cái tranh chấp, những cái mâu thuẫn như là giữa Thái Lan và Campuchia chẳng hạn. Thế thì theo các nhà bình luận thì chúng ta sẽ có thể có những cái ý tưởng hay cái đề xuất gì để giải quyết những cái vấn đề đó, những cái thách thức đó và giúp tăng cường cái đoàn kết của ASEAN? Nói gì thì nói, đây sẽ vẫn là cái vấn đề tiên quyết, vấn đề đầu tiên để thúc đẩy những cái triển vọng lớn hơn của ASEAN, đúng không ạ? Xin mời giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng ạ.
Tôi thấy thì nếu mà mình nói về khó khăn thì nó nhiều, mà nói về cơ hội rồi là nói về triển vọng cũng rất là nhiều, nhưng mà nó mới dừng ở cái phần liệt kê mà cũng chưa hướng vào những cái phần cụ thể, hoạt động cụ thể, hợp tác như thế nào. Thì tôi theo dõi các cái cuộc thảo luận thì tôi thấy rằng ý kiến của tiến sĩ Hải có thể link được, kết nối được với cái bài phát biểu của giáo sư của trường La Trobe hôm qua, Sweating, nói về việc mà ASEAN phải mạnh hơn trong cái việc mà kể lại cái câu chuyện của ASEAN, tức là storytelling về cái điều gì đang diễn ra ở trên Biển Đông, và cái story đấy nó được về mặt logic thì nó là narrative discourse, tức là diễn ngôn, nhưng mà về mặt bản chất là câu chuyện chia sẻ thông tin. Mà cái câu chuyện này nó đang bị bóp méo bởi một số nước, nó đang bị thiếu bởi một số các cái gọi là hình thức để truyền bá câu chuyện. Mà ASEAN tôi nghĩ rằng việc đầu tiên phải làm tức là phải tập hợp nhau lại, đóng vai trò dẫn dắt, đóng vai trò lãnh đạo trong việc mình kể một câu chuyện của ASEAN mà các nước ASEAN có thể thống nhất trước được với nhau. Mình kể câu chuyện ra thế giới, ngày này, tháng này, năm này có chuyện gì đang diễn ra ở Biển Đông, ở theo một cái hình thức rất là công khai, rất là minh bạch, rất là khoa học, và để làm một cái cơ sở để cho tất cả chúng ta cùng phân tích tình hình một cách chính xác, và trên cơ sở đó mới có các biện pháp về chính sách. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng cái bước đấy là cái bước mà ASEAN có thể làm, đóng vai trò lãnh đạo một cách hợp lý và được mong đợi.
Vâng, cảm ơn giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng, và tôi cũng muốn xin thêm ý kiến từ tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải về vấn đề này.
Cảm ơn chủ tọa. Một cái câu hỏi rất là hay và gắn cốt với cả ASEAN là cái vai trò của đoàn kết. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là chúng ta cũng cần phải nhìn nhận cái rất là khách quan, tức là ASEAN đã làm được rất nhiều việc, và đoàn kết luôn là vấn đề khó, đặc biệt là kể cả với những tổ chức mà có uy tín rất lâu như EU chẳng hạn. Thì tôi cũng đặt ra câu hỏi là bây giờ liệu EU có thể có một cái code of conduct với cả Nga được không? Chuyện rất khó. Đúng, thì cái câu chuyện giữa các nước có lợi ích khác nhau và có quan điểm khác nhau là hết sức bình thường. Chúng ta phải coi chuyện đấy bình thường. Và tất nhiên là đoàn kết không tự nhiên mà đến. Chúng ta không thể tự nhiên ngồi và nghĩ rằng là các nước khác thông cảm cho mình, hoàn cảnh của riêng mình. Như vậy là đoàn kết phải bắt đầu từ việc chia sẻ thông tin. Đoàn kết đến thứ hai là việc chúng ta qua việc chia sẻ thông tin đầy đủ thông tin, chúng ta cần phải liên tục thảo luận và gặp gỡ nhau. Và chúng ta cũng phải tăng cường gặp gỡ nhau. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là chúng ta làm rất tốt là cái hội thảo Biển Đông này tạo ra cái nơi để các nước, các chuyên gia gặp gỡ nhau, không để chia sẻ thông tin mà còn trao đổi. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là cái thứ ba nữa là đoàn kết nó bắt đầu đến từ những cái việc lớn hơn nữa, như giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng đã nhắc đến, là câu chuyện là ASEAN lớn nhiều trong vấn đề Biển Đông. Chúng ta cần tiếp tục thúc đẩy cái hội nhập ASEAN qua cái việc mà gia tăng cái sự phụ thuộc lẫn nhau, hội nhập về kinh tế. Nó sẽ dẫn đến việc là chúng ta chia sẻ được cái tầm nhìn và chia sẻ cái lợi ích chung với cả khu vực. Nó hạn chế các nước chỉ nhìn cái lợi ích hạn hẹp của mình. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là qua câu chuyện đấy chúng ta nhìn đoàn kết của ASEAN từ góc độ dài hạn hơn, về để chúng ta xây dựng một cái cộng đồng rất là quan trọng trong việc là chúng ta chia sẻ tầm nhìn, chia sẻ lợi ích và cùng chia sẻ cái giá trị chung. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là cái đó, chứ chúng ta cũng đừng có không nhất thiết là phải nhìn đến cái trước mắt và cố gắng để ép cái đồng thuận. Một quả mà nó chín ép thì nó sẽ không ngon được. Và chúng ta từng bước chúng ta xây dựng cái đồng thuận đó qua cái việc chúng ta xây dựng cộng đồng là rất là quan trọng. Và tôi chia sẻ ý kiến của tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục là chúng ta cần phải liên tục thúc đẩy và cùng các nước. Và tôi nghĩ rằng đây là cái giai đoạn vô cùng là quan trọng và cơ hội để Việt Nam gia tăng cái vai trò dẫn dắt. Và trong vấn đề Biển Đông, trong vấn đề an ninh biển, trong một số vấn đề phát triển, Việt Nam có thể đóng vai trò lớn hơn nữa để chúng ta thúc đẩy cái đổi mới về mặt thể chế, thúc đẩy cái đổi mới về cách làm, có cách tiếp cận chung với khu vực.
Vâng, không biết là tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục có bổ sung gì thêm không?
Vâng, tôi hoàn toàn nhất trí với ý kiến của giáo sư và tiến sĩ là người cùng ngồi với tôi. Tôi cho rằng là cái chủ đề của cái hội thảo mà chúng ta đang dự đấy là rất có ý nghĩa đấy, là một cái thông điệp quan trọng vô cùng, là sự thống nhất trong cái môi trường bất ổn. Và rõ ràng cái khâu đoàn kết là rất quyết định, đoàn kết là rất quyết định. Nhưng tôi cũng xin nói rằng là muốn đoàn kết không phải chỉ là hô khẩu hiệu, đúng không? Đoàn kết trên cơ sở nào? Thì chúng ta phải từ phân tích cái nguyên nhân của cái mà dẫn đến sự mất đoàn kết chia rẽ là cái gì, và muốn đoàn kết thì phải làm sao. Thì tôi nghĩ cái điều đó chúng ta là có lẽ trong các cái hội thảo khoa học này sẽ tìm ra một tiếng nói. Nhưng theo tôi đó thì rõ ràng là chúng ta không thể dừng lại ở một cái khẩu hiệu như thế này, mà cái chính là chúng ta phải biết rằng là cái bảo vệ các cái quyền và lợi ích hợp pháp của chúng ta trong khu vực là cái gì, nhất là trên Biển Đông. Thế thì chúng ta không thể nào mà kêu gọi sự đoàn kết khi mà các quyền lợi ích nó mâu thuẫn nhau mà không có biện pháp để hướng dung hòa nó. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ rằng luật pháp quốc tế có những quy định, ví dụ như Công ước Luật Biển năm 1982 mà chúng ta sẽ có một cái phiên thảo luận về nó đó, với 320 điều khoản, trong đó ghi rất rõ tất cả các cái quy định để có thể chúng ta có được mẫu số chung trong cái việc giải quyết các cái mâu thuẫn, trong cái việc giải thích và áp dụng công ước. Và nếu chúng ta thống nhất được đó thì rõ ràng là chúng ta rất đoàn kết. Hay là trong cái tranh chấp về quyền tự đắc lãnh thổ đối với Hoàng Sa, Trường Sa mà hiện nay cũng khá phức tạp đó, thì chúng ta đã có những nguyên tắc của luật pháp quốc tế đang hiện hành để mà xử lý là chủ quyền của anh nào đối với đó, thì chúng ta có đầy đủ. Thế chứ tôi nghĩ rằng là trên cơ sở đó thì sẽ ủng hộ đấu tranh để bảo vệ các quyền và lợi ích hợp pháp, chứ không thể nào mà các quyền và lợi ích chung được, và như vậy sẽ có rất mâu thuẫn. Cho nên tôi nghĩ rằng là phải tìm ra được một tiếng nói chung, và trên cơ sở đó muốn như vậy thì rõ ràng là đòi hỏi ASEAN, đòi hỏi các cái nước có liên quan khác. Và tôi nghĩ rằng là ở Biển Đông không phải chỉ có ASEAN, không phải chỉ có Trung Quốc, mà nó có liên quan, không phải chỉ là đường hàng hải quốc tế đâu, mà kể cả cái vùng biển mà theo Công ước Luật Biển đã xác định thì ngoài 12 hải lý đối với các thực thể, nó còn có cái biển 2C, còn có đáy biển và lồng đất, nó là tài, có di sản chung của nhân loại, thì tất cả các quốc gia đều có trách nhiệm bảo vệ nó, phải phân chia cái lợi ích, quyền lợi hợp pháp đó như thế nào. Đấy mới là cơ sở của sự đoàn kết. Và tôi hy vọng rằng ASEAN và các tổ chức khác sẽ đưa ra các cái tổ chức cần thiết để mà nghiên cứu và để tạo ra được đoàn kết trên cơ sở khoa học. Đấy là cái điều mà chúng tôi muốn hy vọng.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn các nhà bình luận. Và có lẽ là câu hỏi cuối cùng. Chúng ta còn thời gian cho một câu hỏi nữa. Câu hỏi này có lẽ là cũng hơi đường đột, nhưng mà nó xuất phát từ một số các cái chia sẻ của các nhà bình luận vừa rồi. Đó là thứ nhất là chúng ta cần phải có nhiều các cái ý tưởng hơn nữa để thúc đẩy vai trò trung tâm của ASEAN. Nó không phải chỉ là nó không chỉ còn là cái câu chuyện về khẩu hiệu, nó phải là có những cái hành động mang tính thực chất. Và đồng thời cái câu hỏi này nó cũng được gợi cảm hứng từ một cái ý tưởng chia sẻ với tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải, đó là cái vai trò của Việt Nam trong đó, trong việc thúc đẩy dẫn dắt cái đoàn kết ASEAN. Như vậy thì Việt Nam phải phát huy cái vai trò của mình. Vậy thì ba nhà bình luận ở đây, chúng ta có thể chia sẻ một số cái ý tưởng nào đó. Đúng là thời gian vừa rồi Việt Nam của chúng ta đã phát huy vai trò của mình rất là tốt trong ASEAN, nhưng mà liệu chúng ta có thể làm gì được hơn nữa? Ví dụ như cái sáng kiến về Hội thảo Khoa học Biển Đông này, và liệu chúng ta có thể làm được gì thêm nữa, những cái ý tưởng tương tự như vậy để thúc đẩy hơn nữa cái đoàn kết trong ASEAN, không chỉ là trong khuôn khổ những cái bàn luận về vấn đề Biển Đông hay không? Có lẽ xin mời tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải ạ.
Rất là chia sẻ với ý kiến và cái bình luận rất là sâu sắc của tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục. Để chúng ta để xác định rõ luật pháp quốc tế là cái điểm hội tụ về mặt không chỉ lợi ích mà còn giá trị của khu vực. Thì tôi cũng rất đồng ý với ý kiến của giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vô Tùng là chúng ta cùng với ASEAN cũng phải xây dựng cái câu chuyện của mình, và để cho thế giới hiểu hơn là ASEAN rất là thành công và rất là có tiềm năng, và chúng ta đã xử lý những cái vấn đề ở khu vực đến nay là khá là ổn thỏa, và chúng ta có thể tiếp tục làm được nhiều hơn nữa. Thế thì cái câu chuyện mà chúng ta gia tăng cái vai trò chủ động tích cực, có trọng cái vai trò dẫn dắt, như là đây là một cái diễn đàn mà chúng ta có thể làm, và tôi nghĩ rằng chúng ta có thể làm sâu hơn nữa. Chúng ta có thể làm những vấn đề cụ thể hơn, như vậy ví dụ chúng ta có những cái diễn đàn, cái trung tâm, hay là những cái sự kiện mà tập trung vào việc là làm sao có thể thực thi được Công ước Luật Biển một cách tốt hơn, và có cơ chế để giám sát câu chuyện đấy. Thì chúng tôi nghĩ rằng là cũng rất là quan trọng. Hay là chúng ta có thêm được các hoạt động hợp tác ở khu vực mà liên quan tới, và đặc biệt đây là cái câu chuyện mà tiến sĩ Trần cũng nhắc đến, là giữa Biển Đông nó còn một cái phần liên quan tới cái di sản chung của nhân loại, cái biển cả quốc tế rồi đáy biển. thì chúng ta là một trong 60 nước đầu tiên là phê chuẩn cái công ước về bảo vệ đa dạng sinh học ngoài quyền tài phán quốc gia. Thì đây là cái khía cạnh mà chúng ta có thể thúc đẩy và dẫn dắt thêm ở khu vực trong cái chuyện hợp tác, xây dựng kết nối cái nguồn lực bên ngoài, nguồn lực bên trong, thúc đẩy cái chương trình của ASEAN cùng với các nước khác nhau để chúng ta không chỉ bảo vệ cái quyền lợi của Việt Nam, mà chúng ta còn ý thức rằng là chúng ta bảo vệ cái lợi ích chung, cái di sản chung của nhân loại, và cho những thế hệ tương lai có thể được hưởng những cái giá trị, những cái tài sản, những cái phát triển bền vững từ biển. Thế thì rất là quan trọng.
Vâng, xin mời giáo sư Nguyễn Văn Tùng ạ.
Tôi muốn phát triển thêm cái ý về ASEAN, tức là mình phải có một cái câu chuyện của ASEAN về Biển Đông, và cái câu chuyện đó phải được kể ở khắp nơi. Thế thì tôi nghĩ rằng là với cái ý tưởng đó thì tôi nghĩ rằng là có thể làm được một việc, tức là trong ban thư ký ASEAN lập ra một cái gọi là unit về Biển Đông, và để mỗi một năm ra một cái report về tình hình Biển Đông trong năm vừa qua ASEAN. Và cái report đó là tất cả các nước liên quan trong ASEAN thống nhất là đây, câu chuyện năm nay mình kể như thế này, và mình đem câu chuyện đấy mình kể ở đâu? Mình kể ở G7, mình kể ở G20, kể ở RF, kể ở Liên Hợp Quốc. Thì tôi thấy là ví dụ như là sáng nay mình có cái phiên của các nước tầm trung, Đức, EU, rồi Nhật Bản, tất cả các nước đấy đi dự G7, thì mình cung cấp cái câu chuyện đó đem đến G7 cho tôi mà 5 phút để tôi kể câu chuyện, cho tôi 5 phút để tôi kể câu chuyện ASEAN ở diễn đàn G7 về Biển Đông G7, tức là để cho cả thế giới mình thống nhất một cái câu chuyện về ASEAN nó là như vậy. Thế để cho nó tránh khỏi những cái chuyện gọi là tranh cãi không cần thiết, mà có những nước đang cố tình bóp méo câu chuyện, thì mình có một câu chuyện thống nhất của ASEAN, người trong cuộc kể ra nó là như vậy.
Vâng, những ý tưởng rất là hay, rất là thú vị. Và xin mời tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục cũng chia sẻ thêm.
Tôi cũng xin kể một cái việc mà gần đây thôi, là có phóng viên hỏi tôi rằng là cái chủ đề hội thảo này với không khí hội thảo qua một phiên vừa rồi thì nó có phù hợp với những tuyên bố của nhà nước Việt Nam, của Đảng Cộng sản Việt Nam với một số quốc gia rằng là phải cố gắng phấn đấu để mà gìn giữ hòa bình, duy trì ổn định và hợp tác安全. Thì tôi trả lời ngay, không cần suy nghĩ, bảo đây là một trong những hoạt động rất là quan trọng, rất là bổ ích mà do Học viện Ngoại giao Việt Nam chúng tôi tổ chức ra để mà ủng hộ, để mà củng cố, để mà làm sao đó cái nhà nước Việt Nam, Đảng Cộng sản Việt Nam và nhân dân Việt Nam chúng tôi thực hiện được cái mục tiêu cao cả của mình là giải quyết tranh chấp bằng biện pháp hòa bình, củng cố mối quan hệ với các nước láng giềng, đặc biệt là các nước lớn như Trung Quốc. Thì chúng tôi, đấy là cái hành động mà chúng tôi đã làm 17 nhiệm kỳ rồi, và các cái phiên họp đó dần dần nó đã mở rộng thêm và nó có những thông tin cực kỳ quý giá. Và tôi nghĩ đây là những hoạt động mà tôi cho rằng cần phải được phát huy thêm, cần phải được sự ủng hộ của các nước ASEAN, của quốc tế. Đó, thì tôi nghĩ câu trả lời là như vậy thôi. Và tôi xin thưa với các bạn rằng là Việt Nam đúng chúng ta còn rất nhiều khó khăn, còn rất nhiều cái điều chúng ta cần phải cố gắng. Nhưng trên cái lĩnh vực Biển Đông đó, với tư cách là người mà đã được theo dõi đó và nghiên cứu đó, tôi cho là chúng ta có những đóng góp cực kỳ quan trọng luôn, cực kỳ có ý nghĩa. Ví dụ như là cái vấn đề là giải quyết các cái ranh giới của vùng trồng lớn trên biển, thì chúng ta đã đàm phán hòa bình, và trên tinh thần cầu thị chúng ta đã ký được với Trung Quốc cái hiệp định về vùng phân định Vịnh Bắc Bộ năm 2000, rõ ràng là một tinh thần hết sức cầu thị, căn cứ vào cái quy định công ước đó để chúng ta giải quyết được. Rồi với Indonesia, với Thái Lan, rồi với Malaysia, chúng ta đều có những cái đàm phán thành công để giải quyết hòa bình, và trên một cái cơ sở hết sức là khách quan và khoa học. Hay là trên biên giới trên bộ, chúng ta giải quyết hầu như là hoàn thành được cái giải quyết vấn đề biên giới trên bộ rồi, đúng không? và chúng ta cũng có những đóng góp quan trọng đối với cái bảo vệ cái hiệu lực Công ước Luật Biển, và chúng ta là người đề xuất ra cái thành lập nhóm bạn bè đó để mà duy trì Công ước này, đưa nó vào cuộc sống và để đảm bảo cho cái việc giải quyết những cái tranh chấp mà chúng ta rất quan tâm một cách hòa bình. Đấy, tôi nghĩ nói như vậy thì rõ ràng là chúng ta là cái Việt Nam chúng ta đã có những cố gắng trong những hoàn cảnh khó khăn, có những điều kiện nào nọ, nhưng mà chúng ta rất cố gắng. Mà tôi nói thêm nữa, ví dụ như cái chuyện là chúng ta có nhiều học giả nói về cái mâu thuẫn về cái tranh chấp về địa chính trị của giữa Trung Quốc, Hoa Kỳ, và cũng có nhiều ý kiến nói rằng là chúng ta những nước nhỏ thì cần phải là thông cảm về chiến lược đó và cần xử lý nào. Thì tôi nghĩ rằng là Việt Nam chúng ta là cái người có thể nói là tiên phong trong cái giải quyết là ngoại giao cây tre, là một cái hiện tượng vô cùng quý giá để mà xử lý các cái tranh chấp giữa các nước lớn mà chúng ta đã biết, và chúng ta là được bạn bè chúng ta rất ủng hộ cái điều này. Tôi nghĩ đấy là một số mà tôi cho rằng là Việt Nam chúng ta có thể nói là đã cố gắng hết sức mình để, và chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục làm cái việc này.
Vâng, cảm ơn tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục. Thực tế mà nói thì là câu chuyện về vai trò của ASEAN, vai trò trung tâm, vai trò lãnh đạo dẫn dắt giữa rất nhiều những cái bộn bề khó khăn thách thức của ASEAN. Đó còn là một câu chuyện sẽ còn rất dài, rất nhiều thách thức. Tuy nhiên trong đó tôi tin rằng là với những cái nỗ lực thiện chí của các quốc gia ASEAN, như những chia sẻ mà các diễn giả bao gồm cả các cái chính trị gia, những người đã xuất hiện trong cái chương trình của chúng ta qua 2 ngày vừa rồi cũng chia sẻ đó, thì chúng ta cũng thấy là các bên đều có cái ý chí rất là mạnh mẽ vì một cái khối đoàn kết trong ASEAN, rồi những cái thể hiện thực chất hơn của ASEAN trong giải quyết các cái vấn đề trong khu vực. Và đặc biệt Việt Nam chúng ta với cái việc nhận thức đúng đắn về vai trò của ASEAN, vì thực tế là ASEAN cũng đóng vai trò rất là quan trọng đối với lợi ích của chúng ta, và những cái nỗ lực, những cái sáng kiến mà chúng ta đã, đang và sẽ tiếp tục còn theo đuổi, thì hy vọng rằng là chúng ta sẽ có những cái đóng góp tích cực hơn nữa trong việc thúc đẩy cái vai trò trung tâm, vai trò hơn thế nữa, vai trò lãnh đạo dẫn dắt của ASEAN đối với các vấn đề khu vực. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn sự tham gia của các nhà bình luận khả kính của chúng ta. Xin cảm ơn tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục, giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Vũ Tùng và tiến sĩ Đỗ Thanh Hải đã tham gia vào phiên bình luận này, và xin chào và hẹn gặp lại.
The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, The 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth. Only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representatives.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and many thanks to DAV to have me here. And, and it's my great opportunity to share my personal point of view on the UNCLOS and the role of the UNCLOS in the South China Sea Maritime Cooperation here. And I will first address some of the attributions of the UNCLOS to this region, as well as the challenges and limits of the UNCLOS to facing the global challenges and the new emerging issues. And then I'd like to share one of the cases that recently happened before the ITLOS and the ICJ. I think this practice will, on climate change will shed a light for us to overcome the difficulties and challenges in the future of the maritime cooperation. So when we talk about the contribution of the UNCLOS, I think the first thing coming to us will be the Constitution for Oceans. I think this metaphor of Constitution of Oceans created by His Excellency Tomikov is vividly illustrates the UNCLOS has established a comprehensive international framework regarding the ocean governance. And I think that and all of the disputants in the South China Sea regarding the China, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Brunei are parties of UNCLOS. As well, and the other thing we'll mention is that China and the ASEAN member states retrace the UNCLOS as a part of the international law that universally recognized in the South China Sea. For example, the paragraph 4 of the DOC clearly mentions that. And the parties have done the maritime delimitation under UNCLOS. For example, in 2000, China and Vietnam has concluded their maritime delimitation within the Tonkin Gulf. And the parties advocate maritime cooperation and conduct maritime cooperation under the framework of UNCLOS. So that really contributes a lot. But there's many challenges, as many of the commentators have noted, that first of all, the UNCLOS will cannot address the territorial and sovereignty dispute, and which is very core in this region. And secondly, the obligations under Article 123 of the Convention is not strong enough because it uses the should cooperate or share endeavor to instead of the share cooperate in that. So it's somewhat vague by some of the commentators. And thirdly, I think it's most important is the rapid development of technology brings some emerging challenges to the corporations in the South China Sea. Yesterday, we discussed a lot about uncertainties about technologies, especially in the undersea infrastructures. I think I can add something through the interpretation of international law. You see, and under the General Assembly resolution of the UN, it advocates the states will cooperate in protection and monitoring the submarine infrastructure. But I like to say that monitoring activity itself will have many difficulties in the interpretation of UNCLOS. What kind of activity is that in UNCLOS? Is that MSR, marine scientific research, intelligence collection or survey, or military activity that is still, or the freedom of the navigation is still under discussion right now. And according to the ILA report, there's many international issues considering the UNCLOS right now. So. And what's more, what kind of measures the coastal state could take towards to the vessels that suspiciously to intentionally have the damages to their submarine cables is also pending. So there's lots of the new challenges waiting for the UNCLOS to be more clarified and then to make the cooperations in this region. And I think there is a recent practice before the ICJ and the ITLOS on climate change. And I think this will shed a light for us to share how to overcome those difficulties or challenges and to make the UNCLOS evolve to facing those new emerging issues. And I choose this because, first of all, to combat the adverse effect caused by climate change is a global commons that will overcome the territorial dispute here, because under Article 192 of the Convention, the UNCLOS poses a general obligation of preserve and protect the marine environment to states. So if you like it or not, if you have a territorial dispute or not, you all have this kind of obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. And before the two international courts and tribunals, both ITLOS and ICJ indicates that UNCLOS is a part of the most relevant applicable law at this issue, which means that the UNCLOS plays a very important part to addressing this issue. And it also emphasizes that it will inform with each other, with other international law beyond the UNCLOS. Okay, so I think I will go through some very brief summary on the conclusions the two advisory opinions have made. They also believe that many concrete obligations under the article, under Part 12 of the UNCLOS will be applied at this issue, and this is due diligence obligation has a very stringent standard. And I'm focusing on obligation cooperation when UNCLOS make an interpretation. We just say that the obligations in Article 123 of the Convention is not very strong, but when we go through how these two tribunals and courts to interpret the obligations of cooperation on climate change, they focusing on both the UNCLOS and the customary international law to make a very strong legal basis for cooperation. For example, the UNCLOS, the ITLOS stating that all the duties, all the Part 12, all the provisions of the Part 12 it is talking about the duty of the cooperation. For example, the Article 197, 200, and Article 201. Okay. As well as some of the customary international law, they say that prevention of the pollution to the environment is a kind of a customary international law. So the interpretation to the UNCLOS plus the customary international law makes a very strong legal basis for that. And the other thing I found is that when the ITLOS makes this kind of interpretation, it considers the climate science as well. So the new technologies developed, and there's many uncertainties or many of the about the science, but so the science will play a very important role to pushing forward to interpretation of the provisions of UNCLOS. But the ITLOS doing very well, and it considers the climate science, and it says this uncertainty of the science, the states will still have a precautionary approach to moving forward that. So this consideration of science. And then I think we'll emphasize that the UNCLOS should inform with other international law. They work together to have the very consistent obligation interpretation on that. So when it makes a very specific conclusion interpretation of Article 197, it has many other. I think it's very important conclusions. For example, they have to say that when it comes to the semi-enclosed sea, the Article 197 will cooperate with the Article 123 of the Convention. Okay, so through this through the two advisory opinions, I'd like to say that UNCLOS will play a very important role to the future cooperations on global commons. If it can evolve with other international law and efforts of states and make a very appropriate considering all about the science, it would make a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you. And let me pass the floor now to Dr. Katsu Hirano, Assistant Legal Affairs General, Japan Joint Staff from the Japanese Ministry of Defense. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you very much for having this very important meeting. It's a really great honor. I think this session generally asks us whether UNCLOS still work in a recent change, specifically in the light of the strategic and technological development. My view is yes, to some extent. UNCLOS still works to some extent. To show that, I will a little bit discuss somewhat theoretical, but practically important aspect of UNCLOS. As someone mentioned a bit yesterday, UNCLOS provides for a dispute settlement mechanism in Part 15, which include negotiation, conciliation, and judicial settlement. While these peaceful means as a first step we should pursue, if those fails, UNCLOS also established a compulsory procedure to settle dispute peacefully. This mechanism is a critical component of UNCLOS, striking a balance between the right of the coastal state and need for peaceful resolution. However, some dispute cannot be solved by this mechanism. So let me suppose, for example, foreign Coast Guard vessels enter your territorial sea and not in innocent passage, such as a propaganda-like action intended to affect or threaten your sovereignty of the coastal state. In that case, what action can we take as a coastal state? UNCLOS allows the coastal state to order the ships to leave the territorial sea or to lodge a diplomatic protest to seek international responsibility. However, in reality, these actions might not always be sufficient. In other words, can the coastal state legally use any possible or coercive measure under UNCLOS against sovereign vessels that do not qualify as innocent passage, but also do not constitute non-armed attack in the United Nations Charter? By answering this question, I will show my view that UNCLOS still work for maritime stability. Article 25, paragraph 1 states, the coastal state may take necessary steps in the territorial sea to prevent passage which is not innocent, within the section of rules applicable to all ships. What does this mean? It seems to allow action to protect the coastal state's sovereignty, but it's unclear what the necessary steps are, so a careful review of its preparatory work will be needed to interpret, in accordance with 1969 VCLT, the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaty. Let me focus today on 3 points: the right to interfere with warships, two legal nature of necessary steps, and exception to immunity of sovereign vessels, such as warships and Coast Guard vessels. Let's see one by one. First, in the debate of ILC, International Law Commission, in 1955, the question allows whether coastal state could, in law and a matter of the principle, forbids the passage of warships in its territorial sea? The answer to the question was divided, but there was a broad consensus or general consensus that coastal states do have the right to interfere with the warships, regardless of the innocence. The disagreement was over the condition which such interference was justified. Second, there are two key aspects of the necessary steps that a coastal state may take. One focuses on security, especially military threat, and the other on law enforcement, ensuring compliance with the coastal state's law and regulations. When examining the discussion from the 1958 Conference on the Law of the Sea, this distinction becomes clearer. Some delegations, like the US, view the test of innocence through the lens of military security. He said, the word security had no exact or precise meaning, but considered that it should be regarded as implying there should be no military or other threat to the sovereignty of the coastal state. It did not regard the word security as relating to economic or ideological security. Here is worth noting the test of innocence was only defined in terms of security, specifically military security at this stage. There was no other element. Meanwhile, as I addressed, the test of innocence should cover more than just military security. For this issue, the Indian delegation proposed adding the word peace, good order, or, which are drawn from the criminal jurisdiction of the coastal state, to test the immunity, two tests of innocence to cover matter beyond military security. So it is reasonable to assume that while the term security primarily referred to military aspect, the newly added word peace and good order indicate a focus on law enforcement. There are these two distinct natures were clearly shown in the necessary steps in the 1955 six-part proposal. I will not delve into here, but if you are interested, please feel free to ask me later. Third, Article 32 of UNCLOS grants immunity to warships and government vessels operated for non-commercial purpose, but it also recognizes exception to this immunity. The question then becomes, which article of UNCLOS qualify as this exception? Considering the immunity and exception were adopted in 1958 to reconcile the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the coastal state over government ships, the word exception could only be relevant to the article related to law enforcement, except for right of the protection of the coastal state. However, the nature of law enforcement doesn't match because UNCLOS does not accept any prescriptive jurisdiction over security in the territorial sea. So theoretically, without prescriptive jurisdiction, there is no enforcement jurisdiction. Additionally, any coastal state's response to foreign warships can generally be regarded as a matter of national security for the coastal state. So it's difficult to see articles related to law enforcement under UNCLOS as falling under the exception. This view aligns with the chairman's statement at the third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea in 1982. In this regard, although some scholars argue without any reservation that Article 25 is an exception under Article 32, such argument is inaccurate because Article 25 has a law enforcement nature. Only the nature of security embedded in Article 25, paragraph 1, qualified as an exception to the immunity to sovereign vessels. Let me conclude. In order to respond to the given case appropriately, the action of the coastal state must be flexible and proportionate. In other words, coastal state action should be on a case-by-case basis. UNCLOS doesn't clearly specify whether a coastal state can take forceful measure against sovereign vessels in the territorial sea, but it also doesn't deny such action. When analyzing Article 25 of UNCLOS in accordance with BCLT, it's reasonable to assume, as one of the ILC members from the UK pointed out clearly, the provision included all measures that was necessary to protect the coastal state. Given the nature of the security, there is enough room to interpret the provision as allowing the coastal state to take forcible measures against sovereign vessels as exception to their immunity. In this sense, at least as far as the territorial sea is concerned, UNCLOS still works in light of the recent strategic and technological development. From the deterrence perspective, interpreting Article 25 in this way would be work, because it could reduce provocative action in the long term, enhancing regional stability. I will stop here. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirano. I now pass the floor to Attorney Frete Ganchun, Senior State Counsel, Department of Justice of the Philippines. Thank you.
And thank you, Your Excellency, for the introduction. And I would like to, before I start, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the invitation to participate in this conference. The first time that I participated in this conference was in 2009, a long time ago as a junior lawyer. And now the conference is already in its 17th iteration, so congratulations to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and it's an honor to participate in this 17th conference as one of the panelists. I don't have presentation slides, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to read the substantive part of my paper submission to the organizing committee in order to keep it within the 10-minute time that was given to me. And the title of my presentation, I also adjusted it to the theme of the session. And the title of my oral presentation is UNCLOS as the Constitution of the Oceans and Anchor of Maritime Stability. And before I start, because I'm a government officer, I have to make a disclaimer. The views that I express here are my own, unless expressly specified to be the views of the government of the Republic of the Philippines. And so, to start, I would like to say that the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines is not like the exclusive economic zone or EEZ of other countries in the world. You cannot find an EEZ like the Philippines. And I'm not talking about the natural resources that you can find in this EEZ, but of course, the EEZ of the Philippines can be considered special because it forms part of the world's coral triangle, and the Philippines is considered as the center of the marine biodiversity of the world. The EEZ of the Philippines is not like the EEZ of other countries because it is the location of more than 100 maritime features that are the subject of conflicting sovereignty claims by several coastal states. And several of these maritime features are physically occupied by foreign states in the EEZ of the Philippines, and of those occupied, some have been transformed into massive artificial islands fortified with military infrastructure. Of the foreign powers in occupation of several maritime features in the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines, it is China that has physically and coercively interfered with the exercise by the Philippines of its exclusive sovereign rights and jurisdiction in its EEZ and the continental shelf beneath it. This interference in the Philippine EEZ can be traced back to 1995, when structures were placed on top of Mischief Reef, a low tide elevation that is only about 125 nautical miles from the Philippine archipelagic baselines, and therefore its waters form part of the Philippine EEZ, and its submerged land area forms part of the continental shelf of the Philippines. The reef was eventually transformed into a massive artificial island, about 550 hectares in size. There's also interference with the exercise by the Philippines of its sovereign rights in its continental shelf. For example, way back in March of 2011 at the Reed Bank, Chinese government vessels conducted aggressive maneuvers against a Philippine-authorized seismic survey vessel by steering head-on as if to ram the Philippine-authorized seismic survey vessel, then turning away at the last minute. This was way back in March of 2011. Reed Bank is a totally submerged feature that is about 90 nautical miles from the Philippine archipelagic baselines and therefore forms part of the continental shelf of the Philippines. Also, since 2012, Filipino fisherfolk were prevented from continuing their traditional fishing activities at Scarborough Shoal because of the presence therein of Chinese government vessels physically blocking the entrance to the lagoon of the shoal and utilizing water cannons to drive away these fisherfolk when they tried to return in 2014. Water cannons were used already way back in 2014. Moreover, since 2012, Chinese government issued fishing ban in the South China Sea includes the waters of Scarborough Shoal and the EEZ of the Philippines. These incidents and other related matters led to the filing by the Philippines of an arbitration case against China on 22 January 2013. To be sure, the dispute between China and the Philippines encompasses both territorial and maritime issues, as they both claim sovereignty over Scarborough Shoal, and together with Vietnam and Malaysia, they also claim sovereignty over the Spratly Islands. However, this does not mean that recourse cannot be had to the dispute settlement procedures under UNCLOS for the resolution of the maritime aspect of the dispute. This is what the Philippines did in 2013. It presented 15 submissions to the arbitral tribunal for resolution, and none of these submissions involved territorial issues, only issues on the maritime entitlements of the maritime features in its EEZ and the legality of the so-called 9-dash line of China, which encroaches on almost 90% of the EEZ of the Philippines in the South China Sea. The Philippines was able to initiate the arbitration proceedings against China because of the compulsory nature of dispute settlement under Article 286 of UNCLOS. Under Article 287, Paragraph 3 of UNCLOS, the default compulsory dispute settlement procedure is arbitration. Just by being a state party to UNCLOS, China has already given its advance consent to compulsory arbitration. And just to be clear, under Article 298 of UNCLOS, the issues on the maritime entitlements of the maritime features located in the Philippine EEZ, for example, whether they are islands entitled to generate an exclusive economic zone and continental shelf that would overlap with the EEZ and continental shelf of the Philippines, measured from its archipelagic baselines, and the compatibility to UNCLOS of claims to historic rights by state parties thereto, are issues that are not excludable from compulsory arbitration under Article 298 of UNCLOS. Without the compulsory dispute settlement procedures under UNCLOS, the Philippines would not have obtained an authoritative clarification of its maritime entitlements on the western side of the Philippine archipelago in the South China Sea. Because of the outcome of the arbitration under UNCLOS, it is now clear that there are no overlapping exclusive economic zones and continental shelves between China and the Philippines within 200 nautical miles from the archipelagic baselines of the Philippines in the South China Sea. With this clarification brought about by the arbitration under UNCLOS, all activities by the Philippines in the exercise of its sovereign rights in its EEZ and continental shelf are legally protected under UNCLOS, while all activities by China which seek to prevent or interfere in the exercise of this right, including the traditional fishing rights of Filipino fisherfolk in Scarborough Shoal, continue and will forever remain to be illegal under international law. It is in this sense that UNCLOS provided strong legal protection to the Philippines and brought stability to the Philippine position regarding its EEZ and continental shelf in the South China Sea. The non-compliance of the other state with the arbitral award issued under UNCLOS does not affect the nature of UNCLOS as the constitution of the oceans and an anchor of maritime stability. Its provisions on maritime zones, maritime delimitation, regime of violence, navigational rights, among others, reflect customary international law, which are binding on all states, not just on the state parties to the convention. The provisions of UNCLOS bring stability to the maritime world, while it is the non-compliance or deliberate violation of its provisions that brings instability to this world. It might be useful to recall the history of UNCLOS, which shows that it was negotiated and concluded in order to primarily address the rising trend of unilateralism and excessive maritime claims by various states in the 1960s and 70s, founded on the idea that to have the law one wishes, all one need to do is to claim what one wishes and try to avoid judicial review. Accordingly, the international conference that drafted the convention exerted all efforts on the basis of consensus to come up with a comprehensive and integrated text that is meant to withstand the test of time, capable of addressing all issues relating to the law of the sea, and includes a compulsory system of dispute settlement. Both China and the Philippines attended this conference and participated in the drafting of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The Philippines ratified the convention in 1984, while China ratified it in 1996. Since both states are parties to UNCLOS, it is a reasonable expectation that they both comply with their obligations as provided in the convention pursuant to the fundamental international law principle of pacta sunt servanda. In international law, as in domestic law, rights and duties go hand in hand. It is considered legally impermissible to claim rights under UNCLOS without being willing to assume the correlative obligations provided therein, such as compliance with an arbitral award issued under UNCLOS. Will UNCLOS stand the test of time? Are there gaps in UNCLOS because of the emergence of autonomous technologies, such as maritime autonomous vehicles, especially maritime autonomous vehicles used for military purposes? Just like in domestic constitutions, the provisions of UNCLOS may be considered as providing only general principles and framework drafted in the 1970s. UNCLOS is not expected to contain specific provisions on maritime autonomous vehicles, hence a more specific convention or set of guidelines would need to be crafted. Pending the crafting of a specific convention or guidelines on the matter, UNCLOS can guide state practice in how to deal with maritime autonomous vehicles, particularly its provisions on nationality of ships, status of ships, duties of the flag state, immunity of warships and ships used only in government non-commercial services, and state responsibility for damage caused by warships and other ships used only on government non-commercial service. So yes, UNCLOS can serve as a guide in the interregnum, being the constitution of the ocean. This ends my oral presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Attorney Ganchun. Now let me pass the floor to Dr. Chris Dakwan Wongwee-Tukun, Assistant Professor, Thammasat University, Thailand. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me and giving me this very good opportunity to speak before this distinguished international audience. So my topic about today is UNCLOS's framework for maritime stability, managing overlapping maritime claims between Thailand and Cambodia. Let me start by saying that what I'm about to share today reflects my personal academic views only, not the official positions of the Thai government or any institution or institution that I am affiliated with. So when I first received the invitations to speak on this topic, I asked myself, how can I meaningfully contribute to this session? I decided to focus on overlapping maritime claims between Thailand and Cambodia, a case that, in my view, speaks directly to the issues of maritime stability. Although the area in question lies in the Gulf of Thailand, okay, rather than the South China Sea, it is connected to it, as you know. As many of you know, we look beyond, if you look beyond zonal approach established by UNCLOS, divisions by UNCLOS, these waters are really interconnected, really part of the same continuous sea. That is why I believe maritime stability in Gulf of Thailand is closely linked to peace and stability across our region. Many of you might have seen this picture before. Okay. The orange shade of the area represents an undelimited maritime area between Thailand and Cambodia, an area where both countries have overlapping claims in the continental shelf, right? This area believed to be rich in natural resources, oil and gas, and so on, which could one day become vital source of energy for both countries. The origin of the overlapping claims dates back to 1972, when Cambodia unilaterally declared its continental shelf boundary. The following year, okay, in 1973, Thailand issues its own declaration, right, claiming that, oh, this is our continental shelf too. I will not go into the very details of the legal validities of either line, okay, because it's quite complicated. What matters here is that both countries rely on different legal and technical methods for drawing their boundaries, okay? As a result, an overlapping maritime area emerged. Okay, and in 2001, both sides recognized the need to manage this situation constructively. And for the first time, this led to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between two countries. An important first step in acknowledging the existence of different claims and agreeing to cooperate in a peaceful and orderly manner in order to manage this kind of undelimited maritime area. The MOU is contained a representations of identifying two key areas, as you might probably have seen this before. One for future delimitation and another designated for joint development area. And as you know, Cambodia has signed but not yet ratified UNCLOS, right? While Thailand is a party. Still, the spirit of convention guides our cooperation. Why? Because MOU reflects what Article 74, paragraph 3 and 83, paragraph 3 of UNCLOS envisage. That pending final delimitation states should make every effort to enter into a provisional arrangement, right, of practical nature. Both sides established a joint technical committee and agreed that any future boundary should be based on applicable principles of international law. Okay. However, the process has been slow, and after 24 years, and now after, we still not achieved what we hoped to do and what we hope to get. So in recent months, Thailand and Cambodia have experienced several armed clashes along parts of the land boundary, causing suffering to people in both countries. Our long-standing friendship and brotherhood that we have tried to build for several decades deteriorate because of nationalism, which of course deeply undermines our friendship. People on both sides could no longer look each other in the eye because of fake news and so many influencers in Thailand. And as a scholar, I am deeply concerned about how we can rebuild trust and preserve the spirit of good neighborliness between Thailand and Cambodia. Fortunately, the situation has eased following the joint declaration by Prime Minister of Cambodia and Prime Minister of Thailand in Kuala Lumpur, thanks to Malaysia and the US, a positive sign that political goodwill still prevail. Okay, in Thailand, there has been public debate over whether this MOU should be revoked. Some fears that it undermines national interests or may result in territorial loss. Personally, I find this concern difficult to understand and absurd, as the MOU clearly states that it is without prejudice to the maritime claims of either party. In other words, it doesn't harm or limits anyone's rights, yet some voices have even proposed holding of what we call a national referendum to decide whether to cancel it or not, which in my opinion is not the right approach for a matter as complex and technical as this. You might have heard that we are going to have a kind of referendum asking people whether or not we still need MOU. And, certain politicians, as well as some group of lawyers with extreme nationalism, with hostilities towards our neighbor, want to do exactly that. And my argument here is straightforward. MOU is not a weakness. MOU is a strength. It is an instrument that embodies the cooperative philosophy of UNCLOS. I have tried to communicate this point to the public in Thailand, but it's still, debated on these issues. Even though Cambodia has not yet ratified the convention, it has the obligation not to undermine the objects and purpose of UNCLOS as a signing party, and more importantly, to negotiate in good faith. That is the obligation which is embodied in the customary international law. Even if Cambodia is not bound by treaties obligation, I would argue that it has to make every effort to enter into provisional arrangements. It is still bound by the rules of customary international law. So both parties must therefore avoid kind of adopting an unyielding attitude or unreasonable negotiating position. And in my opinion, abandoning the MOU would mean stepping away from that basic of duty to cooperate, to neglect the fundamental duties, and would open the door to unilateral claims. Just imagine what would happen if each side were to act on its own. That is a very, very dangerous situation. The absence of a framework for managing relations would be extremely dangerous, I would say. To maintain the MOU is to uphold the rule-based system, the system that we have long relied upon in managing our relations, and that we have consistently promoted in addressing maritime issues in the South China Sea. So as to avoid a selective interpretation, so as reinforces the importance of peaceful, law-based cooperation. And finally, I hope that our two countries will not remain trapped by the colonial legacy left behind, the maps that have caused us to quarrel. But we will, instead seek to a joint way forward through dialogue. Okay, personally, however, I would not rule out the possibilities of seeking ASEAN's assistance as a facilitator, as long as both countries continue to adhere to the principle of international law. That is always hope. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wongwei Tukun. And now the final speaker on our panel, Mr. Chan Hu Sui Ming, Vice Dean, Faculty of International Law from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Albert. My first words are that it is my great honor to have the chance to present some of my personal thoughts on the Law of Sea Convention in this great forum where I listen to beautiful ideas and beautiful arguments from scholars around the world. The topic for my presentation is about the obligation of due regard under the Law of Sea Convention and the South China Seas. As you may know that under the Law of Sea Convention, the ocean and the sea around the world are divided into various maritime zones. And in the most of the maritime zones, no state has the whole right to the exclusion of other states. For example, on the screen, you can see that in the territorial sea, the coastal state has sovereignty, but the other state has the right of innocent passage. And it's the same logic with the exclusive economic zone. The coastal state has some rights, and the other state has have some rights. In the high seas, no state has exclusive rights. All states have the same freedoms. And when states exercise rights over the same maritime zone, conflict, incident may occur. Therefore, the convention introduced what one scholar called a conflict avoidance mechanism. The convention introduced the obligation of due regard, trying to guide states when they exercise their right on the same maritime zone, not to conflict with each other. For example, in the exclusive economic zone, we have two provisions, Article 56, Paragraph 2 and Article 58, Paragraph 3. In these two provisions, it provides for a mutual due regard, where the coastal state shall have due regard to the rights of other states, and the other state shall have due regard to the rights of the coastal state. In the high sea, the same logic. This freedom of the high sea shall be exercised by all states with due regard to the interests of other states. And the question is that in the contiguous zone and the continental shelf, there is no explicit provision in the convention providing that states shall have due regard in these two maritime zones. But in my view, and supported by jurisprudence of international court and tribunal, there's no reason why the obligation of due regard is not applicable to the contiguous zone and the continental shelf. My conclusion is that the obligation of due regard has a broad scope of application. It's applied to the vast area of oceans and sea around the world, including in the South China Sea. And it's also applicable to the overlapping area. I will go back to the South China Sea situation later. And what is the content of the obligation? If we read about the obligation of due regard, the key word is balance. The obligation requires the state to balance the exercise of their right with the rights of other states. That's the spirit, trying to balance, trying to harmonize the activities of all states in the same maritime zone. But if I stop here, it's not really clear on how we can apply the obligation of due regard in practice. How to do the exercise of balancing activities between states. Luckily that we have some guidance from case law. And I will focus on one case, the Kagos Marine Protected Area case, in which in the award rendered by the tribunal in 2015, three important points mentioned by the tribunal. First of all, the tribunal said that if a state implement the obligation of due regard, it is not enough just to taking note of the rights of others, not just acknowledge the rights of others. Something more needs to be done in order to fulfill the obligation of due regard. And the tribunal suggests that several factors should be taken into consideration. The nature of the rights, the importance of the rights of all the state, that these rights may be relevant for a particular activities that one state wishes to conduct in particular area. The second factor is the extent of impairment. Is there any potential impairment from one state activity to the rights of other state? And the nature importance of the activity that one state plans to do. And the final, very important, that the tribunal suggests that one state should look into whether there are alternative approaches available for them. Rather than do one type of activity, we can do the other type of activity with less risk of impairing the rights of others. That's the list of factors, and I believe that the list is not exhaustive. There are other factors that may be relevant to be taken into consideration. And the final point, and the clearest point that the tribunal observe is that in majority of cases, the state will necessarily involve at least some consultation with the rights holding state. It means that consultation is the best way to comply with the obligation of due regard. And I will move to the South China Sea. I think that people are familiar with the situation in the South China Sea. I will not go into detail of the maritime claim. I just note some important features of the situation in the South China Sea. The main legal regime of the South China Sea is exclusive economic zone, or continental shelf, or the high seas. And if you see on the map, in the middle of the South China Sea, we have an area of the high seas. And the other areas are the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf of the coastal states surrounding the South China Sea. And in the South China Sea, we observe that there are competing and overlapping maritime claims to exclusive economic zone and extended continental shelf, the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And in that, in the sea, we have the involvement of regional and extra-regional states. And I remember yesterday, Dr. Moon said that we should not talk about regional and extra-regional. And I agree to a certain extent to that point. And in the South China Sea, we also see that incident between states, both regional state and extra-regional state, happens. And in that context, when a number of states exercise rights in the same area of maritime zone, it calls for the application of due regard. And in law, I think that legally consultation is desirable. And often, as the tribunal in the Cargos case said, necessary, is legally necessary. And factors suggested in case law should be taken into consideration by state seriously. In practice, good news is that we have consultation between several states concerned. We have the negotiation on the code of conduct. It is the way that 11 ASEAN member states and China try to exchange their view, exchange their position, and trying to make a balanced compromise on how to harmonize their activity and to not impair the right of the other. That's the good news. And whether the COC can be successfully concluded is beyond the scope of obligation of due regard. This obligation is the obligation of conduct. It requires the state to do something. It does not impose a result on the state. But in practice, some questions remain. First of all, because other states, extra-regional states, the Japan, South Korea, Australia, European states, they have the rights in the South China Sea. They have the freedom of navigation, freedom of overflight, freedom of laying of submarine cables and pipelines. There should be consultation with those states also. And yesterday we hear about raison technique. It raises the question of good faith and legal compliance. And my final point is that how we can guarantee that state comply with the obligation of due regard, how we can guarantee that the state shall have indeed due regard to the rights of each state, of other states. Legal action, some people have talked about. I will focus on the second point. I think that the region needs institutionalized mechanism. Lesson from the DOC. The DOC, if you read the DOC, it's only substantive obligation. State will do something, but it's lack a regional monitoring bodies. And I think that the COC should have some institutional provision to monitor or even to enforce the COC. And thank you. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ming. Thank all of our panelists. And we now have 30 minutes for questions. So let me open up the floor for questions. Please. If you could give your name and organization before you ask the question.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm Soham Agarwal from the National Maritime Foundation, India. My question is primarily directed to Attorney Ganchun, but I will be happy to hear views of other panelists on the question. Ma'am, do you not believe that more emphasis should be given than currently is on securing compliance with the IMO conventions, particularly COLREGS, which is the International Convention on Prevention of Collision at Sea, which applies to all vessels on the high seas, and even perhaps the SUA Convention to address the navigational challenges and the aggressive, coercive behavior in the West Philippine Sea? And also in the same breath, you mentioned that there are emerging challenges that the law needs to adapt to. So do you not believe that the committees within the IMO can be leveraged to develop new normative or expand on existing normative frameworks even within UNCLOS? Thank you.
Thank you. Take a couple of questions. You understood that one, Dr. Ganchun? Yes. Let's take another question up the back, I think.
Thank you so much. Frances Sangadi from the Australian National Centre of Ocean Resources and Security. Thank you so much to the panel for really fascinating observations today. Two quick questions, if I may. Firstly to Professor Lei. Really fantastic that you highlighted the important clarification of the ICJ regarding cooperation obligations. I'm interested if you have any thoughts on what that cooperation could look like. Now it is in the hands of governments to consider how to implement those obligations that the court has clarified. So really curious for your thoughts on what that might be. My second question is to Dr. Hirano. Thank you for posing that hypothetical as to protective actions a coastal state could take in respect of non-innocent sovereign immune vessels. I had a question about if you have made any observations on state practice in that regard, what coastal states have done in interpreting what they consider to be necessary measures permitted under Article 25, and if that maybe then might align with your observations on the historical debate. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I might, we've got three questions there. We might answer those first, then we'll come to you next. So, Dr. Ganchun, do you want to answer that first question?
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for the question regarding the International Convention on Preventing Collisions at Sea, or COLREGS, which is an instrument under the International Maritime Organization. Yes, the Philippines consider that the dangerous maneuvers and all of those aggressive actions in the West Philippine Sea. And by the way, I'll take this opportunity to make a clarification regarding the West Philippine Sea. The West Philippine Sea just refers to the waters under the jurisdiction of the Philippines. It does not refer to the entire ocean. So it refers to the waters up to 200 nautical miles from the archipelagic baselines of the Philippines, including the territorial sea of the maritime features that the Philippines consider to be part of its national territory. Now, with respect to COLREGS, yes, all of these dangerous maneuvers, etc., are considered also not just a violation of UNCLOS, but a violation of COLREGS. And it is explained in the arbitral award that if you violate COLREGS, you also violate Article 94 of UNCLOS, because Article 94 of UNCLOS entitled Duties of the Flag State. The flag state has the duty to ensure that its vessels do not conduct these dangerous maneuvers, etc. But if, of course, these are state-sanctioned dangerous maneuvers, this would violate directly Article 94 of UNCLOS. And so, yes, IMO instruments can also be considered in managing the situation in the West Philippine Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Lei.
Thank you for the question. And I think the UNFCCC and UNCLOS has make a very concrete cooperation obligations, especially for the climate change issues. But there's a very important principle of the called CBDRC under the UNFCCC legal framework. And ICJ made it very clarified to the two ends of this spectrum of states, right? One is industrialized state, the other is the least developed states. And the obligations for the industrialized states is very clear. They have the obligation to transfer their technologies, to offer the financial support. But one thing remains uncertain is that how about the obligations for the states in the middle? I mean, the states between the industrialized states and least developed state. And this is a very typical question poses to some emerging powers just like China, Indonesia, Brazil. They has a very strong strong need to develop, and then they also have the capacity, more capacity than the least developed countries. And I think that China has led a very good practice in this area. Although China emphasizes or identifies itself as a developing country right now, but China is trying to offer more, right? China states that since 2016, it offers about 177 billion Chinese dollars, Chinese RMB, to the South-to-South cooperation. So I think considering the South China Sea and most of the countries are developing countries, I think China could do more to cooperate with adaptation measures and mitigation measures such as the green energy, the energy transfer, and the energy transition, some of the issues. And there's lots of practice that China could cooperate with the ASEAN member states in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hirano.
Thank you very much. It's a very right question and reasonable question. Simple answer is no. I can't find any state practice against warships and coast guard vessels based on Article 25, Paragraph 1. In that sense, my theory is just theoretical view.
Thank you. Let's take, yes, gentleman in the middle.
I'm Vutinka from Hanoi University of Natural Resources and Environment. I have two questions, and the first question is directed to Professor Xiaolu. In fact, you said that the UNCLOS is a constitution of the oceans, and I would like to add that the 2016 arbitration award is contribute for the interpretation of the UNCLOS. So, according to the award, the U-shaped line has no legal base. I understand that Chinese government and scholars in China have difficulty when explain that the U-shaped line is unlawful. So, do you think that the award provide you with opportunities to tell Chinese people that our claim is unlawful, and you should drop the unlawful maritime claim? And the second question I would like to direct to Professor Lei Xiaoliu and Dr. Hirano. And in fact, in South China Sea, we have battling and coercive actions. And that is by the Chinese Coast Guard against the ships from other countries operating lawfully in their respective EEZ. So, do you think that is the tactics of the Chinese government to force coastal states to recognize their unlawful maritime claim of the U-shaped line or foreshore or something like that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we had a question over on the right-hand side. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nitya. I'm one of the young leaders this year. This question is for Mr. Min. You brought up the Chagos Archipelago case as an example of how UNCLOS works and its relationship to the South China Sea. But the Chagos Archipelago dispute is quite famous for the fact that there's been repeated international opinions, and yet the UK, the US, and Mauritius as stakeholders haven't really complied to international opinion. So the dispute has been resolved at a sort of bilateral level, but still has issues with compliance with international human rights law. So I was curious if you could explain the case a little bit better. Why is this a good example for the South China Sea?
Thank you very much. So let's start. The first question, I think, was for you, Dr. Jun.
It's me?
Did I misunderstood? Who was the first question to?
All right.
I think it was you.
It's about the award. Yeah. And the 9-dash line. Yes. There's a very comprehensive discussion by the arbitral tribunal on the illegality of the 9-dash line by China. And yes, I took note of what was stated yesterday, that it originally appeared as 11 dashes officially in the map that was issued by the Department of Boundary of the Ministry of Interior of the Republic of China in 1948. And there's a map there in the award of the 9 dashes. It's called, of the 11 dashes, it's called the 9-dash line because the map that was eventually submitted by the People's Republic of China to the United Nations Secretary General in 2009 shows 9 dashes. So that's why it's called 9-dash line. But in the 2023 standard map of China, it's now 10 dashes. So some people would now call it the 10-dash line. It has no basis in international law. That is right. The tribunal actually invalidated it not just on the basis of the provisions of UNCLOS, but it also took into consideration customary international law, because there's a provision in UNCLOS that says that the tribunal, in resolving the disputes brought before it, can use not just the provisions of the convention, but also other rules of international law, which would include customary international law. So first, the compatibility of this 9-dash line with the provisions of UNCLOS. We know UNCLOS is considered as the constitution of the oceans. It provides for a comprehensive legal framework of the maritime entitlements and responsibilities of coastal states, as well as the rights and duties of other states with respect to the use of the seas and the oceans. It's very comprehensive, and there's nothing there that says that historic rights can prevail over sovereign rights of a coastal state in its exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. The very nature of sovereign rights in the EEC is not compatible with historic rights to the natural resources that is being used by China to claim all of the resources inside this so-called 9-dash line, that all of the fishes inside there belong to it, that all the oil and gas that can be extracted inside the line belong to it. So historic rights is incompatible with sovereign rights under UNCLOS, and so therefore, when China became a party to UNCLOS in 1996, any historic rights claim that it may have had were superseded by the provisions of the convention. But the tribunal did not stop there, because the tribunal actually used also customary international law, and the tribunal explained that under customary international law, for historic rights to form, you must be exercising a right that is not allowed under international law, but you proceeded to exercise it anyway, and through a long historical course, because nobody objected to your exercise of that right, through the acquiescence of other states, historic rights have formed in your favor. And according to the tribunal, the exercise of freedom of the high seas in the South China Sea, because it's a freedom that is allowed under UNCLOS, cannot give rise to historic rights, because it does not entail the acquiescence of other states, because it's already a right allowed under international law. So there's also customary, assuming that it can claim historic rights, the court proceeded to explain under customary international law, there must be evidence that you have actually historically prevented nationals of other states to fish in that area, that you've regulated fishing in that area, but there's no evidence that through a long historical course, China has historically prevented or regulated fishing of other nationals in the South China Sea, and the state of these nationals acquiesced to the exercise of this regulation by China. So it's a very comprehensive discussion on the illegality of 9-line, and we hope that China aligns its actions with respect to the award and the illegality of this 9-line. Maybe it can be reinterpreted because I understand that when it originally appeared in the Republic of China's maps, it's not meant to claim all of the waters, just the relevant waters around the maritime features being claimed by the Chiang Kai-shek government. So thank you.
Thank you. So the second question about the Chinese Coast Guard, coercive actions, I think for you, Professor Lei and Dr. Hirano.
Okay, thank you, Excellency. And I just mentioned about the constitution of the ocean, right? But everybody knows that it's a metaphor, because if you think there is a real constitution, it's like in the domestic law, in the international level, that's impossible, right? So all the international law are based on the state consensus, and UNCLOS is a treaty between the states. But it really has some very important role in the global governance, because it has some fundamental and values and principles on the law of the sea. So that's the basic point. And you're talking about the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal's award. Well, I think why China opposed that kind of award is already published in its website, and I think you can go through the official position on this issue. But here I'd like to share some personal points of view on that tribunal, that award, a little bit. And first of all, I cannot agree with the tribunal is that I think lots of the issues are really relating to the sovereignty. Just taking the Scarborough Shoal example, just now we mentioned about the traditional fishing in the Scarborough Shoal, but actually, if we're talking about the traditional fishing of the fishermen, we're relating to that issue to who owns the Scarborough Shoal first. I know that the tribunal used a kind of approach that to make a premise that this Scarborough Shoal belongs to China and the Philippines is the other country. Then the Philippine fishermen, we have a traditional fishing in that area. I'm not commenting whether it's right or wrong here, but the approach itself has a compromise, has a premise that China is a sovereign over the Huangyan Dao, Scarborough Shoal. The approach itself indicates that the sovereign issue is not irrelevant. It's very important to decide whether the Philippine fisherman has the traditional fishing rights or not. So in many of the cases, I think that it indeed relating to the sovereign issues, and just mentioned UNCLOS cannot deal with the sovereignty issues, especially for the territorial sovereignty over that maritime features. And secondly, I think the arbitral award does not do very well in interpreting some of the very important provisions of the convention. For example, the Article 121 of the convention. It hardly to say that it considers the state practice all over the world appropriately, because according to the standards given by the arbitral tribunal, lots of the islands claims are illegal. For example, the Okinawa to rocks in the Pacific Ocean. If we applied the standards of the arbitral tribunal to that small isolate, maybe it cannot reach to be an island, but Japanese government claimed 200 nautical miles for that little isolate, and even the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. So I'd like to say some of the interpretations on the very core provisions of the UNCLOS is not very well in that arbitral tribunal. And that really matters. It not only matters for the merits, but also matters for the jurisdictional issues. Because if Taiping Island, Itu-Aba, is an island according to the normal standard of the Article 121, then the tribunal must not have jurisdiction of majority of the submissions of the Philippines. So that's my very personal view on this issue. And talking about the a U-shaped line, I think there's no 10 dash line notions, I think, because in the very beginning there were 11 dash line in the South China Sea, and the other sector is on the east side of Taiwan. So if you see, I think the Chinese government just do minus, because it's 11 dash line in the South China Sea, and then when we have a conclusion with the Vietnam in the Tonkin Gulf, we made that delimitation. The two sectors has been eliminated, is erased from the map. So there's remains 9 dash line in the South China Sea. The other one is in the east of Taiwan. So there's never comes a 10 dash line issue here. And I think that the historical rights, China has not clarified what kind of historic rights in the 9 dash line, but there's one thing concern is that China argues all the maritime features within that line, the sovereignty of the maritime features as the 4 groups of island. So China's territorial claims is not based on every single maritime features, but taken the spratlys and parasols and Dongsha Qundao. This is just like the 4 groups of islands as a whole. So that's the basic claims for China. So I'd like to say that this aperture award dealing with something it has no jurisdiction to deal with. So that's my understandings about the aperture award and the UNCLOS. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hirano.
So what I can say here is legality is needed to take action, to conduct any activity, to support operations. My conclusion is just focus on the territorial sea. Conversely speaking, beyond the territorial sea, I still not find any legality under UNCLOS. So it could be natural. Bigger nations tend to rely on the only capability aspect, but not to become a threat, we need more careful study for the legality. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ming, the Chagos follow-up question.
For the questions about the Chagos MBA case and how is it relevant to the South China Sea, I have a sub-report. The first point is that you are right that the 2 cases, they are totally different. It's related to different areas. It's related to different states. The second point is that even if they are different cases, in legal theories, we can pick the legal reasonings and interpretation in one case and then apply to the other case. That's we call case law. And the third point is that in the South China Sea arbitration, when the tribunal in that case between the Philippines and China trying to interpret the obligation of due regard, the tribunal did make a reference to the Chagos cases. So my answer is that we can learn something from the past cases, and the reasoning, the interpretation may be a useful guideline for how we can understand the obligation of due regard in other circumstances, even in the South China Sea. That's my answer.
Thank you very much. We've got a number of questions on the screen, and I think we've got time for one more. Dr. Wong-Wei-Katun, there's one to you. You haven't had a question yet. The question is, given that Asian culture generally has a preference for amicable settlement, i.e. negotiations, what approach should ASEAN take towards the de-judicialization strategy, which might have implications for ASEAN countries' leverage on their maritime claims?
Okay, thanks very much for the question. I think my answer would not address just only about the problem between Thailand and Cambodia, but I would like to answer as in a general terms. I think there's various ways which ASEAN can learn of how to settle a dispute between disputing parties. Dejudicialization is very good keyword here. I think we should learn from the case between Australia and Timor-Leste, where conciliation commissions is used in the sense that it's not just only about legal issues that we talk about, but we need to take into considerations of several factors, historical background of the disputes, economic factors, and something like that. Because the origin of disputes in each case is totally different from one another. So if you would like to settle a dispute between Thailand and Cambodia, you need to know about our long history from the ancient time. We need to take into account the economic factors. So who can do this function? Who can consider this function? Court is not an appropriate way to go, because it's just a court of law. They just interpret legal text provisions, which is very hard way to settle a dispute. And the outcome of the dispute settlement process is the lose-lose situation. It's not a win-win situation, I think. ASEAN might consider the way in which they can act as mediators, conciliators, or even fact-finders or something like that. So I personally like to, or would like to support or encourage ASEAN to study about the conciliation process. I mean, it covers a lot of things. Fact findings is one of the functions of the conciliation commissions, and not just about the interpret law, applied laws, but they can, site visits is also the way in which we can find the fact, because sometimes disputes arise because of they disagree about the fact, what really happened on the ground. So that is the reason why we need to look the other ways, alternative way to settle the dispute in our own way, as suggested by these questions. ASEAN culture generally has a preference for amicable settlement, that is negotiations. Conciliation is kind of hybrid nature. It's kind of a non-judicial means of dispute settlement mixed with the judicial means of dispute settlement. So that is my answer, that ASEAN might learn the experience of Australia and Timor-Leste.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great way to end this session on a positive example of where UNCLOS and dispute settlement resolutions were used. Can I ask everyone to, I think I have to draw it to a conclusion. Yes, 3 o'clock, yeah. There is a time constraint on us, but can I thank everybody? Could you all join with me in thanking our panelists for tonight? Thank you very much. And I think you get a coffee break now, so thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to all speakers and participants for reaffirming the importance of law and cooperation. Now, please take a short coffee break before our final session begins at 3:15 p.m. Please make sure to complete our post-conference survey, and your feedback is always highly appreciated. Thank you.
The Young Leaders Program is an initiative by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam designed to nurture a new generation of regional thinkers and future leaders in international affairs. The program aims to enhance awareness, foster research talent, and bridge divides, not only across geographical boundaries but also between generations. Through a diverse range of activities such as working lunches with experts, policy dialogues, and intergenerational exchanges, Young Leaders Program provides a unique platform for young scholars to engage directly with diplomats, academics, and practitioners. It represents the Academy's long-standing commitment to cultivating youth leadership and advancing informed, inclusive dialogue on regional and global issues. Figure 1. Diversity by country of residence. This world map highlights the truly global reach of the 2025 applicant pool. More than 1,700 participants come from every inhabited continent, reflecting the program's growing international recognition and inclusivity. The visual illustrates not only the breadth of engagement across Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, but also the success of outreach efforts in attracting candidates from diverse geopolitical, cultural, and socio-economic backgrounds. The map demonstrates that the program has evolved into a platform of global dialogue and collaboration, connecting young professionals and scholars from around the world. Figure 2. Diversity by nationality. The progression from 2023 to 2025 reveals a remarkable broadening of national representation. By 2024, diversity expanded significantly, with dozens of countries represented, demonstrating enhanced regional participation and growing international visibility. In 2025, the spectrum of nationalities became even more vibrant, encompassing a record number of distinct countries, showing the program's transformation into a truly multinational and inclusive community. This steady diversification underscores the program's commitment to cross-cultural exchange, inclusivity, and regional balance, ensuring that multiple voices and perspectives are represented in every cohort. Figure 3. Gender balance and competitiveness. The gender distribution charts demonstrate consistent progress toward achieving the program's target of a balanced male-to-female ratio, 5:3 or 4:4. In 2023, participation remained modest but balanced. By 2024, the number of applicants nearly tripled, maintaining a healthy gender proportion. In 2025, applications surged dramatically to 1.749, marking a 72.84% increase from the previous year and reaffirming the program's growing reputation. With a selection rate of just 0.45%, the 2025 cycle stands as the most competitive year to date. This heightened selectivity reflects the program's strong appeal, credibility, and excellence, while gender balance remains central to its inclusive vision. Looking ahead, the Organizing Committee of Young Leaders Program remains steadfast in its commitment to expanding global outreach and promoting diversity among young leaders. With each edition, the program strives to welcome participants from an ever wider range of countries, disciplines, and backgrounds, reflecting the shared belief that true leadership emerges from inclusivity, collaboration, and cross-cultural understanding. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, The 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The Young Leaders Program is an initiative by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam designed to nurture a new generation of regional thinkers and future leaders in international affairs. The program aims to enhance awareness, foster research talent, and bridge divides, not only across geographical boundaries but also between generations. Through a diverse range of activities such as working lunches with experts, policy dialogues, and intergenerational exchanges, Young Leaders Program provides a unique platform for young scholars to engage directly with diplomats, academics, and practitioners. It represents the Academy's long-standing commitment to cultivating youth leadership and advancing informed, inclusive dialogue on regional and global issues. Figure 1. Diversity by country of residence. This world map highlights the truly global reach of the 2025 applicant pool. More than 1,700 participants come from every inhabited continent, reflecting the program's growing international recognition and inclusivity. The visual illustrates not only the breadth of engagement across Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, but also the success of outreach efforts in attracting candidates from diverse geopolitical, cultural, and socio-economic backgrounds. The map demonstrates that the program has evolved into a platform of global dialogue and collaboration, connecting young professionals and scholars from around the world. Figure 2. Diversity by nationality. The progression from 2023 to 2025 reveals a remarkable broadening of national representation. By 2024, diversity expanded significantly, with dozens of countries represented, demonstrating enhanced regional participation and growing international visibility. In 2025, the spectrum of nationalities became even more vibrant, encompassing a record number of distinct countries, showing the program's transformation into a truly multinational and inclusive community. This steady diversification underscores the program's commitment to cross-cultural exchange, inclusivity, and regional balance, ensuring that multiple voices and perspectives are represented in every cohort. Figure 3. Gender balance and competitiveness. The gender distribution charts demonstrate consistent progress toward achieving the program's target of a balanced male-to-female ratio, 5/3 or 4/4. In 2023, participation remained modest but balanced. By 2024, the number of applicants nearly tripled, maintaining a healthy gender proportion. In 2025, applications surged dramatically to 1.749. Marking a 72.84% increase from the previous year and reaffirming the program's growing reputation. With a selection rate of just 0.45%, the 2025 cycle stands as the most competitive year to date. This heightened selectivity reflects the program's strong appeal, credibility, and excellence, while gender balance remains central to its inclusive vision. Looking ahead, the Organizing Committee of Young Leaders program remains steadfast in its commitment to expanding global outreach and promoting diversity among young leaders. With each edition, the program strives to welcome participants from an ever wider range of countries, disciplines, and backgrounds, reflecting the shared belief that true leadership emerges from inclusivity, collaboration, and cross-cultural understanding. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3rd to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm? Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability? Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a driving force for sustainable blue ocean development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The Young Leaders Program is an initiative by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam designed to nurture a new generation of regional thinkers and future leaders in international affairs. The program aims to enhance awareness, foster research talent, and bridge divides, not only across geographical boundaries but also between generations. Through a diverse range and growing international visibility. In 2025, the spectrum of nationalities became even more vibrant, encompassing a record number of distinct countries, showing the program's transformation into a truly multinational and inclusive community. This steady diversification underscores the program's commitment to cross-cultural exchange, inclusivity, and regional balance, ensuring that multiple voices and perspectives are represented in every cohort. Figure 3. Gender balance and competitiveness. The gender distribution charts demonstrate consistent progress toward achieving the program's target of a balanced male-to-female ratio, 5/3 or 4/4. In 2023, participation remained modest but balanced. By 2024, the number of applicants nearly tripled, maintaining a healthy gender proportion. In 2025, applications surged dramatically to 1.749, marking a 72.84% increase from the previous year and reaffirming the program's growing reputation. With a selection rate of just 0.45%, the 2025 cycle stands as the most competitive year to date. This heightened selectivity reflects the program's strong appeal, credibility, and excellence, while gender balance remains central to its inclusive vision. Looking ahead, the Organizing Committee of Young Leaders program remains steadfast in its commitment to expanding global outreach and promoting diversity among young leaders. With each edition, the program strives to welcome participants from an ever wider range of countries, disciplines, and backgrounds, reflecting the shared belief that true leadership emerges from inclusivity, collaboration, and cross-cultural understanding. The Young Leaders Program is an initiative by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam designed to nurture a new generation of regional thinkers and future leaders in international affairs. The program aims to enhance awareness, foster research talent, and bridge divides, not only across geographical boundaries but also between generations. Through a diverse range of activities such as working lunches with experts, policy dialogues, and intergenerational exchanges, Young Leaders Program provides a unique platform for young scholars to engage directly with diplomats, academics, and practitioners. It represents the Academy's long-standing commitment to cultivating youth leadership and advancing informed, inclusive dialogue on regional and global issues. Figure 1. Diversity by country of residence. This world map highlights the truly global reach of the 2025 applicant pool. More than 1,700 participants come from every inhabited continent, reflecting the program's growing international recognition.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite all guests to please take your seats as we are about to begin. Xin kính mời tất cả quý vị đại biểu quay trở lại chỗ ngồi để session cuối cùng của ngày hôm nay được bắt đầu ạ. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes are: please put your devices on silent mode. Only use your microphone when it's your turn to speak. For our online participants, please use the raise hand function or drop your questions on Q&A box during discussion. Our event is live stream on Facebook Nghiên cứu Biển Đông, live stream on YouTube South China Sea Connects, and live tweeted via South China Sea Connect. Trước khi bắt đầu thì xin kính mời quý vị đại biểu thì chuyển điện thoại về chế độ yên lặng và quay trở lại chỗ ngồi để chúng ta được bắt đầu ạ. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our final section, Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. This session is dedicated to the voices and visions of the next generation, the young leaders shaping tomorrow's maritime order. We are honored to have Mr. Leve Power, resident representative from CAST Foundation in Vietnam, as moderator. Mr. Power, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. And welcome to the sixth and concluding session of this year's South China Sea Conference. I'm honored to host this panel and to moderate it. It's called Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity and Strengthening Unity. First of all, I would like to thank the DAV for emphasizing the role of youth and also the participation of the young leaders in this conference, both from Vietnam and from other countries. And as a long-standing partner of this conference and of the DAV, I would also like to emphasize that the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung very much welcomes the contribution of young scholars to this format, and we believe that you will all have a vital role in shaping the future of this region. And before we start off, I would like to recall the first panel of this conference, in which it has been said that we need audacity and innovation to overcome the challenges that the region is facing. And I believe with this panel, we can come full circle and actually let our young scholars speak on that, and with audacity and innovation as the spirit guiding this panel. In the last 2 days, I believe we have seen that challenges persist, but that there's also room for constructive action. And this is where the role of youth comes in. So here we will hear creative insights and new approaches to the persisting challenges. We're very honored that 4 young leaders from this year's cohort joined the panel. They all come with significant academic distinctions and achievements. And I think it is fair to say that most questions throughout this conference came from that corner of the room. And I think we can all return the favor now to our young scholars later, and I'm very much looking forward to questions later. So first of all, to my left is Nithya Lab with Chatham House in the United Kingdom and the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue in Switzerland. She focuses on territorial and maritime transboundary disputes and maritime mediation. And without any further ado, I would like to pass the floor to you, Nithya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. Hi, everyone. My name is Nithya Lab. I am with Chatham House, Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, but today I'll be speaking in my own personal capacity. My presentation is titled Reimagining Sovereignty in the South China Sea, Comparative, Legal, and Geographic Frameworks. So, to begin, we were given a set of guiding questions as young leaders. The first one, what are the main causes of uncertainty in the South China Sea today? And how should unity be understood? And so in answering the first question, I'm going to be able to answer the second one for you. And so I hope you follow along the presentation. So to the first question, what are the main causes of uncertainty in the South China Sea? I think we have to set a very maybe uncomfortable future truth, that is, geography is changing, and it will continue to change. The current international system is based on the idea that our geography doesn't move, but climate change, technological innovation, means that countries can now shape geography to suit their own national interests. Policymakers are beginning to adapt concepts of sovereignty and statehood to address this uncertainty, but that has not really reached the South China Sea yet. So to be more specific about how geography is going to change, I'm going to use a bunch of maritime legal references, and I don't have time to go into them, but I'm happy to discuss them in the Q&A, so you know where the basis is for this discussion. First, how is geography going to change? We have to look at sea level rise, storm wave inundation, overwash in the South China Sea. These graphs show how that could progress over time, especially for coastal and littoral regions. What are the consequences of this climate change? Well, first, receding coastlines could create new high seas areas. As seen in this chart, if you look on the first diagram, if 2 states share a boundary that divides their EEZs or even their territorial seas, be it an equidistant line or the natural boundary that they form, as their coastlines move back as a result of sea level rise, they may not lose 12 nautical miles, they may still have it, but the space between those 2 grows. And as it does, we create a new area for the high seas that didn't previously exist. Another impact of sea level rise could be that there's a partial loss of maritime zones, not just new high seas, but if an island loses island status, it becomes uninhabited. It's downgraded legally as a rock, or it becomes a low tide elevation. These physical distinctions matter because they generate legal claims based purely on their physical conditions. So this diagram shows the consequences, but they could be much larger. In fact, the future may not change, but if sea level rise does, they might lose their EEZ entitlements altogether. So this sounds pretty radical and pretty scary, but actually climate change is already affecting borders around the world. There are 3 case studies right here. The first is the Pacific Islands, where they've implemented this thing called the Pacific Islands Boundary Project within the Pacific Islands Forum. There's a historic case from the US-Mexico border, and there's also a current day case on Italy and Switzerland. Here are two diagrams that go a little bit more in depth on that. For Italy and Switzerland, they have a border that is drawn upon the ridge line of a glacier. And as that glacier melts, they've realized that they have to keep redefining that border. So they have to establish a working group to address climate change and how it impacts their boundaries. The better case for the South China Sea is the Pacific Islands, which is a harbinger for what is to come here. When sea levels rise, island states, if they don't disappear, will lose a lot of territory. And that has really key implications for boundaries, especially because international law has decided that boundaries are ambulatory, meaning that they do move as your coastline moves. There's another way that geography is changing, and I think the one that we're more familiar with, artificial island building and coastal land reclamation. This means that geography won't just change in terms of a reduction or a contraction of space. There will also be additions to geography in the form of islands. Coastal land reclamation also has a climate resiliency angle, and so we can see countries doing this in their littoral regions as well. So what we're going to see is a tension between our legal reality and our geographic reality. Geophysical changes, whether it's sea level rise or artificial island building, do not receive recognition under international law. And I'm not saying that we should acknowledge countries' extraterritorial claims, but international law doesn't provide us a clear guideline or framework about how to engage in this new reality. We have the example of the Pacific Islands Forum Boundaries Project. What they've said is the Pacific Islands for the past 10 years have recognized their boundaries are likely to recede as a result of sea level rise. They've undertaken a project where they want to freeze their baselines, creating what is called fictitious or imaginary baselines. Their baselines or their boundaries are no longer tied to their coastline. Now, there is no precedent for this in international law. In fact, it's not really international law. It's commonly established practice for the Pacific Islands. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything until the other states transiting the waters of these countries also recognize that law. And so common law doesn't necessarily establish practice. The consequences of freezing your baselines mean that when your coastlines move, if your boundaries don't, you have bigger internal waters. First, there's a maritime capacity challenge. Do you have the Coast Guard capabilities to regulate bigger and bigger maritime zones within your own territory? And second, will countries transiting the high seas recognize that your boundaries haven't moved? Or when they have an incentive to maximize their access to the high seas, will they continue to infringe, creating a zone of uncertainty where historic precedent comes into question? Then there's international law when it comes to artificial islands. According to the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal, semi-permanent habitation in the form of troop presences from countries all over on the features of the South China Sea does not count as human habitation, does not grant island status. Now that's fine, but it does not give us a rule or a set of protocols for engagement when it comes to troops at sea. So what happens if there's an accident, if there's a loss of life? We're now operating outside of the boundaries of what international law provides. And the number of meetings that the UN 6th Legal Committee has had, the International Law Commission, the International Law Association, they've all taken up these questions, and the answer consistently is, we don't know. International law doesn't give us an answer. So from a policy perspective, we need to go beyond the bounds of what we have in frameworks and come up with something new. The question is, how can international law govern what it does not recognize? Solving the South China Sea disputes cannot come from a denial of change in terms of geographic expansion, like island building, or contraction in the form of sea level rise. In response, I offer that we need new legal and political processes to anticipate geographic transformation. New geographies require new concepts of sovereignty. Now, I'm not so naive as to think that this is the way forward, but I want to use this time to sort of experiment and expand the scope of what we think is possible to maybe unlock new combinations or permutations about what policies could be implemented in the future. And so I propose this idea of collective sovereignty and plural authority. There are examples in international law and precedent from other parts of the world that we could try to retrofit here, choosing the best of the agreements that we have and excluding the worst. So example number one is the Inuit Circumpolar Council. It takes on a form of indigenous sovereignty for the Inuit groups that live in the Arctic. They are sort of bounded by the US, Russia, Canada, Denmark through Greenland, but they transit across these boundaries fluidly as an indigenous group. They don't sit comfortably within the boundaries that have already been drawn. And so they had to establish this council as a way to create their own identity and sovereignty separate from national boundaries, and then coordinate with governments to synchronize policy specifically for their community. Another example is the High Seas Treaty, also known as the Treaty of Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. This is a recent treaty, but it sets a precedent for international cooperation and collective sovereignty or universal jurisdiction on the high seas when it comes to biodiversity. It doesn't give us a clear pathway for the South China Sea, but it establishes this common understanding that on the high seas, maybe we do all have common interests that grant us the authority to protect things like biodiversity. And so why can't that then give us more of a framework for cooperation on the South China Sea? One that is not bounded by mine versus yours. It's not so zero-sum, but rather, actually we share this. And can we exercise sovereignty between one or more states to the exclusion of all others as a group? Another example is the Philippine Union. This is a sort of immigration agreement between Australia and Tuvalu, but it creates what we call a plural authority. The idea is because climate migration is increasing from countries like Tuvalu, if countries do not have a community to go back to in their original country, do they still have citizenship? Do they still have rights derived from a government over a territory that may be submerged? And so Australia and Tuvalu have sat down together to sort of coordinate how their authorities would work to share citizens and to share immigration policies to provide for climate migrants. So again, it's not a perfect solution, but it gives us a new way to think about how sovereignty can be shared and coordinated between countries, potentially for the South China Sea. This isn't the only example. I have a list of other agreements that we can talk about. For the interest of time, I won't, but I really encourage you to look into these frameworks as potential alternative options for resource sharing, disaster management, or demilitarized maritime zones. Thank you. And yeah, those are the conclusions.
Thank you very much, Nydia, for this insightful presentation and highlighting the need that we need to think out of the box and face the fact that realities, also in terms of the geography, are changing, and that we need to have the mental flexibility also to include new solutions to these problems. I would now like to pass the floor to Hasif Imran, who's with Monash University in Australia. Please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Paul. So good day, everyone. My name is Hasif Imran, and I am from Monash University, and I'm going to present on you about the youth power overcoming ambiguity and strengthening unity. So, this one? Okay. Now, let's establish a mutual understanding about the South China Sea. First, let's talk about the strategic location. So, the South China Sea lies right at the heart of the Southeast Asia, linking the Pacific Ocean and also the Indian Ocean. It has a vast economic and resource potential, which is we have 11 billion barrels of oil and also 190 trillion of cubic feet of natural gas. And then we should not forget about its environmental sustainability opportunities. And when we talk about the sustainable growth, we should talk about the blue economy. Okay, I'm sorry. So what is the meaning of the blue economy? So blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resource for economic growth, which is its aim to improve livelihood and jobs, and also while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. But before we can reach that goals, we need to talk about the dispute of the South China Sea, which is China's 9-dash line, which is first published in 1947, which is, you can see, in 2025 alone, 72 maritime encounters were recorded, where most involving the Philippines and Vietnam. This confrontation don't just affect the diplomacy, it also interrupt the fishing and scientific research. And the effect of this dispute are felt across different Asian countries, which is, as example, in the Philippines, which is the researchers are restricted to access to Scarborough Shoal. And this situation is not just happened in Philippines, it also happened in other countries, which is Malaysia and also Vietnam. When access to information is limited, cooperation becomes even harder. Let's see how this data limitation create ripple effect across the whole blue economy. First, the effect is weak policy development. Second, limited marine program. And lastly, low public awareness. Data information is the foundation of good policy, environmental progress, and also public awareness. Without it, progress is halted. To overcome this situation, we must first rebuild unity both in purpose and in practice. Now, let's establish mutual understanding about the meaning of unity. So literally, the unity means the state of being joined together, which represent cooperation and collective action. But when we talk about the South China Sea context, unity means Asian countries acting collectively to protect the marine resources, which involves sharing data, technology, and also expertise. Through these countries can build a regional understanding for the future. And this inspired me to propose an idea for a youth-led initiative called the South China Sea Blue Economy Map. So, what it is, the South China Sea Blue Economy Map? It is a digital platform that combines interactive maps and real-time data. And it also aims to promote the sustainable use of ocean, which is it will visualize and centralize all the blue economy information across Asian countries, covering fisheries and marine biodiversity. And importantly, it will be a youth-led initiative. Next, about its objective, which is it will touch all the problems that I mentioned in the problem statement, which is the first one is to help policymakers design evidence blue economy strategies. Secondly, for researchers and institutions to plan effective conservation. And lastly, to build public understanding and regional trust. So this is how I envision the dashboard of interface, which is first, there will be a comprehensive division where the map categorizes coastal areas into several designated blocks. Each block will be monitored and managed by local youth representatives, ensuring community-based participation. Second, each block will include a SWOT analysis. As strengths, we will have analysis of marine biodiversity and strategic parts for weakness. We will have identification of overfishing activities and waste management. For opportunities, we will talk about the exploration of offshore renewable energy potential. And lastly, the threat, which is the assessment of climate change, risks, and importantly, the ongoing territorial dispute in certain areas. And beside that, the dashboard will feature the section dedicated to humanized data and also the stories and cultural marine activities. So why we should have this section is because the platform is not only designed for policymakers and researchers, but also for individual users, especially those interested in tourism and also local communities. Through this, we aim to raise the public awareness about the dispute in the South China Sea, while promoting understanding of its cultural and ecological richness. Now, you can see like how it's worked, which is the implementation of the framework, which is it have a long implementation, which is we have the 8 step here, but I will just tell it briefly, which is the first one, we have the youth mapping team. Second, we will have the data collection. The third step, which is verification. Fourth, the digital mapping. Fifth, the community stories. Sixth, the regional collaboration. 7, policy sharing. And lastly, innovation and growth, which in each step, there will be a youth cooperate because the specific trait that they have. Now, about the target entities and users, which is first, government agencies. Second, educational institution. Third, local communities. Fourth, the regional organization, which is to track progress toward the SDG 14 and support the regional initiative. And lastly, individual and tourists. And this is the expected impact from using this initiative, which is the first one, that we will strengthen the evidence-based policymaking. How? By regular youth dialogue, workshop, and map review meeting. Second, encourage joint conservation effort by the map identify cross-border ecological zone. And lastly, reduce misunderstanding through shared information by presenting verified data and visual stories on the Blue Economy map. So my final thought is, we're not supposed to see the South China Sea only as a sea of dispute, but also we need to see the South China Sea as a sea of opportunity. And I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassi, for introducing the idea of a blue economy map for the South China Sea, drawing on real-time data, and also for the detailed proposal for its implementation with a number of potential beneficiaries. That was really fascinating. Next, I would like to hand over to Daniel Kotia from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, who focuses on cartography, open data, and spatial governance. Please, Daniel, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Xin chào. For this afternoon, I would like to share my insight as a geographer, cartographer, and urban and regional planner from the Philippines. Insights on the use of geospatial technologies as an entry point for collaboration between nations in the ASEAN and the region. So, I wish to map the current geospatial strengths and charting a path towards integrated collaboration. So first, what are geospatial technologies? To review, these are tools and systems that capture and manage, analyze, and visualize location-based data to support decision-making across science, policy, and society. Use cases include urban systems, climate monitoring, maritime activities, from local, subnational, and even international scales. So it can have different components such as data acquisition, which is concerned with the gathering of data primarily through satellites and in situ instruments. An example of this is EU's Copernicus program, in which it provides global data sets through its Sentinel satellites. Next, data infrastructure deals with the organizing and sharing of geospatial data through systems like spatial data infrastructures, promoting interoperability, access across nations. The next, data processing and analysis includes GIS or Geographic Information Systems, in which it turns raw data into using GIS, modeling, geostatistics, supporting urban, environmental, and maritime decision making. Then next, there is also the component of big data and computational tech, which includes emergent technology like AI, in which it leverages those processes to intensify and speed up processes in data analysis, providing baseline information at a much faster real-time pace. The next, there is also the component of communication, in which there is the need to communicate these geospatial insights to the public, such as through digital twins, reports, story maps, and usable web and mobile apps. An example of this was in ENCOV mobile web app from Vietnam in advising which areas is more concentrated with COVID-19 cases vis-a-vis mobilities. Then lastly, there is the component of human capacities, in which there is also the need to actually improve the technical capacities of planning staffs, scientists, and other policymakers. So this also ensures sustainability through training, partnerships, and technical cooperations between ASEAN institutions. Now, where is the Philippines? The Philippines actually face several major challenges. So, lack of effective leadership. So, meaning there is no unified national body overseeing geospatial governance, leading to fragmented efforts and siloed systems. Missing strategic vision means the country lacks an updated, long-term NSDI or National Spatial Data Infrastructure Master Plan that integrates both land and marine domains. No clear business case. So in the local scales, the socio-economic benefit of having geospatial investments remain undervalued and therefore not really prioritized for the legislations. Inadequate resources include limited funding, manpower, and technical capacity, which hinder the full implementation of national geospatial frameworks. Weak interoperability of data means that there is an absence of common data standards and protocols and restricts integration and sharing across agencies. And therefore, if there is a weak interoperability, there is a duplication of costs in which multiple agencies pursue overlapping interests or overlapping agendas. Therefore, what has been done by one agency is going to be pursued by another. So in hindsight, so these are just some of the geospatial themes or thematic areas in which these are governed or covered separately by different Philippine agencies. So given the fragmented governance of geospatial data, this results in duplicating efforts and weak interoperability. In marine contexts, this is still very much parallel, in which there is a lack of centralized repository of data, which meant data is harder to reach and consolidate, and no clear authoritative data sets meant additional steps in verification and incompatibilities with other standard datasets. Overlapping government functions meant uncoordinated initiatives, and then with no data standards and protocols meant, again, weak interoperability of data. So the people who would be facing the difficulties here are scientists, policymakers, and even municipalities, since there are a lot of coastal municipalities in the Philippines. Now, as a result, few datasets can be described as authoritative, currently fit for purpose. Decisions are therefore often based on incomplete or incorrect evidence, leading to worsened ambiguity and uncertainty. Zooming out, in the regional scale, there are 4 subpoints in the identified needs in geospatial practices. So first, in engaging users across multiple sectors, technical support and knowledge sharing comes first. And with this, it is also relevant in the point of leveraging innovative digital technologies. To manage data and information, geospatial data development and access, as well as the use of higher resolution satellite data, is also deemed one of the most important or the most needed at the moment. Then strengthening regional partnerships is also seen as important through expert training on specific areas and regional partnerships in research and development, or R&D. So furthermore, there are some policy level gaps, such as many countries in the ASEAN region still have weak or the capacities between countries are uneven. So meaning there are varying standards, and some of us have incomplete national data sets. Data sharing and stewardship practices also remain limited, hindering regional interaction of data sets. Additionally, there is a lack of technical staff in the public sector, particularly at local levels where data implementation is most needed. In the science perspective, the region faces a shortage of advanced technical skills in areas like remote sensing, machine learning on spatial data, and higher resolution modeling. So data quality, coverage, and harmonization is also inconsistent, especially across marine and coastal domains, making transboundary assessment such as sea level rise or sediment flow difficult. So, and lastly, in the diplomatic front or in diplomatic gaps, so there is a weak geospatial capacity for transboundary and diplomatic issues. So therefore, since the problems are very much real-time updating, so there is a need for the technical staff or the geospatial specialists to actually be integrated in the negotiation table or in the planning table. So furthermore, limited situational awareness tools like vessel tracking and crisis dashboards restricts ASEAN's ability to respond rapidly to regional emergencies. So if we look at other frameworks of collaboration, some of these include GeoSur in Latin America, in which this is focused on data, sharing, infrastructure, and standardization to support planning, environment, and infrastructure programs between academic institutions across the Latin American countries. Copernicus of the European Union is focused on satellite or data acquisition, which includes data collection via a fleet of satellites through the Sentinel program and other in situ sensors. The data is free and actually global. Now the next challenge is how do we contextualize and use them to different thematic use cases. So now, towards an ASEAN-wide geospatial data collaboration for the South China Sea. So this is one of what I see as the identified ways of how we can collaborate because of these following components. First, there is a transboundary sea with fragmented information. So the phenomena that we see in the sea do not really follow borders. So this includes climate impact like sea level rise, marine or sea surface temperature, marine habitats, as well as even fish stocks, as well as ship traffic. So these are actually transboundary. So common data portals, formats, and metadata standards would allow Coast Guard, scientists, and policymakers to work off the same map of reality. So currently, it's difficult because there are uneven skills or capacities between member countries. So there is also the need to close the unequal technical capacities across nations. So some ASEAN countries are more skilled, and some are quite trailing behind. So regional collaborations that lessen external reliance for technical capacities, and furthermore, so that we can leverage global data sets within our regional context, such as on addressing key climate-related issues such as forest fires, again, sea level rise, and habitat loss. So and there is also the need to actually regionally pool resources in procuring advanced technologies and capacities. And towards a regional standard evidence-based diplomacy. So having the same authoritative data sets reduce misunderstanding and reduce diplomatic tensions. So transparent data sharing reduce suspicion among claimant states. So shared marine geospatial data infrastructure and shared monitoring can be a feasible entry point to transform the SCS as from a zone of contestation into a zone of collaboration. So perhaps, what would a data collaboration framework look like? First, it must be available and innovative. So there shall be a joint effort at data acquisition as well as data processing analysis, similar to EU's Copernicus. So it means that we have to collectively define how to process data depending on our regional needs. Then it must be highly interoperable with the national level data sets. So this would also mean there is a lot of untangling to do. So next, it must also be accessible and integrated, so meaning that there must be open data practices, so scientists and other non-state actors or non-government actors to actually work on it. So then appropriate data access, so that is something that is very much up to debate, so which data is very much ready to be shared to the whole region and which is something that has to be posited by each country that they don't really prefer. So there is really a lot of steps on that. So as well as visualization in interactive web maps. It must be affordable, so therefore that is one thing that we're trying to gap by pooling our resources. And lastly, it shall be actionable and interdisciplinary, in which we encourage stronger partnerships between government, academics, and private sectors, and responsive to regional issues such as our South China Sea and maritime security and climate change. So that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation that argues for an ASEAN-wide geospatial data collaboration for the South China Sea. I think it really highlighted the nuts and bolts, towards making technology more useful. And I noted that science and policy both benefit from a more integrated data set, and also that data sets should be improved to be fit for that purpose. So thank you very much again. And next, we have Rupert Azzopardi from the University of Melbourne in Australia. And Rupert's research focuses on Indonesia's South China Sea policy, especially under President Prabowo. Please, Rupert.
Hello, everyone. And thanks to Mr. Paul and all the attendees here today. My name is Rupert Azzopardi. I'm a Master of International Relations student at the University of Melbourne. And it's a privilege to be here at the behest of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam to present to you all. Overcoming ambiguity is part of the theme for this session. The presenters in this conference so far have shown how ambiguity has made the South China Sea more turbulent. Supposedly, if left to fester, ambiguity over maritime territory and rights will only destroy relationships in the region. Case studies do corroborate this. But does ambiguity necessitate conflict? I contend that this is not always the case. Currently, Indonesia and China enjoy a stable relationship despite their competing claims. In this presentation, I'll be tracing the deepening of the Indonesia-China relationship since 2009, which, despite numerous standoffs over maritime sovereignty in the past, is currently steady. I'd like to make clear that the views expressed in this presentation are my own. Additionally, I'm not here to tell you how to think about much debated advancements, such as Indonesia and China's joint statement, which was signed last year. Instead, I want to talk about the reality that for a decade, standoffs in the waters around the Tuna Regency occurred, and now we have not seen one for more than a year. The dispute remains unresolved. However, the process of layering the Indonesia-China relationship has actually helped insulate against conflict between these parties. Is ambiguity as a concept a complete taboo, or is it possible to blunt its edges and collaborate anyway? I'm sure we're all familiar with UNCLOS law, the basics therein. Obviously, this is the foremost legislation for maritime delineations, which both Indonesia and China have signed. I also want to emphasize the 2016 South China Sea arbitration at the Permanent Court of Arbitration to show how multiple frameworks have been used to attempt to resolve ambiguity. But despite these frameworks, the South China Sea remains a messy section of ocean, as shown in this slide, with prominent disputes over maritime territory seemingly ever present. A code of conduct eludes ratification, however, as great power rivalries, revisionism, and zero-sum approaches to territorial rights dominate the region. Without a clear path forward, some states may recognize that ambiguity may be an ever-present condition of the South China Sea. Some actors may accommodate ambiguity without the power to actually change it. Back to the map. Let's look into Indonesia and China's claims. They are relatively small. There is a lot more territory in dispute with other South China Sea claimants. The area is referred to as the Natuna waters, belonging to Indonesia's Natuna Regency. China does not claim the Natuna Islands, but some of Indonesia's exclusive economic zone in these waters falls within the 9-dash line. So I ask, does disagreement necessitate a conflict? In the South China Sea, conflicts of interest abound. It is a deeply historic maritime area with access to lucrative resources. Chowdhury et al. Argue that state claimants seek limitations in international law which harm dispute resolution efforts because, to quote, claims rely on incomplete historical data and imaginative interpretations of legal principles. States are thus incentivized to compete. However, if there are substantial differentials in capability to enforce a claim between two competing states, then the less powerful non-aligned state might seek an alternative to direct conflict. This brings me to another question, which regards a strong relationship that a state may have with a competing state. Can these relationships be forged, maintained, or improved to withstand disputes? I now return to my case study. 3 periods characterize the current Indonesian South China Sea involvement. Firstly, China officially announced the 9-dash line in 2009, establishing a formal overlap with Indonesia's exclusive economic zone. Then President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono adopted a quiet diplomacy about the South China Sea overlap, preferring to pursue a no enemies doctrine. Meanwhile, Indonesia maintained its historic stance of non-claimant status to the broader disputes. Since Indonesia does not claim the Spratly or Paracel Island groups, which are predominant flashpoints amongst other ASEAN members, it avoids a formal conflict of interest with China. However, this has not prevented standoffs from occurring in Natuna waters. Since 2014, Joko Widodo's presidency oversaw numerous standoffs with Chinese vessels in the area. Concurrently, this period was also characterized by an increased urgency to develop Indonesia, with China emerging as a substantial force for Indonesian foreign direct investment during this time. Widodo's presidency retained an inflexible sovereignty dogma, including threatening to take China to international arbitration over its maritime resources. Tensions increased, especially during the latter stages of his term, with a senior minister declaring that Indonesia would never surrender an inch of its territory. Finally, a shift occurred in November 2024 when Indonesia's current president, Prabowo Subianto, advanced the comprehensive strategic partnership with China in a statement that agreed to joint development in the contested waters. Since the joint statement was signed, there's not been a standoff between Indonesia and China. Instead, there have been sequential meetings between key government figures from both countries, described as positive. Even though Indonesia's approach to the issue has changed over the course of 3 presidents, 2 key points remain the same. Indonesia does not define itself as an official party to the South China Sea conflict, and it does not accept the legitimacy of the 9-dash line claim. What remains is subject to the vicissitudes and successes of diplomacy. So why is this particular issue now not as rhetorically conflictual as that of the Philippines-China dispute? Indeed, every Indonesian president since the 9-dash line has denounced its legitimacy. For Indonesia, it sought to protect exclusive rights to resources, observing the opportunity cost suffered due to foreign fishing vessels operating in its exclusive economic zone. This brought it into conflict with China's historic fishing rights claim. Indonesia responded to the 9-dash line by sending a letter to the UN Commission on the limits of the continental shelf in 2010. In this letter, Indonesia's representatives dismissed China's 9-dotted lines claim as lacking international basis and is tantamount to upset UNCLOS 1982. This stance was reiterated 10 years later and also to clarify the international confusion after Prabowo signed the joint statement with China. One can look to Indonesia's bebas dan aktif foreign policy as an example of why Indonesia sought to stay out of the South China Sea conflict and later to mitigate the tensions when disputes arose. Indonesia seeks to approach its relationship with China as per its free and active foreign policy doctrine, in which it is imperative that Indonesia stays non-aligned and friends to all. Despite tensions, Indonesia was simultaneously actively preserving this relationship. In the joint statement signed between the two, Indonesia has clearly tried to jettison the rocky elements of the Indonesia-China relationship that the last decade had brought. Did Prabowo acquiesce to China by signing this joint statement? Many would argue, perhaps such as Attorney Ganchun, the answer is yes, but one should also assess this decision in the context of a deep layered relationship in which a mutual purpose appeared pragmatically to be beneficial. Joko Widodo was tough on incursions by illegal foreign vessels, choosing to destroy them for purposes of symbolic deterrence. In favour of economic development, fears of the loss of $20 billion from maritime poaching prompted a harsher and more active response to illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. However, his presidency also had other priorities, namely investment and centering Indonesia at the axis of the Indo-Pacific. His concept of Indonesia as a global maritime fulcrum required deep engagement with interested actors in the Indo-Pacific, including China. During his presidency, China overtook Japan as a source of foreign direct investment in China. Particularly, China acknowledged the complementary nature of its Belt and Road Initiative and the global maritime fulcrum, including winning the contract for the Bandung-Jakarta high-speed railway, announcing record investment in Indonesia's maritime infrastructure, and supported business-to-business developmentalism. Meanwhile, youth ties have flourished through student exchanges. China made a concerted effort to build people-to-people ties, where, to quote Theo and Leong, students are seen as future socio-political resources who will carry out informal diplomatic functions. Students, as bearers of high expectations held by the states, institutions, and society in general, build bridges when they connect internationally. In Indonesia, many of the students who studied in China have a Chinese ethnic background, enmeshing shared heritage and anchoring a mutual interest between the two countries. Indeed, I believe that many of the tenets of the Young Leaders program, the speakers in this session are part of, are predicated upon bridge building and contact between students and emerging professionals. I urge any attendees here to make note of the collaborative spirit of the Young Leaders presentations and engagement so far. In the interest of time, I'll brush through. We've had a few notable summits between Prabowo Subianto and Xi Jinping since Prabowo was elected inaugurated October last year. And I will have to brush through this too. Over the turbulent waters of the South China Sea, it's the process of bridge building that bypasses the systemic issues and establishes normalcy in relations. Disputes need not become conflicts. They may be dampened into disagreements that are overwhelmed by positive diplomatic relations otherwise. Layered relations do just that. I'd also like to note that ASEAN states have their own agency, despite an overwhelming focus on their place in great power rivalry. I'd like to echo Dr. Tang Xiumun. The interests of these states are legitimate. While there is a disciplinary preoccupation with analysis of the South China Sea at the systemic level, it is imperative that we extend our appraisals as well to the interests of other states beyond the great powers. Can the states bordering the South China Sea overcome the ambiguity of their competing claims in the region? Possibly not. But that does not necessitate escalation. Indonesia and China demonstrate that relationships may be normalized and developed in spite of competing claims in the South China Sea. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you very much for zooming in on one case of overlapping claims and interests, in this case Indonesia and China, and the balancing act that is implied in it, managing but still staying firm on one's own interests. And I think this is a very good example of how we all need rigorous academic study and analysis of case studies to extrapolate for other cases and what it means for the wider region. And regarding the quote that you brought up on the screen, I think students in this forum as well are already fulfilling informal diplomatic functions, such as you and the young leaders who are joining today. And I think I very much welcome that contribution in this sense as well. So now I would like to thank our 4 speakers for keeping to the time. I think we're doing very well on time, and open the floor for questions to our presentations. Okay, I see quite a few hands here. The 2 ladies, second row from the back, please. Yeah.
My name is Kim Chi from Young Leader Programs. I have 2 questions for Mr. Imran. In your presentations, you mentioned about the importance of data sharing, and I have questions for you. Is that how can you encourage the country to share their accurate data to your platform? Yeah, thank you.
And please pass it on to your neighbor.
Oh, okay. Hello, I'm Sunny Sungyi, and I'm the participant from Young Leader Programs. And I have a question for Mr. Imran, sorry. You mentioned about your application about sharing data. I think it's rely heavily on data, right? And as a computer science student, I have a quite technical question for you. You collect a variety of data from open source, from local story, from trade, from renewable energy. So I want to ask, how can you combine all the data, and what's your standardize and how can you standardize your information so that it can create a reliable data for, especially in the disputed maritime zone or sensitive zone? Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll pass it on to the middle section of the same block.
All right, but I have my own mic, thank you. All right, so I am Mai from the DAV Captain Young Leaders Program. I have several questions from Ms. Nitya, Mr. Hasif, Mr. Daniel Kotia, and also Mr. Rupert, sorry. Regarding Ms. Nitya, your presentation centers on the baseline. I recently read the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change. I also understand the problem between problem of freezing the baseline means that the island people, especially in the small islands of the South Pacific, they might be displaced when sea level rise and it covers their land. So there will be displacement. So I would like to hear your comments on that. The second thing is that in the definition of the island, in the UN clause, it said that the island has to be naturally formed with their population, with economic life. So semi-population like aren't present there, they should not be as counted as island. But I can see that they are still building island activity. And there are some countries that sending people to build economic life there. So would this mean that over time, there will be an evolutive interpretation of the definition of island, because the island itself is now being built and it's bigger and it has population there. Although not originally there, it was being sent there, but over time it will create economic life. So will this be a sign of evolutive interpretation of the definition of island? Another question for Mr. Hasif Imran, and I want you guys and Mr. Daniel Kotia to answer together, comment on each other. I understand that the data is really important, especially in geospatial and in sharing the data, but the core problem lies in accessibility to those areas because there are competing claims, right? But I understand that you want to improve the credibility by cooperating, but this is a problem of access to these islands because they have to go to those places to access to primary data, primary information. So will youth led be sufficient for that? And so and the institutional barrier of developing might be the institutional burden might be too much for just a youth-led. So will there be an international cooperation between ASEAN countries with each other to avoid the fragmentation problem? There might be 10 initiatives, but it might be better to just have one large initiative to avoid fragmentation. Sorry for taking time. The last question is directed to Mr. Rupert. I understand that diplomacy between Indonesia and China will be very effective to smoothen out the competing claims in the South China Sea. I understand that diplomacy can be my question will be, will diplomacy be the soothing catalyst to the ripple effect, because to the ripple effect of the competing claims in this, because, well, all right, yeah, so diplomacy, can it become a soothing catalyst for the ripple effect of the severe diplomatic tension between countries because of the claim in the South China Sea? And this is not a question, but I want you to clarify on why you said that Indonesia is not a party to the South China Sea conflict. I understand conflict, and I want you to clarify further, because maybe I couldn't make it out very well. The South China Sea conflict might be different from the South China Sea dispute, and it might be different from South China Sea claims, because the definition of dispute in a mavromative case, it is the disagreement on a fact. So can you clarify on that? Because you said that it is not a party. It means it quite does not make sense out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the record, I think, for a number of questions posed in one go. And I think we'll take a couple more questions also from the same area. Please, the lady in white first. Hang, please.
Hello, my name is Hang, and I am from the Young Leaders Program. My question is directed to Nitya. I was really impressed by your suggestion of collective sovereignty. However, regarding the region where there has been a lot of conflict and tension for not just recently, but it's more historical, I wanted to be able to clarify your idea of collective sovereignty. My first question is, how does this resolution take into account the distinctive national interests and government systems? And are climate disasters like the only glue that is holding this solution together? And secondly, if there was a collective sovereignty, is it the individual states claim it, or is it regional institutions like ASEAN that will hold this resolution together? And my third question is, how does it take into account the power asymmetry, where China's larger economy and resources might be a coercive factor influencing this collective governance? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll take the two gentlemen next to Hang. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Peng Tian. I'm also one of the Young Leader Program. My question is direct to Rupert. So I keep my question short in regard to global maritime fulcrums. Is there any continuity from the principle that's set by Jokowi to the current administrations of Prabowo Subianto? Thank you. Any continuities in terms of the global maritime fulcrum into the current administrations of Subianto?
Okay, and last question for this round, please.
Yeah, first of all, let me extend my early congratulations. I think you to my fellow young leaders, I think your contributions are equally outstanding. My question goes to Rupert as well. I think I will just keep it short and crisp. You know, with all the pragmatic progress that you mentioned earlier about Indonesia and China relations, how do you see the caudal effects to the ASEANs? Because as you mentioned earlier, the free and active foreign policy has contributed so much to the grand designs of, Indo-Pacific, through the global maritime axis. There's also another normative force that become the body of ASEAN Charter, the consultations and consensus decision-making, or what we call in our country is musyawarah and mufakat. My question is, with all these pragmatic progresses, do you foresee that Indonesia can rebound as a normative leader in the Code of Conduct exercise, in the futures as it progresses? Again, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much for these fascinating questions. And I would like to pass it on in this order. Please, Nadia, you can go first.
Thank you so much. Those are a lot of questions. I'll try my best to address them all. First, on the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change, the real question that they sought to address was whether or not smaller states are sort of entitled to climate reparations in some way for adaptation. And so it's not exactly related, but when we come to that question of climate displacement, which is very acute for the South Pacific, it's why I use the example of the Australia-Tuvalu-Felipili Union case, where climate displacement is a problem, particularly for Pacific Islands, but will very much be the case for coastal regions around the world in the future. And they are creating layered approaches to sovereignty. So it's not completely unprecedented and actually a model that should be examined further. It's not the only one, but I think because it's a recent case, it shows the trajectory that this is going in and a direction that we can move in. To your question about evolving definitions of islands, it's important to remember that international law is really centered on the principle of stability. So it's not suddenly going to change to try to accommodate new definitions of islands. In fact, that's exactly what the Arbitral Tribunal did not do. And so what does stability mean is the real question. If stability means we uphold the principle of ambulatory boundaries, then boundaries will naturally shift, as has been the case for decades. But if stability means preserving boundaries where they are, then fictitious or imaginary boundaries become the trend. And suddenly we don't have as much precedent for how to enforce or deal with these things. So it's not that we should legitimize island building processes, but we run into the limits of international law in governing interactions, and we need new ways or frameworks to govern our engagements at sea. And then to the questions about collective sovereignty, the history, national interests, is climate the only unifying factor? Who enforces it? Could larger economies be coercive? I may not be able to answer all of that in one sitting, but no, climate is not the only unifying factor in terms of uncertainty and how we address the South China Sea. Natural resources, fisheries, search and rescue zone cooperation, disaster mitigation, there is so much more there, let alone engagement and collaboration with youth. And so there's a lot that unifies the South China Sea going forward. It need not be climate, but I thought that was a really good example. In terms of larger economies that could be coercive and how does collaboration actually work? Who enforces it? I think the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning Center is sort of a good example here, where when it comes to search and rescue zone and awareness about maritime risk, one country having a bigger navy is not a detriment to another. In fact, it's an advantage in that if you're sharing information about maritime domain awareness, your capabilities are equally an extension of another's as long as you're collaborating. And so we need not think of this as a zero-sum game, but actually, if we all want to preserve sustainable fisheries management, then it's in our collective interest not to have one person fish over another, but actually to come up with some sort of licensing agreements or sharing agreements that allow us to prevent overfishing as a tragedy of the commons collective action problem. And so this isn't about one country's capabilities over another, but actually how all countries can sort of share the same capabilities to their advantage.
Thank you very much. And I would like to pass it on now to Hasif. There were a few questions about how to share data accurately, open source, standardization. But please go first, and then Daniel.
Hello. So the first question is about how we can encourage the youth to share accurate data. So for this question, we need to go back to the step in the initiative, which is we have the 8 step in it, which is the third step is the verification, which is in the verification, we have the expertise from each country to make sure that the data is accurate. And besides that, we will choose the youth that have actually the academic background for this initiative. And then the second question about how can we standardize the data. So first of all, we need to understand that this initiative is in the introductory phase. So the standardization will happen after several meetings, or when this initiative itself have their own identity. It means it will come after time we have the we have our own meeting, which is the youth actually meet together and talk about it. And I think that's all for me.
Hello. So perhaps let me address the question on how do we, these are actually, the South China Sea is very much a frontier for most countries there. So it's a frontier for the Philippines, far in the west, for Vietnam, far in the east. So it's quite very far. And I would agree that getting primary data perhaps through an actual going to those locations is difficult. Hence, the solution, or rather the necessity that is provided by geospatial data through satellite imageries or other remote sensing techniques, or even in situ sensors, and this actually includes military sensors and other observation sensors that can be installed on the islands. But perhaps let's focus on satellite imageries. So first of all, satellite imageries is, there are a lot of globally or freely, openly available datasets that are global in coverage. These actually include bathymetry. This can actually include differences in or changes in marine or sea surface temperature, or even sea surface waves. So there are a lot of datasets. Perhaps what is needed now by the ASEAN as a regional bloc is to actually, I would actually agree with your statement that there is actually the need, or actual necessity, for one large institution that actually consolidates our national or regional efforts in advancing our geospatial capabilities. So perhaps I would like to echo Dr. Nguyen Thi Thuy Trang's position earlier on climate security as a fourth pillar for the ASEAN, since ASEAN is the ASEAN region is one of the most climately vulnerable regions, and therefore to treat climate as a security issue is an imperative. Furthermore, with regards to having a one large institution, there are then again institutional frameworks that where we can use as a launching pad for some kind of a collective geospatial data infrastructure across the region. So some of the mentioned include ASEAN Center for Climate Change, or AHA Center, or for humanitarian assistance. So going back, so I think now the question now is, how do we actually utilize this wealth of satellite imageries and how do we actually have them verified, or how can we say that they're actually accurate? That's where collaboration comes in. So there are a lot of methodologies in treating different data sets depending on definitely use cases, and hence data acquisition, or capturing the satellite images, is one. Treating them and analyzing them and actually interpreting them is another. Hence, those processes of processing as well as interpretation is the one that should be standardized. Hence, there are just clear indices or metrics that can be measured or identified across a given space. So with that, I would also take that chance to reiterate that having one institution in the ASEAN level would actually accelerate our efforts, given that there are also two other very rapidly developing things, which is climate change and sea level rise, happening by the day, by the year, by the decade, and the rapid technological advancement with AI and other emergent technologies, which has uses particularly in data and satellite imageries. Hence, I do believe that we have to actually pool our resources and consolidated our efforts, and this goes as far as having shared data standards, and even as far as actually taking the steps from EU of having actually shared space data related agencies, as well as higher forms of collaborations between our respective national space agencies and counterparts. So, yeah.
Thank you, and I would like to pass it on to Rupert now. There were a few questions about the Indonesia-China case study. Can this be a catalyst? Why is Indonesia not a party to the South China Sea conflict? And can Indonesia have a normative role? And we also have a question on the screen that I would like you to consider as well, so please go ahead.
For sure. I'll get to the question on the screen last. To answer if diplomacy will be a catalyst for a ripple effect of resolutions or periods of peace in the South China Sea. I don't want to universalize. The reason I focused on a specific case is to give detail to the Indonesian example. I'm not looking to extrapolate this to the Filipino or the Vietnamese example as well. I do aim to provide a case study of the conflict resolution, as I said, and a call to action. So I think that there is absolutely nothing that there's absolutely nothing to be lost by layering your relations, deepening your relations between two states, and I think that in the case study I provided, it really did a wonderful job of insulating against the conflict. As I said, there was a number of standoffs during the 2010s between Indonesia and China. Now, since the joint statement was signed, there hasn't been one. So a strong relationship in this case does correlate. I won't universalize, but I think that it would be a very helpful way forward for a lot of actors, a lot of claimants in the South China Sea. A few of the questions I'm going to kind of answer a little bit together because there is a bit of a common theme. Satria asked if Indonesia will emerge as a normative leader. I think it already has. That's kind of why this case study matters in particular, I think. I think Indonesia took a pretty senior role during the 1990s in negotiations and mediations between claimants. The Global Maritime Fulcrum, which has since been dispensed with, it really aimed to establish Indonesia at this center of not only Southeast Asia, but also of the entire Indo-Pacific, with the two oceans, I guess, meeting at the confluence in Jakarta. And there's a pretty succinct phrase from an academic named Anwar, in which he describes Indonesia as leading from behind. In ASEAN, obviously, it's difficult to say that there's such thing as a outright leader. It's a pretty much an equality-based organization. Indonesia has a substantial economy, the largest in ASEAN and the largest population in ASEAN. So without taking the formal leadership, Indonesia seeks to lead from behind. That's why it refuses to partake in the South China Sea disputes, or in the South China Sea conflict. Because it seeks to lead from behind, it establishes its dispute on the premise that China claims the Natuna waters. Jokowi in 2017 established the waters north of the Natuna Regency Islands as the North Natuna Sea, similar to the West Philippine Sea designation. Indonesia and China completely agree that the Natuna Islands are Indonesian territory. The dispute lies over a block of maritime territory that sits within Indonesia's exclusive economic zone. This also allows Indonesia to pursue its foreign policy doctrine of bebas dan aktif better if it accepts that it is a claimant within the South China Sea dispute conflict. Then it can't activate a free and active foreign policy as easily as it had. And finally, just to answer the online question, do you think the relatively limited scope of overlapping maritime claims created more favourable conditions for cooperation, thereby making it easier to advance the bilateral relationship in the way you described? In short, no. I think, as I said, it's a pretty significant case study based off the implications for the rest of ASEAN. I think that Indonesia had unique requirements throughout the 2010s that offset the standoffs that it was having with China. Concurrently, those standoffs were pretty severe, and they even bled into the 2020s as well. So there was a standoff over the oil rigs in the 2020s in which the USS Reagan monitored this activity, this incident. I think it is a pretty substantial and significant case study despite such a small overlap. So I think it is a challenging one diplomatically to resolve, and I think that a period of layering those international relationships has helped to insulate against conflictual stances. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupert. And as this was the Young Leaders panel, the young leaders also took precedence in asking questions, but now I would very much like to invite the senior experts in the room to ask questions and challenge our panelists a little more. Please, anybody from Dr. Hai, let's start with you.
Thank you, Lever. And my name is Do Thanh Hai. I'm from the DAV. So I really appreciate your research and also insightful presentations. I thought out very provocative questions. My observation is that the humanity have a very important inventions, that the concept of sovereignty, that so many problems in the past and help the world prevent many countries, many wars and conflicts. At the same time, we have here also have its own problem as well. So, of course, when the idea is that we leave the South China Sea dispute for the next generation to resolve. So I think that the Chinese leadership mentioned many times that we should leave it for the next generation. So congratulations, you have born in your court. So if you have a chance to revise the concept of sovereignty, so how would you revise it so that we could limit the negative impact of that concept on our humanity and our world? Thank you. That just want the question for you all, right? It's okay, on the panelists. Thank you.
Great. I see a lady in the back over there.
Yeah, thank you for the representative from the youth generation. I have a question. We are living in this information age, and we see some challenges from information warfare, contradicting narratives, or even disinformation, and all of those challenges. So do you think this will, how to say, make it more, how to say, can increase this kind of extremism, division among the young people? I mean, because maybe you are very prone to this kind of emotional feelings, or yeah, the young sentiment. So do you have any proposal or ideas or any suggestions that you can overcome this kind of division to strengthen the unity of the young people, especially on this South China Sea and other regional conflicts or disputes in general? Thank you.
Thank you. And let's take a question here at the back, please.
Good evening. My name is Hui, and I have a question for Mr. Daniel Kosia. And your idea of geospatial data sharing is very great, it's very innovative, but at present the geospatial capacity and technology of each country are not at the same level. So which ASEAN countries do you think will take the lead in developing the system and coordinating coordinating the sharing of geospatial data? Thank you.
And we have a couple more questions here in the center, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ching. I'm from the National Border Commission of the former official. And I have a comment and question to Mr. Rupert. Because you have given a case study about Indonesia and China. I think we can also give another case study, which is the maritime delimitation in the Gulf Tonkin between Vietnam and China. Actually, as mentioned by Professor Lei, China erased the 2 dashes in the Gulf Tonkin. This year we are commemorating the 25th anniversary of the signing of the agreement on maritime delimitation in the Gulf Tonkin. And I think at the outset, the 2 countries agreed on the main principle to follow to decide the maritime delimitation in the Gulf Tonkin. And it was fully in conformity with the provision of the UNCLOS 1982. So I think it might be a good case study for other settlements of conflict or disputes in the South China Sea. So it means that it is possible to erase the rest of the dashes and to just apply fully the provision of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and would it be considered as some surrendering the spirit and the principle of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea regarding the maritime delimitation? Why you actually surrounding your sovereign rights and jurisdiction as accorded, recorded in the convention? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take one last question, please, over there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tuấn from the DAV. Because our speakers are young, so I have a kind of innovative questions. Say, we can suppose that you become a structure in the South China Sea. You witnesses all the things happening in thousands of years, the distinctions of species, the oil rigs and the oil leaks of the ships, and also the ships traveling, making friends with each other, and the fightings as well. So what would you like to talk to the humans? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a fascinating set of questions. We have a few questions, I believe, that were addressed to all panelists, and I would like to save that for last. But we also have a couple of questions that were addressed specifically to Daniel and to Rupert. So Daniel, would you like to answer to your question first?
Hello. So to have some bit of a landscape on where the ASEAN countries currently are now in terms of having geospatial and space technology. So for the past years, several countries have actually built their respective space agencies. The Philippines has its own Philippine Space Agencies. Thailand has GISTDA, or the Geoinformatics and Space Technology Agency, Development Agency. So I do think some of the countries that could actually lead the consolidation of data standardization or data infrastructure deployment across the whole ASEAN region could be perhaps Thailand, who has actually had an experience in trying to consolidate data, their respective data and statistics from different siloed practices in the different ministries down to a much more coherent and much more consolidated under the GISTDA. So yeah, that's one of my answers to that. Albeit I would foresee that there is also quite a lot of challenges in doing that since of course we're talking about 11 countries right now, which definitely each have their own contextual uses of geospatial data and even different practices in administrative allocation or levels. So in the Philippines, we even have the barangay level, or in Vietnam, they have communes, or there are different ways of actually dividing the land in subnational divisions. So yeah, but then again, I do believe it really boils down into some kind of a collaborative arrangements. Perhaps that is something that can be, just like in the ASEAN, that it can be chairmaned every periodically by different relevant agencies or scientific agencies between each countries. So yeah.
Thank you. And Rupert, on the case of the Gulf of Tonkin delimitation agreement and parallels to the case study you presented.
Yes, that's a very interesting case study. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. The notion of erasing dashes from the dashed line claim is when you mentioned that, it did it sounds like progress. Of course, I completely agree. I worry that was 25 years ago. As you said, the 25th anniversary. I worry that the nature of the great power conflict that has emerged now has meant that concessions are a bit of a thing of the past for great powers. I worry that a step back represents a big loss of prestige, and I say with a touch of pessimism that I don't think that there is a likelihood of more dashes being erased without a notable change in the dynamic in the South China Sea.
Thank you. And lastly, we also have a direct question to Nitya on the screen. So please, before we have the final round of questions to all.
Sure. So the question says, why do some states and scholars support the assumption of ambulatory boundaries, while others, for instance, Pacific Islands, advocate for fixed baselines, and which approach is appropriate for the South China Sea, particularly Vietnam? So I think it's really important to establish that ambulatory boundaries are not an assumption. That is international law. That is the case law. That is the precedent. And so it is universal under international law that our boundaries are supposed to shift as the coastline shifts. Why? Because when we were negotiating UNCLOS, we never thought our boundaries were going to move so fundamentally as a result of technological innovation in land reclamation or in climate change. So we could not have foreseen that. And so this question was never supposed to come up. But now we're here today, and it exists. And so for the Pacific Islands in particular, that reality becomes intolerable when an atoll is a few meters across and only 2 or 3 meters above sea level. And so as the impacts of climate change persist, if you trace the sort of long-term trajectory of that for Pacific Islands, it assumes that if their boundaries are ambulatory, they could disappear by international law standards. And we don't have anything in international law that accounts for that. Is there such thing as a submerged state? Do those states still exist? Do they still have rights? Where do their people go? Are they still entitled to seats in international bodies? To whom are their debts owed if they are no longer participants in the international system? So there needed to be some way to create stability against a future that we never anticipated. And as a result, the Pacific Islands created the Pacific Boundaries Project, where they fixed their baselines. But again, this is a common law, informal practice assumed among the Pacific Islanders as their own consensus. Will larger states transiting through this region respect that practice? That is the question. And realistically, in a zero trust environment, that's not guaranteed. So what is the best approach for the South China Sea? It's not that fixing baselines is the solution. And where we don't have clear sovereignty delineations, we can't really fix something that isn't there yet. But from an environmental perspective, the Pacific Islands geography is not that different than the small features across the South China Sea. And we may not be paying attention to what's happening in the Pacific Islands, but they will foreshadow what we face here in the South China Sea. And so it's not that we should stick to what ambulatory means in international law. It's not that we need to fix our baselines. It's that we don't really know what stability means. It's not defined. And so we should struggle with that question. We should come up with an answer, but it doesn't exist yet. It's not going to come from the international law we have. We're not making progress that way. And that's why I proposed newer concepts. Maybe we can innovate a little bit here.
Thank you very much for that clear-cut answer. And now to the more open-ended questions that are slightly challenging, perhaps. We had a question about how to revise the concept of sovereignty, and we had a question about how to tackle disinformation, the problem of disinformation, and then also what sort of advice would you give for the future if you could implement some sort of short-term change, what would it be? And let's go in the order that we started with. So please, Nydia, choose one of those or answer to all of them, and we'll pass it on to Rupert.
Sure, so to the sort of fun question on how would you redefine or create new sovereignty, I actually think that we should probably push past this concept of zero-sum sovereignty and try something different. Could we break down our interactions on the South China Sea based on negotiated rights and access? So if we assume fundamentally that almost everyone transits through this body of water, which is true if anyone's ever looked at ship tracks. There's the Svalbard Fisheries Agreement from the 1920s in Europe, and basically it assumes that a section of the Arctic belongs to Norway where there was a sovereignty dispute. But fisheries rights are negotiated and limited among multiple states. In Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty, there is actually no sovereignty over Antarctica by any one state. Yet we collaborate on science and technology so that everyone has the right and the access as it needs. So what if we stop focusing so much on mine versus yours and focus more on who has rights and how do we operate collaboratively? I think that is probably more true to the reality at sea. And then to the question about social media and youth online, I'm not so pessimistic about social media. I mean, at least 2 people on this panel were recruited based on social media, so it doesn't mean that it has to be divisive. It could actually bring people together. You know, whether it was the Arab Spring or these Gen Z movements, actually social media can be a unifying and mobilizing force, especially for youth who are particularly engaged online. But also, online is not always reality, and so for young people, the challenge is, can you be brave enough to look up from your phone, maybe fly to Vietnam within less than 12 hours of getting a visa, or be an American who moves abroad to China and be willing to talk to the other people around the world. So yes, there is a risk of disinformation, but I don't think we're doomed.
Thank you. Hasif, please.
So I'm going to answer the question about what can we do to strengthening unity between youth in South China Sea. So first of all, we need to understand that that youth have that specific trait that can be really helpful to strengthening the unity, which is they are really open to engage. But the problem is we can see that they doesn't have the true platform to engage, which is this is the situation which is we need to create that platform, which is we can see we can create more platform for dialogue and collaboration, such as joint youth forum and also cultural exchange and environmental project, which is I already explained in my presentation, which is we can do the blue economy map initiative, which is by this initiative we can actually make all of the Southeast Asia youth that have that effort to be together and also work together to go to aim the same goals. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Hello. So actually, I'm quite rather how do I say this? I'm quite rather fascinated with the question on what if we revise, or in the past we revise the concept of sovereignty. So initially it's quite a big question, although I tried to explore what is sovereignty anyway in the first place, and then there's concepts of actually governments being able to actually govern for themselves, their territories are actually respected, their borders are respected, but at the same time I recall that those concepts were actually developed given the post-colonial context, especially in the ASEAN region, in which, at least in the time when borders aren't exactly a concept for states, so apparently, or foreign or European colonizers just went on to actually explore the islands, and in some places, and eventually most of the places actually established their respective authorities there. Hence, escaping to the 20th century, trying to develop different institutions and frameworks to actually protect the rather newly born states. So I am rather finding it difficult to find ways to actually perhaps reconceptualize it given our current web of problems in the South China Sea, when it's actually rooted in having different claims. So one actually has a claim of having 9 dash lines, and the other is actually trying to base it on international law through the UNCLOS or through the basis on the exclusive economic zone. So I do believe it's something that we actually try to work on along the way as an international body, trying to improve our institutions, because of course even our forefathers don't really knew best, right? So it's definitely something that we improve along the way. Then as for the information warfare, I'd like to talk about it in a much more perspective as a geographer or someone who actually deals with maps. So there are a lot of disinformation or intentional misinformation that is done to actually confuse the public using maps. So I think there is one, pardon me, it's just somewhere on social media that actually includes the island of Palawan as actually part of the 9 dash line. So the audience is probably among the mainland Chinese. I'm not so sure. But nonetheless, of course, Filipinos are like, are you really sure about that? So I think to actually solve this information, at least in this kind of perspective, what the public would need, or at least perhaps first as a perspective as a Filipino, is to actually have some fundamental facts to be actually communicated clearly and concisely to the public. So ever since our efforts in the UNCLOS Arbitral Award, we have, or at least I was a youth or a much younger youth back then, we were communicated that these are our territories since this is within our 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. So I think conciseness and clarity, as well as permanence of the concepts, would actually help dispel disinformation, the multitude of disinformation in the information age.
I'll try and keep this a little bit briefer, but to revise sovereignty, I did like what Nitya brought up about almost sovereignty sharing arrangements. A particular case study close to home includes the Torres Strait Treaty between Torres Strait Islander Australians and traditional landowners in Papua New Guinea. This allows historical traditional fishing and sort of trade activities to occur across these islands and across this waterway. I guess in the South China Sea, the South China Sea in its history not only precedes UNCLOS, it also precedes the notion of the nation state. People have been fishing and trading and interlinking there for millennia. And I think that we should consider the role of a traditional usage condominium in which, first of all, that would be very good for the environment, I think, if we dropped down the overfishing element down and allowed more of a traditional approach to fishing there. But I think that would be very helpful. And disinformation, I am a firm believer that we need more people-to-people ties. I think honest conversations between not just youth and also not just university-educated youth. I think that we're very fortunate to be up here and have these sort of conversations. But I think that the results of these conversations can get locked away sometimes in our circles, in the the halls of knowledge of universities and so on. I think that such opportunities should be given to increase culture-to-culture knowledge outside of university. And a very short-term solution, I think, for the South China Sea, I think I'd like to see would be an ASEAN minilateral exclusively using the claimants and the People's Republic of China. That would be it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And since we're already running slightly over time, I think what remains for me to do is to thank our 4 excellent speakers. I think this was a very inspiring last session and a worthy end to a fascinating conference. And please join me in giving a big round of applause to our young leaders in this forum.
Thank you so much, the moderator and the young leaders panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have reached the conclusion of our 2-day conference, encompassing 6 sessions and 1 special ambassador-long dialogue. May I now kindly invite Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn, President of Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Sơn, the floor is yours.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, scholars, moderators, friends, and colleagues, it has been a terrific 2 days of conference with a lot of beautiful, bright, provocative, but very useful ideas. We discussed a lot the uncertainties. We talked about realities, the perceptions of realities. We discussed about narratives and counter-narratives. We talked about rules and gaps in the rules. And we discussed gray zones and how to counter gray zones. We talked about facts, about fakes and fabrications. And we discussed transparency and assertive transparencies and the limits of transparencies. We discussed major powers. And we debated the notions of a G2 world. And we discussed where the South China Sea fits in such a world. We talked about strategic signaling, strategic communications, and we discussed commitments as well as determinations and resolves. And also, we talked about stability, strategic stabilities, and detente, and so on and so forth. We talked about intra-regional countries, and we discussed extra-regional countries, and we talked about their motivations and whether or not one should take side, and if taking side or not taking side would be seen as provocations. And we even talked about that red lines. And of course, tech discussion is always present in today's geopolitical discussions, and we had a wonderful session on tech with a lot of ideas on why tech can be helpful, but why tech can also create uncertainties. We talked about rules, attributions, the relations between rules and text, and so on. And on the second day, I think we had we kick-started with the Ambassador's Lounge, consisting of the so-called middle powers countries and countries that aspire to be middle powers, and that was Vietnam. And we discussed how the middle powers can help in providing and consolidating or helping with unifying or on promoting unity. And we found that there could be a lot of ideas and there could be a lot of areas where the middle powers can play a role in helping manage the uncertainties and promoting unity. And that was trade, that was solidifying and enforcing international law, that's building the capacity, protecting critical infrastructure, protecting critical supply chains, and so on. We talked about multilateralism, didn't we? And we debated a lot on plurilateralism, unilateralism, and where ASEAN can be more helpful, and how ASEAN can be more helpful. And of course, we talked, we did mention about the recent signing of the Cyber Convention that Vietnam as a country hosted. And that could give us, some hope that multilateralism actually still work. And there are, while there are reasons to worry about the challenges that is posing towards multilateralism, there's also hope that multilateralism can unite us all. There was a lot of ideas about how ASEAN can be more helpful, and we talked about ASEAN serving as a conciliator, as a mediator, as a fact finder, fact checker, and there actually could be a lot of ways that ASEAN can be made more useful in this increasingly uncertain world. Of course, we talked at length about, in fact, every single session in today's conference talked about international law, the rules-based international order, and UNCLOS was featured prominently in all of those discussions. And it should be so, because we are talking about the South China Sea. And to strengthen UNCLOS, there were a lot of ideas, and I will not do any justice in summarizing those ideas, because I know the legal experts did a wonderful job in proposing those ideas. But we did talk about the code of conduct, and the code of conduct is seen in very different manners, if it is a legal tool or it is a political tool, if it is a means towards an end or it's actually an end itself. And there were a lot of ideas on how we should approach the code of conduct at this very stage. And there was a lot of hope that the Philippines can be a booster to help the code of conduct, at least somehow, in the year to come when they handle the chair, knowing that Malaysia still is the country coordinator of ASEAN-China's relation. And of course, there were a lot of talks about climate change, AI and tech in respect to international law. But there was one thing that were mentioned, and that is in this very uncertain world, in this world of transformation, awareness, knowledge is power. And there was a lot of views that understanding is a first step in responding and in resolving uncertainties. Understanding gray zones, there were some views, is a response to gray zone itself. Was that your idea, Ray? And so there were a lot of proposals that dialogues such as this one and capacity building in order to promote understanding is very essential in building unity and in responding to uncertainties. But there were a question about, so we are seeking unity, but what does unity mean? And we all agreed that unity doesn't have to be uniformity, and differences does not deny unity. In fact, differences and how to deal with differences is part of building unity. And I would like to commend the young leaders who have done great work in looking at what unity means. And there was this proposal that we can build unity by promoting collectivity, promoting a sharing of ideas, and promoting common regional understanding. I think those are very useful definitions of unity and how we can build unity. So these are just some of the highlights that I'd like to share with you, and those are my personal highlights. This is not meant to be a summary of the very rich discussions that we've had over the last 2 days. I encourage you to draw your own findings and draw your own highlights and share it with us if possible, because we'd like to learn what you've learned in the past 2 days. And share with us your feedback as well about the conference, about the content of the conference, about how we can better organize the conference in the years to come. So, maybe we should, as an outcome of this conference, build a bank of innovative ideas on the South China Sea. And the DAV would be a good depository of such ideas. So if you would like to contribute to the bank, just send me and send us your ideas. So now we have come to the conclusion of the conference. I have nothing else to say but to thank all of you for coming all the way to Vietnam. Some of you coming from very far. Some of you missed the time. Some of you missed the flight. But you eventually still made it here. And I really treasure your determination. And that shows how much you care about this region and how much you care about the South China Sea. So I'd like to thank all of you, distinguished moderators, panelists, young leaders, participants, for your enthusiasm and active engagement. Despite the somehow challenging weather in Da Nang, the conference still remained full, and I say absolutely full. Every single seats were taken, and we had to even provide extra seats on day 2. Thank you very much for that. I especially would like to extend my thanks to young leaders. You have always been a fantastic part of the conference, so please come back next year and the years to come. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the local government of Da Nang and the people of Da Nang for their warm welcome and hospitality. I'd like to thank our dedicated partners, including the Vietnam Lawyers Association, the Foundation for East Sea Studies, the embassies of Australia, Embassy of the United Kingdom, Embassy of Canada in Hanoi, Embassy, the European Union delegation, Vietnam Australia Center, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the ICWA Plus project. Your unwavering support has helped elevate the South China Sea Conference into one of the region's rather prominent platform for dialogue and cooperation. I'd also like to thank our interpreters who have been working so hard to help, carry the full meanings of our conversation. Thank you. I'd like to thank the media as well. They have been working hard in order to make our conversation and our great ideas known to the broader public who are not able to participate in person. So thank you, all the medias. And last but not least, I would like to recognize my dear colleagues at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Your months of hard work and dedication and quiet resilience behind the scenes, like the undertone beneath the calm waters, have made this conference a success. We all can be proud of yourself. Thank you, DAVers. So thank you once again, and I hope that we have spared you some time and you also give you some time to explore the beautiful sceneries of Da Nang, the beautiful and hospitality of the people of Da Nang. And wherever you go, I wish you a safe flight home, and we do look forward to welcome you back to Vietnam, to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, as well as to the South China Sea conferences in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest, our 17th South China Sea International Conference has officially concluded, but our shared efforts continues. For our on-site participants, please scan the QR code on screen to share your feedback. Your input is invaluable. For our online audience, feel free to connect to us via our social media channels for follow-up materials and video commentaries. Thank you once again for your participation and insights. We wish you all a pleasant evening, and we're looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you and goodbye.